Stroger here, and at What's in It for the Black People Media, we would like to wish you and your family a very happy, safe holiday season.
WIFTBPM. WIFTBP.
Live from your media studio. You're listening to Book of Dawn. With Dawn Millhouse.
Good morning, sunshines. Good morning, Lisa E.
Good morning.
Okay, I was going to say good morning, Jared. Then I was going to say good morning, Peanut Butter. Now I'm going to say good morning, Flo. I said your name. They said his name is Flo.
Flo?
Good morning, everybody.
Okay, I'm going to just flow with it. Flo, this is Lisa E.
Flo.
Lisa E, that's Flo.
Hey, Flo.
Not to be confused with Hustle and Flow, right?
Or Flo from Progressive. Isn't that her name, Flo?
Is that the lady?
From She's in everything.
They got some good commercials.
Yeah, they're funny.
Good morning, sunshines. Today is Thursday, December 10th. It is Hanukkah. Yeah. The first day of Hanukkah or Chanukah depends on which definition you look up.
Right.
One is spelled CH, one is H.
There's like 5 different ways to spell it, with 2 N's, with 2 K's, with a CH. I spell it HANUKKAH. Okay. Starts tonight after sundown.
That sound like MISS crooked letter.
Crooked letter, humpback.
It is also nice as ever outside.
It's gonna be like in the 50s.
And I told you when it gets warm, I was gonna wear my Robin Patrice, one of my favorite thing T-shirts.
Oh.
It says weapons will form, but they will not prosper. That's the word of the day. That's also gonna be one of my here's 3 things. Because weapons will form, but they will not prosper. Happy birthday to Michael Clark Duncan, Nia Peoples, Raven Simone, Tiana Taylor. Happy birthday to Melody Winston's baby girl, Summer Kimbrough. Nicole Berry, we went to grad school together. Mark Aguirre, Aguirre. I think I'm gonna try to see if I can sneak and call him and say happy birthday to him on the phone.
Okay.
He's like probably 70. No, I'm just kidding. Kim Young, what is that? A Luther South Brave, of course. Laquita Hatley, Luther South Brave. Happy birthday, y'all.
Davy Davenport. Do you know Davy Davenport?
I don't.
Oh, she's awesome.
Is it her birthday also?
Yes.
Very cool. Very cool. My favorite things. Here is these are 2 items from my favorite things for today. These are made by Sonia's Creations out of California. These are my mugs. I have my women's prayer group called Boss Girls Pray. And this is a bedazzled,
I love it,
Boss Girls Pray mug, handmade, all pearled out, all bossy. And this is my sister's. It says, My Sister's Keeper. And it has me and Lisa and Patty on here. And
I love that.
And
She's
look
so
at the
talented.
jeans. Look at the jeans.
You got the same jeans.
They look just like my jeans. Sneakers, hats, ponytails. Sonia's Creations. I will put the information in the thread.
She is so creative. Yeah, she does amazing things.
My other favorite thing is today, I happen to have given birth to her. Her name is Ryan Ashley, RYANN _ASHLEYY. Or no, Ryan.Ashley _. I'll put that in there. A fitness guru.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for workouts or health tips, I think you should hit her up on Instagram and tell her that she's one of her mommy's favorite things. Yeah.
We need a song. These are a few of Dawn's favorite things.
Absolutely. Today we're going to be talking to Kevin Williams. We call him Whack. That's his name spelled backwards. An artist, Chicago-born artist, went to CVS High School, lives in Atlanta now with his wife and 2 children, but is just amazing. I will also put his web information in there. Most of you, if you don't know him, you should. He speaks volumes through his work. Like they're profound and meaningful, and he doesn't just do it to do it. I met him many years ago. I actually owned a car wash many years ago on 42nd and Bowen, right off Cottage Grove, and he painted the doors of the car wash. He used to do Bronner Brothers hair and a lot of kind of pictures in the beauty salons and stuff, but he now is a commissioned artist. Very, very dope.
Awesome.
And we'll be talking to Bobby Sumner, who is the co-creator and former executive producer of Def Comedy Jam and the creator of Laugh Mob, responsible for careers like Bill Bellamy and Talon Harris and Kevin Hart and so many others. And so he's like the man behind the story, the guy that you never hear about because all you thought about with Def Comedy Jam was Russell. But Russell had a guy like Bobby, who started as a mailroom clerk because his mama got him a job at RCA Records. And he went he was a DJ at like a comedy jazz show, and then became an assistant to a lady at Def Jam, and then became the executive producer of what you now know is the Kings and Queens of Comedy and all kind of cool stuff. So it'll be interesting to talk. He got some great stories. I'm sure we won't fit them all in the same day, but today is Lager Day. You know, you probably don't. You don't drink. Lager is like a beer.
Okay, right. So, well, that's what I thought, but I thought maybe it was something different. I've heard of lager, but yeah. Yeah,
so lager is, and it's decent. It's stouty. It's just kind of strong. If you don't drink, and especially if you don't drink beer, it's probably not something that
you would start. It's like darker, too, isn't it?
It is a little bit darker, yeah.
Okay.
Nice and foamy at the top. Okay. Yeasty. And then it is also Human Rights Day. That's a long story.
Which really almost sucks because it should have been a given when this world started. It's awful that we have to be knowledgeable about human rights when everybody should have just had that starting
in the first
day.
It ironically still don't have it in some places. It is so the word of the day is our words. Yesterday we talked about inspire versus aspire. Today we're going to talk about affect versus effect. Affect, A-F-F-E-C-T, is a verb. It means to act on, produce, or change in. Like the weather affected the growth of the crop. Affected. Effect or effect is a noun. It is the result or consequence of the change. So used in a sentence like, my sunburn is an effect of me sitting out without sunscreen.
Right.
So it's just commonly used in error, often in writing. People say affect or effect, and, you know, kind of quirky, but I thought
we're not wearing your sunblock affected
correct.
You getting the sunburn.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. So just, you know,
you and I are both right. We're
helping with the language.
Word, yeah.
You know, we have decided y'all know how to say poinsettia. So, and if you see Hanukkah spelled with a CH, don't say Chanukah.
Right. Chanukah.
Or Chronica, because it's not like cr in Christmas.
Right.
Same CH, you know, the English languages. I got my What's in It for the Black People Media bracelet on. Shh, I found these. I found a bag of them in a drawer. And I took one and I stuck the rest back in the drawer.
But it matches your shirt.
Yeah, but he doesn't. I don't know if I was supposed to take one, but I took it. He's probably going to hear it in 45 seconds after the delay and come in here and take it
or
off.
watch you and see it. But
right, as I hold it up. So, yes.
But you clean up everything. You clean. And for those that don't, so Dawn is also like the little elf, not on a shelf, but she comes in and she's here like she decorated the whole place. She got stockings for everybody with our initials on them. And she's, you know, you come in one day and like the whole place is completely organized, everything. Like, not that people are disorganized, but you just take it to the next level, you know.
Yeah, I guess that my kids say that too. They don't really like it, but when I'm.
But, and everybody knows like different places, like when people just rely on stuff, not to say that anybody's messy or cluttered.
Your name is Will Kirk right now.
Mine?
He put the wrong.
That's okay. I'll be Will. Hey, call me Whack, baby.
Hold on. Let's change that. How about that? Let's literally be Lisa E. and not Will Kirk.
You're like, wow, okay.
Busy guy.
Right, they were like, she was gone for 2 days, and what happened?
And she
What
changed
happened?
her whole name.
Right.
So when we come back, we're going to chit-chat. Lisa, you sent me a story, and I feel some type of way about it, about the Gap on Michigan Avenue.
I know.
I like the Gap.
Well, that's why I sent it to you, because I know stuff. Like, I try and pick things. I'm like, Dawn's going to say something about the Gap.
Yeah. And then I actually, I went to elementary school in Valparaiso, and, the grandpa from Valpo, who was on the cruise ship, whose grandbaby died, he gets sentenced today. And I still don't know that I am in agreement with him being charged.
Yeah.
I don't, anyway, we'll talk. We're going to take a break and talk about that when we come back. Listen, food, culture, and impact meet at the Woodlawn. 1200 East 79th Street, the Woodlawn, 1200.com. Is an economic center, innovative economic center for the entire family. They have an igloo dining experience that you have to see or visit. You can also order food from them online for carry out. They have jerk chicken, rib tips, turkey tips. Sounds like a good day not to cook.
Yeah.
Visit the Woodlawn 1200.com for more information. Stay with us. This is the Book of Dawn on What's in It for the Black People Media. We'll be right back.
Hey, check it out. Put it in your ear. It's your girl, Shauna. What on? It's your girl, Tifa. And right now, we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central on What's in It for the Black People Media. And what we going to be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back. Changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with. All the illest creatives in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah. Talk about it. What's in it for the black people? Infamous. We playing it back. Changing the game. Shauna, Tifa. And you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
Where my steppers at?
This is retired State Senator Ricky Hendricks. This is my new song, Be My Christmas. It's on my House Party CD, produced by house music icons King Farley. It's available on my website, HollywoodHendricks.com, various streaming platforms, and CDs. The album also has songs like We Getting Lit and Rona Money. Get the House Party CD in time for Christmas and New Year's Eve. This is our new song, We Getting Lit. Just in time for New Year's Eve. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Go to HollywoodHendricks.com and get my music. Let's bring in 2021. Ricky Hollywood Hendricks. Don't forget me, y'all.
This is the king of house music, Farley Jack Master Funk, and I endorse Hollywood Ricky Hendricks. Let's go to work.
Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Where my steppers at? Tree.
And you gon' do it on Christmas Day and go all the way. Merry Christmas, babe. 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 Feliz Navidad, babe. Feliz Navidad. Wishing you be my boo. Can you please be my prince? Be my Christmas, babe. Be my Christmas, baby. Wishing please, can you be with me, baby, on this cruise? I got something very nice for you, and got your shorty favorite too, babe. Your stuff, my stuff, right here, baby. Your stuff, my stuff, right here, baby. We want some gifts. Gotta have some gifts. We want some gifts. Gotta have some gifts.
Whoa, that's a jam. He said Merry Christmas, and then he hit the Spanish. Feliz Navidad. I said, okay. I can do that one. Welcome back. You're tuned into the Book of Dawn from the What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. If you're just now tuning in, welcome, share, like. In my Big's voice, smash that like button. Smash that share button. I can't even say it like them because they say it so powerful. But you know what the drill is.
Smash it.
Hey, we were talking about briefly. Oh, by the way, today, later on, I think Maze talked about it. If you are a Chicago hip hop head, make certain that you tune in at 6 after Izwiz for Shauna and Tifa. They are going to do kind of like a flashback, 20-year, go through their album and their process right here from the What's in It for the Black People Media Studios, as well as there is a tailgate party on Sunday for the Kickoff Kickback show with Terrence Eugene and Herb. And they're going to have a barbecue truck out there. You can come by and grab your food and hang out with the guys from the show and be part of the show, socially distant, and then go home and eat your food that you got from here and really be a part of that experience. So that is Sunday. I think I heard May say it starts at like 9 or 10, but, don't be late, y'all. Come get your food because they actually have to do the show as well. My favorite things, showed you my mugs. I don't even know if you can see it. I don't have to learn how to use the little remote so I can zoom in so they can really see it.
Yeah, that's cute.
From Sonia's Creations. And I put Ryan Ashley's information in the thread. Make certain that you go on Instagram. If you don't have Instagram, you can find her on Facebook at Ryan Hendricks. Really dope, a gangster in the fitness game. And her pictures on her story are just, I wish I could post them, but she is my child, so you just have to look for yourself. So the Gap, 20 years later, is closing on Michigan Avenue. I don't understand it. The Gap is a staple on Michigan Avenue. They've been in that same store for 20 years, and so why are they closing?
They said as part of the company strategy they wanted to adapt to the changing of needs of the customers and growth of the online business. We are looking at our real estate to support the best path forward. And they said we're closing a number of stores, including this flagship one that's going to be at the end of January. It says, including our Gap brand store on Michigan Avenue at the end of January 2021. So that's like in a month.
So basically they're succumbing to online shopping.
Yeah. And they opened, in 2000, so that's 20 years.
Yeah.
20, and that's, And
I wonder if they're going to close all the stores.
Well, when I read more about it wasn't all of them, but it was a lot of them. They said signs already up announcing the closure, but it could have been the location, too, maybe because it's in the middle of,
it is clearly a high rent.
Yeah.
But I thought it was a well-shopped. The tourists, we haven't had that. Well, we've had a little bit of it in the past. But, I don't know. I'm not a huge onliner. If I have had the item, I can shop online because I know exactly how it fits.
Well, and some people like to order everything. They just put their size and they're fine with it. And see, like, well, you're little, so you're one of those people that can pretty much wear everything, and even if it's not the right way you liked it, you'll make it work. But then there's people like me. I have to try stuff on because everything is different. Certain like when we ordered the Pink Ladies things and the sizes were in it like the Asian sizes, and it's still like trying to get it across, your chest or whatever. But I like to try stuff on because looking at stuff. But there's some people that just put their size in and order. And
that's crazy because I'm not a try-oner. I don't really like to undress and try, and that's my germaphobe.
Yeah.
So like trying on for me is like, ugh, somebody else tried this on, so I feel itchy.
Or do you buy it and then if you don't like it, you just return it,
Yeah, or give it away.
Yeah.
But I try not to. I try to stick, I'm a creature of habit, so I kind of like buy the same stuff all the time. The look, it could be the same thing because it all has its similarity. When I bought this from Robin Patrice, I went for a medium because I definitely wasn't going to do a large, but sometimes if you get a small, it looks like you want to be in a contest and so I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that. So, and when I looked at it initially, I was like, wow, that looks big. But then when I put it on, I was like, it's a perfect medium.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love
that's
it.
Good. Yeah, that's really cute.
100% cotton.
What is that? Velvet already? Very nice.
Yeah, it's really dope. I got so many of them. I'm like, however many days is 50. I'm rocking them. They're so dope, though.
And I love just like with T-shirts, if you know the brand and you know how they fit, because with me, sometimes I have to stick my foot in and stretch it out a little bit. That's,
And then Sonya I'm forcing her to take late orders for Christmas, even though I'm getting on her nerves. But
and she blings it like that. You have to all hand wash. That's so nice.
Yeah, this is really dope.
That is. She
talks all this talk about sublimating. I'm like, girl, you talking way above my pay grade.
No, her stuff is just cool stuff.
Yeah, she does puzzles. She does T-shirts. Yeah. She does bags. She does
bags, which I have to wash because I take this with me everywhere, but I have to wash it now. So I got to wash it. So
literally, she does T-shirts. She does everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. She said her sister came or her friend came over to pick up an order, and somebody said, dang, you got a little sweatshop. She said her whole house is turned into her workspace. Of course, she's working from home. Yeah. So, hey, whatever it takes. I don't have the patience to do it. She does puzzles, custom puzzles.
Oh, I got to call. You know what? That's what I think I'm going to do because my mom, we've been doing it for my sister bought her this puzzle about Mahjong thing. It's like 9,000 pieces, and they're the outsides and the insides all look the same. It's been taking my mother 900 years to do this puzzle. I want to get one like a family puzzle or something and have my mom, because it's good coordination for her hands right now. So
you can send her the picture.
Yeah.
I got a couple for Christmas. I don't want to say them out loud because somebody might be listening to what their gift will be. But, yeah, they're actually really dope. They look just like the picture.
Yeah. So, you know what?
I thought that was pretty cool.
I got some ideas.
Yeah. She does Christmas ornaments, all kind of biblio. That was the word yesterday.
Biblio?
Biblio. Trinkets.
Yeah. Yes. I like trinkets.
I do, too.
Trinkets are fun.
They are fun, and especially me because I'm a collector of Christmas ornaments. Not like a hoarder, but I get one from everywhere we visit.
Oh, that's cool.
So my tree is decorated with my kids and grandkids and their handmade stuff from kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
In my Black voice, kindergarten. That should be a question. Is it kindergarten or kinny?
Yeah, my mother taught that for 30 years.
Kindergarten. So. And then everywhere we've traveled. So it's pretty eclectic looking tree.
Yeah, my mom collects magnets. I'm like, and then she's saying, who wants my magnets? I was like, Mom, give them.
I used to collect magnets until I moved on up to the east side, and now my refrigerator magnets don't stick to it. Anyway,
we got her two boards to put. We got her two boards to put up, and then we had to get her another one because she's got. My friends bring stuff everywhere they go and bring stuff to my mom. I'm like, Mom, you got enough.
Stay with us. We're going to take a break. Flo said time to flow into a commercial. We are tuned into the Book of Dawn. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In the 90s, with the black girls, where you in the 90s, with the black girls, where you in the 90s.
And now joined by Dartisha Pitts, Esquire. I asked you to join us on the Book of Dawn because you are that girl. And I wish more of us did take the time to honor each other as women and successful women because our unity, I truly believe that. Dartisha Pitts serves as the General Counsel for the Office of the Illinois Lieutenant Governor. In 2017-18, she served as the President of the Cook County Bar Association.
Becoming an attorney was almost default. I think it was more so a personality thing. I always wanted to advocate for those who couldn't advocate for themselves. And growing up, I would get in trouble for that. Because my mom, be like, look, they're not even talking and you talking. You be quiet. I kind of almost felt the injustice for others, sometimes even more than I feel the injustice for myself. I would say in high school, I was the sophomore class president. So I've always taken leadership positions to push the voice of my colleagues. I'm also from the South Side. I've seen so many injustices that I always felt like our community, our families, where do you go? I've seen and been victim of from family where you've been victim of a slumlord. How do you address and get a remedy in that situation? I grew up in an environment where the police would be in the community and you would see the police harass those on the block for no reason. How do you get a remedy? Everybody talked about a lawyer, but nobody knew how to access one directly. And I think that was my drive to continue to be an advocate. I didn't know it was going to be a lawyer, though.
You apply and get accepted at Northern Illinois College of Law. Did you go directly after undergrad to law school?
No, I actually, right after undergrad, I moved to Washington, D.C., to work at a international law firm, Skadden Arps, Slate, Marr & Flom, in their corporate section. And I was a legal assistant for a year. When I got there and I realized how much I was making and how much those attorneys were making, who did go straight through, they weren't that much older than me, that influenced my law school trajectory. But I realized that although they did well, the type of work was not meaningful and purposeful enough for me. I wanted to be connected to the community. So I came back home and went to law school. I took 2 years out in between undergrad and law school.
And you not only complete, as many do, but you actually then take and pass the bar. Because that's the tricky piece. Lots
on the first try.
There you go. A full anomaly right there. And I think it discourages some potential students or people from going into law because that bar exam is, first of all, not easy to pass on the third try, but for somebody to pass it on the first try is indeed confirmation that you were doing what you were supposed to do.
Yep.
The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media. Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday. Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media.
Tamika Scott. Yeah. As we take this journey through life, we face trials and tribulations. But just know, the enemy is not gonna win. Cause the storm is almost over. That's right. The storm is almost over.
Don't you give up, you come too far to turn back now. Hold your head up, it's almost over. So set up to take you to your destiny. It's gonna be alright. Everything happens for a reason. Yes, this is your season. Just keep on believing. Blessings you'll be receiving. Oh, yeah.
song. Tamika Scott. Throw your hands in the sky. I like that. That's such an uplifting kind of anthem thing. Yeah. Welcome back. You're tuned into the Book of Dawn.
Yes.
Tamika Scott is on show. The Braxtons. What's the name of the
Braxton Family Values?
That I love. I love that show. She's best friends with Tracy Braxton. No, Tracy or Trina. One of the Tracy or Trina, the one that just got married to the one whose fiance proposed at Tamar's birthday weekend. The brown skin one. The darker brown skin. So she's best friends. So she was on the show the other day. She's on this season. They've been best friends forever, and Tamika hosted her bachelorette party.
Trina Braxton.
Trina. Yep. Because Tracy is the one.
Thank God for Google, because I would. Yeah, that's not.
Because Tracy is the one that's mad at the whole family.
Oh.
Yeah. But yes, Trina and Tamika are best friends. Yeah, they are. Tamika and her husband, and Trina and her husband went out to dinner. So on the show, I was like, is that Tamika? And it surely was. I didn't know they were best friends, and it was cool.
Wow.
It was cool to watch. Yeah. So Lisa, let's talk about this Indian grandfather who is being sentenced today because of an accident, which I believe is the fault of the cruise ship.
Well, and I keep pulling it up, and it keeps showing that it was from February.
Well, it happened last year, but his sentencing is today.
And I'm pulling it up on like WGN. It says, but it says pleaded guilty, and
he did plead guilty. Initially, he didn't,
and it keeps coming up in October. It says this just in, but it keeps saying October.
Yeah, he wasn't. It's go on CNN. It's probably on there. But if you're not familiar with the story,
right.
It was a grandfather who was on a cruise with his family, and he was holding his little 18-month-old granddaughter on a Royal Caribbean cruise ship, and they charged him with negligent homicide.
Right.
That was the charge. Because there was an area where I feel like there should have been, on any doggone cruise ship, you shouldn't have open air spaces on any level of a ship in the middle of an ocean. But they charged him with negligent homicide, and he's actually going to be sentenced. I don't know if he's going to do jail time. I just don't know that I feel like there's no responsibility. There should be a responsibility on the part of the cruise ship, because why would you do that?
And they said that they don't believe he's going to serve jail time, but when I keep pulling it up, even on WGN, somebody posted breaking news on Facebook, and then when you click on WGN, it was from like 2 months ago. And I keep trying to pull up updated, but
well, he initially he didn't plead guilty because he, and I probably wouldn't have either. I think he did it. He finally pleaded guilty because it was a never-ending saga for the family, and so I think he did that to spare the on and on process of this litigation or whatever.
And it's so sad because he has to live with that. First of all, that was his grandchild.
Yeah,
that's that's your own personal jail. Whatever sentence you get, that's your own personal jail that you're going to hold yourself responsible for forever.
His granddaughter.
Yeah.
And he watched it happen.
Yeah.
And so apparently the charges are in from Puerto Rico, because I think that's where the ship actually was. But he's from Northwest Indiana. The family's from Northwest Indiana. You know what? I meant to ask Trisha Kim, my niece Kim's friend Trisha.
Yeah.
Same last name. I wonder if there's a correlation. Wiegand is the child's last name, and that's Trisha's last name. But the sentencing is set for today. And I still don't know. I feel like do you feel like the responsibility is on the I know. I don't know.
I mean, it's a tragedy. This is not something where he, went and went to somebody's cabin and purposely did something and got mad and threw somebody overboard. It was an accident.
Yeah.
It was an accident, clearly. And, I mean, how do you put, like I said, he's going to have to live with this. So putting somebody in jail or spending time, but I think that they said that they're not going to put him in jail. I mean, I was like, I wonder what they're going to charge him with, though. Like, what would you be?
I guess they're saying negligent, meaning maybe kind of like when Michael Jackson held his baby over the thing in Paris or London.
Yeah.
That is technically negligent. Yeah. But I feel like what Michael Jackson did was probably, an afterthought. He's probably like, wow, I shouldn't have done that. But I would think that on a cruise ship, there wouldn't be an open space on the top level of a ship where your kid could just fall overboard. I just don't understand. It was a kid-friendly cruise ship.
Right. And people do, unfortunately, this was the worst type of mistake, tragically, ever. But how many people have you seen when babies are little and the dads will play with the kids and throw them up a little bit and catch them, and sometimes people have dropped them. They don't mean it's an accident. People don't do it and they throw you up saying, I'm going to just drop my kid. They do it to have fun, like, woo, woo, woo. And people like watch it. You get that cool uncle that does it, and the parents are like, don't do that, but.
And how about this? How about when, I know our age, like the game used to be your big brothers and your uncles hold your arms and your feet and swing you.
Yeah.
Like, I've been dropped. It wasn't intentional, but
right.
I don't know. It's a fine line for me.
Yeah, and
the family really has to suffer twice if you think about it.
And for him to face his family too, like you have to face everybody knowing that your granddaughter, your baby granddaughter, just passed.
Yeah. 18 months.
Like,
it is tragic.
It's tough because when that's actually a good topic. Like punishing yourself sometimes is the worst sentence ever.
Without a doubt.
Because if I ever, even if it wasn't my fault, there was a kid and I literally wanted to get out and start screaming. A kid ran in the street and almost ran in my car, wasn't paying attention. Thank God I was going really slow. It would not have been my fault, but I probably wouldn't have been able to get behind the wheel again if I hit a child or hit anybody. I don't even I stop for squirrels. Like I don't want to hit anything.
What say you? Look, we'll throw it to the viewers. What say you?
What say you?
What say you?
Oh, I like that. Wait, let me write that down. That's
And then I actually it was on CNN because I'm a junkie of news. Some other doggone cruise ship had the nerve to take off a couple days ago in a pandemic, and somebody got doggone COVID on it. Now they have 1,200 people on that cruise ship that can't disembark because now they have to do the contact tracing.
There's been a few cruises that have gone. Yes.
Why are you doing that?
Because some of the cruise ships have said that they have disinfected properly. There's been several cruises that have gone out.
The difference in a cruise ship and a plane is once the cruise ship is out there, you're out there, buddy. And if this was called the cruise to nowhere or something like that.
And there's ports. There's sometimes that you can't get off at certain ports and things, and there's different rules in different countries, and so,
Oh, funny thing. It was a Royal Caribbean cruise, the same one that didn't have the guards for the kiddos.
Wow.
Cruise to nowhere in Singapore. They leave and return, but the only person that can disembark was the person that tested positive for COVID. First of all, here's the thing. Who the HE double toothpick would even want to go on that cruise? I'm not going on a cruise in the middle of a pandemic. Like, that's not the smartest thing to do.
Right. Now, it says they said the passenger does not have COVID. Still, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
And then they said that they have a fresh air, some type of fresh air that they infuse on the ship daily. Like, and Royal Caribbean, you need to get yourself together.
And the 83-year-old passenger, first of all, no disrespect, but why would you? Whoever was related to that 83-year-old.
That's all I'm saying. Come on now.
I went, okay, so Tuesday.
That's like having them what they
Right.
call them parties when you herd
Those COVID
immunity
par-
parties. Yeah.
I'm so, like, being around other people right now, I'm not so much worried. I mean, I know that I've been practicing being safe and everything. I had to take my mother Tuesday. My mother had to have a knee ablation in the hospital. So I went Sunday just because my mom is 82 and being around my mother and knowing she had to have surgery, even though it's outpatient, I made sure I got a COVID test just to be safe because I'm around my 82-year-old mother.
Facts.
What 83-year-old pastor,
Right. Like, what the are you thinking?
And people in their 80s are not like they used to be. They don't sit in rocking chairs and knit sweaters, but come on. This is not good for, like, I just don't understand. Why not just protect yourself?
You just looked like your mom right there.
Did
you just hit the.
I was like, and my mom is like.
You look like your mom, the teacher.
Right. And my mom, I'm sitting there, I'm with making food and stuff. My mom's like, here, do you want to do this? I was like, Mom, let's wash our hands. Let's do this and this. Because she just took the test too. But being around her, I would like, that would be my own personal knowing if I was a carrier. I don't want to get my mom anything because my mom's in that bracket.
Yeah.
Like, so.
Big facts. Hey, listen, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back and chit-chat about this other news article you sent me about these fools at these concerts and in these nightclubs. Okay? Yeah. Y'all sit down somewhere. Like, sit down. Please tell me that you're not. I saw a meme the other day and somebody said, if you put the vaccine in a hookah, they're not even going to ask what's in there. Like, sit down. Sit down.
And if you're a celebrity, you don't need the money like
you.
that. Shame on you because you're a role model, even though you don't know.
And you in a club. It's the Book of Dawn. We'll be right back. Sit down somewhere. We'll be right back.
Check it out, put it in your ear. It's your girl, Shauna. What on? It's your girl, Tifa. And right now, we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central on What's In It for the Black People Media. And what we going to be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back, changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with, all the illest creators in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah. Talk about it. What's in it for the black people? Infamous. We playing it back, changing the game. Shauna, Tifa, and you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
Hey family, this is Dawn Millhouse from the Book of Dawn. Christmas and holiday time means giving to me. Make certain that you give of yourself to somebody else. This is Dawn. Happy holidays from the Book of Dawn. Boys, step aside. The radio rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media.
Check, 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 check.
Oh, please, don't you rock my boat, 'cause I don't want my boat to be right. Oh, please, don't you rock my boat. Oh, no, 'cause I don't want my boat to be right. I'm telling you just, I like it like this. Keep this just like this. And you should know by now. I like it. I like it like this. Yeah. Satisfy my soul. Oh yeah. Satisfy what you done for me. Oh yeah, I'm happy inside all of the time.
Welcome back. You are tuned in to the Book of Dawn from the What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. It is Thursday, Throwback Thursday. That's not a throwback, though. That's new music from Sam Trump. That's so swaggy. You know what? I'm going to ask Sam to make a Christmas album. When I hear that, I feel,
Snazzy,
holiday.
like, yeah.
That's hot.
Like
Sam Trump Online.com. You can find him on Spotify, and all of the music you hear, I think you can find on all digital platforms.
Just want to be snazzy and have a cocktail.
Yeah,
and
baby, don't you just
find
want
somebody and just stand under the mistletoe and be like, "Shabba-da-ba-ba." Right.
Facts. Yeah, that's a sexy song.
Yeah, that is.
Sam Trump Online. So let's talk about this party.
So, and now, and I like Trey songs a lot. So
I do too.
really like, but and I don't know necessarily. So before, because I'm not a person until we know all the facts. I like to know that somebody is not guilty till we find the facts. But so a nightclub in Columbus, Ohio has been cited for COVID violations of public health orders. They had a concert, this was just last week, over the weekend, attended by about 500 people with no social distancing in place at all. And so the Aftermath Columbus is accused of improper conduct, disorderly activities, and they had like an undercover agent was investigating it, and this was just on Saturday. And to make matters worse, they said that it also had no physical barriers to encourage social distancing. Most people were not wearing masks. And there was also a concert there was a stage Trey songs performed. And they said he did not release, at the time, this was like a day or so ago, he didn't release a statement about the situation. It's now been trending all over social media. And so, there's a few things with that. Like if you're, first of all, I guess with the pandemic now, especially managing an artist, if you ask my artist to perform, so Shaun White had to do a couple weddings. I, as the manager, wanted to make sure I had to find out how many people are going to be there, how far apart are they, because I didn't want Shaun attached with something that could get out of hand, because Shaun's name will be the first one. They're not going to say so-and-so got married. R&B upcoming star Shaun White, no. So you have to find out, and not all money is good money, but to say I just don't get it.
Yeah, I had a not all money is good money conversation the other day with I can't remember, but we were talking about nightclubs and how there's a lot of money spent in a certain category of people, that overpay for the bottles. You get a $49 bottle of Veuve Clicquot for $500.
Right.
You get it from Jewel. You can get hella bottles for that.
Right.
But there is money. But I think I was talking to Eve, and we talked about how you just have to know when to hold and when to fold. At MV, we never sold ourselves to that. Could we have used thousands of dollars that could happen in one night from groups in that category? Absolutely. But then grown people would be like, yeah, that's not the space I want to go and feel comfortable at. So you have to choose the long game or the quick money, and then you won't be open forever.
But that's just like I tell people in the entertainment industry, it's like when people get shortcuts sometimes. The thing to envy people, it was a staple. People knew that we're going to have live music. We're going to have great food. We're going to have great ambiance, wonderful atmosphere. So you're going to make them come back 10 times. For them not spending $1,000 in one night, they might tell 5 friends, have a whole table full of people now that spend a few thousand and tip better too, because of what you bring to the table. And that's the same I tell people in entertainment. Just because something sounds good, or paying for your talents, when people say, well, if you want to be on my station, you have to pay me. No, if you're talented, you don't have to pay money to be on it. Don't take that quick route just to get fame. If you're talented, it's going to come properly. So
like you said, all money's not good money.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think that how would you have handled it knowing, I mean, or being a patron, why would you go with 500 people?
Here's the thing. I'm not, this goes back to just sit down. I think, but I still am troubled as to why they can't just sit still.
And taking your temperature does not mean you don't have COVID.
And why would you overexpose yourself? Some stuff you have to do. And, supermarket. I personally don't shop online like with their supermarket a lot because I like to pick out my own produce and that kind of stuff. But I don't need a party so bad that I'm going to walk in and endanger my life, the life of other people. I have children. I have grandchildren. I have a husband. I got a mama. I got siblings. I'm responsible in this space to the people that I work with.
Right.
Like, it's just foolish.
Did you hear about in the news, too, with, my favorite place, Aurelio's? I don't know if you heard in the news.
I did.
One of the franchise places in Joliet, I guess he didn't want to abide by things, and he opened it up, but not only opened up the restaurant for indoor, he made it the buffet. So he said, well, we're having people serve you. But then Joe Jr., who is the owner now, because Joe Aurelio passed away, the owner, but his son, of course, is the owner now. And so Joe Jr. made a statement like, this is one of our franchise places. He was trying to be very politically correct, like we're trying to work with everybody. We want everybody to try and work with stuff. He didn't condemn them, but he was saying not everybody that's a franchise one but they're using the Aurelio's name.
Well, I guess apparently some of the suburban restaurants are open.
Yeah,
Mr. Millhouse said some of the suburban restaurants are open.
Yeah, some of them on different places. I know.
I thought that we were all under the same statute. But
I thought so too. My nephew just went to dinner with somebody with his girlfriend. I don't know if my brother and my ex-sister-in-law know about it, but he took her out and they went indoor. He took her to like a dinner. He said it was awful, but he said there was only a couple people and the way they seated them, but still, like, I thought, and that was
and then I don't know, the other day you were probably with your mom, but I saw like Ann Sathers, one of the aldermen owned Ann Sathers and was serving people.
I was
like,
we had the news.
That's a duh. Why would you do that?
Yeah, we were watching the news and I saw that. I was like,
that is come on. Cut it out. Like, greedy. Don't be greedy.
Do you think people are just doing this?
But down south, they're not closed.
Do you think people just do it to defy it? Like, it's like saying, when you say you can't do it, people, I think, are trying to prove otherwise, or they try and, like, take that edge to say, we're going to do it. Like, because
I don't know. I think it's selfishness, honestly, to just put yourself in a position to hurt your family. The loss of anybody for any reason is bad. We are going to take a break and come back, chit-chat, and then in the 10 o'clock hour, Kevin Williams is going to join us, better known as Wack.
Yeah.
One of our country's baddest black artists. This is the Book of Dawn on What's in It for the Black People Media. Stay with us.
When you hold me tight, you make me feel alright. Yes, when you hold me tight.
Greetings, family. I am Salim Muwakil, and I welcome you to Muwakil's World. I'm going to chop it up with Dr. Lance Williams, professor at Jacob Carruthers Center for Inner City Studies, and one of the most knowledgeable scholars of Chicago's street organizations.
During the doo-wop era, you wouldn't be doing no doo-wop about what you was doing in the street. That was improper. What made rap so unique was that for the first time, this is how we actually are living, especially at the bottom. So what happens is it becomes so popular because it's so raw. And ultimately, rappers realize that this is what sells, and this is what the industry wants. So even guys who don't authentically have those experiences, and young women, are rapping about it and having success. And after years of now this happening, it becomes known that, hey, this dude ain't really no real gangster. You know, this is a studio gangster. And what it did was music lost credibility because people thought they were listening to real gangsters rap. The sales of the music, which basically was being consumed by white suburban youth, this was their way of, it was a voyeuristic way of experiencing the hood, which they've always been fascinated with, without actually putting your life in danger. So you can listen to it, but once they found out, oh, these dudes ain't real, then even they stopped buying it. What's going on in the streets today? Because what the industry did was they realized, hey, the studio gangster thing ain't gonna work. So guess what? Let's go get some real gangsters that got the real credibility. But you know, when Chief Keef and these guys, so what we have expressed in the music scene today, when you deal with either, you know, trap down stuff, but particularly drill music is the hot music. That's right. Nationally, right? And internationally. And internationally, right? Which started right here on 63rd. O Block. So it's a shooting culture. So that's what they're rapping about, and that's what is hot, right? And so we saw the tragedy.
Fratricide is hot.
Yeah, that's what the tragedy of King Von, right? Of him, you know, he's a real dude. Now what happens is, because that's the model of success, everybody is following that, so everybody wants to be a shooter now. And what it's doing is it's driving a lot of the violence. In any culture, your music and your entertainment is a part of your cultural expression. So whenever you can have an extended period of time of a particular type of music that's having influence, it becomes a part of your culture. That's what Kwabena is saying in terms of his activism. I'm saying basically these radio stations are helping to produce a culture that's leading to the death and destruction of the black community so that they could sell, commodify, you know, their merch, right? But, you know, we losing a lot of little brothers and sisters in the streets because of this, the way they think about things, how they see themselves, which they get from the music. Now, people are like, well, that's crazy that they're being influenced by music. They should be influenced by the values of their families. Ideally, yes. But the reality of the society that we live in is who has the biggest voice. And we know the media is the biggest voice in terms of ideals in the society that we live in.
If that fratricidal motif is being absorbed primarily by white listeners, who's the primary audience, yes, why aren't they exhibiting this kind of behavior?
Because, first of all, it's not their identity.
What's up, good people? If you didn't tune in to the last I Said What I Said, here's what you missed. This legendary journalist, man, his list of accomplishments goes on and on. He's an author, a brother. He is someone that, for me, I've looked up to literally since I was about 11 or 12 years old. And this was really before I knew his name. I mean, I knew what Slam Magazine was. That's kind of what you did as a shorty. But I didn't even know that he wrote for it, right? And I had read plenty of his articles, but I didn't know that the dude who I saw every morning on my way to school was Scoop Jackson. Eastside crazy, man. So, in growing up over there where I grew up, there wasn't a whole lot of positive male representation. I would walk down the block past his house every morning. I would see him coming out of his driveway, right? He had this coldest truck, black Pathfinder, if I recall. I would see him, and he would always just take a couple minutes to chop it up, and it would just be me or, you know, a couple of my guys just walking to school. And again, over there wasn't a whole lot of representation of positive black males. I don't know that you were aware of the difference that you were making on us at the time.
I don't want to say I don't believe in the concept of giving back. I feel if you give back, that means that you left. So my whole purpose in never leaving the same neighborhood I came up in is that I never gave back. You just give. I would hope that I would have impact on what your everyday lives were. I could be the one dude in the neighborhood that stopped and spoke to you, which I think is really important.
Yeah.
You know, because young individuals in black neighborhoods, especially young men, get ignored very quickly. They get dismissed. Right. They get minimized. And the one thing, I still do it to this day. You know, say what's up to everybody, especially young brothers, because we have a tendency not to acknowledge one another. And I've never lived that life. My hope was that, you know, us having the small time and me just being there and you all, you know, just developing a relationship with me and me developing a relationship with you would have at least a small impact on you. It would give you like, all right, you know, there's some decent people around me. There's something I can look forward to maybe. If I don't have anybody else in this neighborhood that I can talk to that can identify with me, right, I can ring Scoop's doorbell. You got a good memory. It was a black Pathfinder too. You good.
Coldest truck I had seen. I was like, yo, that's raw. Cuz balling. I said what I said. Urban 2, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIFTV
Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Yeah, man. Ideas. It's ideas, man. You don't have to find me. I'm walking right behind me. It's so clear to see. that you wanna be free. You don't have to find me. I'm walking right behind you. It's so clear to see that you wanna be free. Let's go. Standing my ground, I can't mess around now. It's like my time is in a bottle, captured by your love. Yeah. Now I know women's got this.
Welcome back. You are tuned into the Book of Dawn on What's in It for the Black People Media. We are here. It's today Thursday. Oh, it's a long day. We're here from 9 to 12 today. I forgot, Tuesdays and Thursdays. We are going to be joined soon by Kevin A. Williams, who is known internationally as WAC, W-A-K, because that is his initials backwards, and that's his signature on his paintings and artwork. Kevin is a CVS graduate, CVS Cavalier. He got an interest for art in his early teens and has taken that and created a movement, a lifestyle, and a good earning for he and his family. He lives currently in Lithonia, Georgia, with his wife and 2 children. His wife is in home design. She does interior design, so they're a creative family. But Kevin, one of my first big girl portraits I purchased it from Kevin.
That's awesome.
And it is, if you guys Google him, you can Google Kevin Williams or WAC art, and you'll see it's Mother Earth is the name of it, and it's a black woman's side view. She's standing to the side, and the continent of Africa is in her belly, and her hair is in a bun, or not in a bun, in a high ponytail with locks. It's a beautiful portrait. He also, back then in the 90s, created like a lithograph print, so you could buy the prints if you couldn't afford the commission work, obviously. At that time, I for sure couldn't. And then he made like greeting cards out of it. Wow. But they're all like powerful images of people of color, and that they're diverse and inspirational, but meaningful. He's like, you can look at his work and hear voices. Yeah. That's how deep he is. He worked with Bernie Mac for 15 years. Wow. Bernie Mac commissioned him to do a portrait for Oprah Winfrey, which is now hanging in her leadership school in South Africa.
And I saw, too, his works have been featured on the TV shows Law and Order, which is major, and the TV show Soul Food on Showtime. That's major.
Yeah, he's super duper duper dope, and one of Chicago's very own. So it's going to be exciting to talk to him. And then, of course, we're going to talk to Bobby Sumner, who is responsible for has great advice for up-and-coming comedians, and is responsible for the start of many, many careers. And he's very candid about his journey and his work, and has not been, he's been working the whole pandemic. So I think that's, those would be good conversations. So before we went to break, and before we bring Kevin in, let's just finish up our perspective on the fact that some of the states down south are not closed like we are. They are full-time partying and going into restaurants with no masks. I personally just do not understand it.
Right. But even ones that are close, I mean, because Ohio is Midwest. And so the thing we were just talking about with Trey Songz, that's still isn't Ohio Midwest still?
Yeah, I would think so.
And I mean, it's just people, I just think people, and these are the nightclubs themselves, I think some people just are taking law in their own hands and saying, look, this is not going to happen. We're going to take your temperature and call it a day. That doesn't work like that.
Well, the interesting thing is when the new president takes office, praise God for Jesus. Hurry up, January. I think he's going to do a nationwide mandate. So we'll see how that goes. I think if we had done that a long time ago, we'd be in a different space. But, weapons will form, but they won't prosper. Yeah. So that part.
That
do you have artwork? Oh yeah, Greasy.
Yeah. Greasy. Yeah, I have to still hang that. Greasy. Ooh, from Black Ink. Do you know how many people wanted to buy it from me? From Black Ink. I have people that offer me money. I'm like, to me, it's like I love it because I love colorful things and the purple. Like the studio here, I love coming in here. It makes me excited because it's so colorful, but it's so powerful what things represent. And it's like I just love. I'm a very bright. I love artwork.
Yeah,
so.
I do too. And I love pictures.
Yeah.
So
me too. I picture before we even had before people had cell phones that took pictures. I would have my little Kodak, and I just love pictures. I had in the newsroom. I don't know if you remember back at GCI when we had.
Oh, I do remember your.
I was the only one. I had my little wall of everything. And everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, she's got pictures." Because I just like pictures of everybody. I like it. You don't have to be famous. I just like pictures of people. So.
Yeah, I love pictures too. I scrapbook. I love. Yeah. I have to stop getting stuff framed because I have I'm going to run out of wall space.
I save stuff.
I'm a frameaholic.
I still have all your Christmas cards, like all the ones with, or like when you put out, what is it called? For graduation, what's it called?
The save the date or announcement.
Yeah, save the announcement. Hello.
I'm working on Jay's. I'm working on Jay's because she knows she graduates next year, and
I still can't picture her as like. Yeah,
I'm so excited. Did I send you my Christmas card a couple years ago with baby Jesus with the hay on it?
I don't know,
girl. My sister-in-law made it, and when you've got to look and see. If not, I'll bring it.
It's your picture, right?
No, it's a baby Jesus is on the front in hay. She handed him.
I don't know if you sent that because maybe, I don't know. Because it's funny when I have people that will send, when people buy their Christmas cards for everybody, and then my close friends that know, they'll cross it out or something. My friend Gary will send stuff and he'll put Happy Hanukkah, my Jewish girl, or something but people that take pictures for with Santa or like the portraits and then they send it to me. I know that it's just the whole season. Yeah.
Nobody's.
I do have one friend though, and she got mad one year I did it. She used to send me and buy me just a Christmas card, and it would be all about the whole religious about Christmas, knowing that I don't celebrate. Now I've been friends with her for like 30 years. So one year I decided, I'm like, okay, everybody says it's about the season. So I bought her a Hanukkah card and sent it, and she had an attitude. She called me. She's like, Lisa, why would you send me that?
Because you sent me Christmas
cards.
And
I said, well, you said it's just about the holiday season. And she didn't want to speak to me. But I was like, well, it was just about the season. She goes, but I'm not Jewish. I said, but I'm not Christian.
Right.
So, and I was trying to do it because I don't do it in a malicious way. Because if somebody acknowledges you, I know it's all about love and it's about the season,
Yeah.
And I'll take Kwanzaa, Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever presents you want to give me.
I'm trying to tell you.
Whatever day. Look. I said Cash App Lisa. What is it? Lisa E34.
She don't even know her Cash App.
Yeah, Lisa E34.
What's the Cash App for the station? I heard. There's a Cash App in here if you want to support What's in It for the Black People Media. I saw it. It is. Hold on.
Yeah.
Cash App. $, Wiftaba Media. WIFTBPMEDIA. Mm-hmm. You can support this movement. Is what you can do.
Yeah.
And you could also support by coming to the tailgate. Grab your meal and go home and have a cocktail and kick back with the guys on Sunday. That's a good show.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's an interesting.
Everything is good. Yeah.
And they're so raw with the commentary on our poor little bears. Lord have mercy. Let me see if Kevin's over here in this thread. He's not in here yet.
That's fun.
I think I probably
while you're getting him up. So did you hear about the mother and father that were getting divorced, and the kid, the judge said, why should you get your son to live with you? And the mother said it was what was it? The mother said no, I want to have my son, and the father said no, and so the judge asked the little boy, he said, well, who do you want to live with? Because the mother said, no, I don't want you living with the father. He beats you too much. And the father said, no, you beat him too. And the judge said, asked the little boy, well, who would you like to live with? He said, well, I want to live with the Chicago Bears. They don't beat anybody. I had to get the joke right. Sorry. Okay. It took me a second, but I'm ching.
I got it.
And I love my Bears, though. I love my
That
Bears.
was good, though.
I love my Bears.
I want to live with the Bears.
I fell right into that one.
Me too, because I'm like,
and
I was thinking he was going to say he want to live with the judge, but
right.
but that was
yeah.
good. That's good.
Jim McMahon. I want a Super Bowl shuffle again.
You
Jim McMahon, though, was my favorite. When I finally met him, I almost cried. I love Jim McMahon.
You know, one of them Bears on that Super Bowl shuffle team was Prejudice. The tall one with the I gotta Google him. He said some really nasty stuff during the election. I was big mad at him. I was big mad at Mike Ditka too.
Yeah,
like you. I can't cuss.
People said, yeah.
I can't cuss. Listen, we're gonna take a break and come back. I see Kevin Williams is in the room waiting, and so we're gonna take a break, pay a bill, and when we come back, you get to meet my friend, the artist Kevin A. Williams, better known as Whack.
Whack.
We'll be right back.
Check it out, put it in your ear. It's your girl Shauna. What on? It's your girl Tifa. And right now, we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central on What's In It for the Black People Media. And what we gonna be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back, changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with, all the illest creatives in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah, talk about it. What's in it for the black people? Infamous. We playing it back, changing the game. Shauna, Tifa, and you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
Hey, family. This is Lisa E. from the Book of Dawn, and I want to wish everybody a very happy holiday season and be safe. We love you.
The Chicago Legal Network is the collaboration of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of the law most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. The CLN lawyers all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation. So if you were injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information or call 773-912-3545. 773-912-3545.
Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media.
What's in it for the black people? Cause economically we are not equal. Waking up to lies, can't doze no more. I told y'all, yeah, this is a dangerous show. Don't go to church if you ain't trying to help us. Don't even try to be around that can't protect us. We see the lies, not other politicians. We need money and no symbolism. It's Maze, it's Sonya, and Ruthie and Ty explaining how we all come from God, giving us tools to beat the odds. If we're united, our movement gon' stop. If they ain't trying to help us, they ain't trying to do nothing. We gotta do something, we gotta stop running. It's time to confront the problem. Really, you expect your oppressed to solve them?
What's in it for the black people? I feel like I'm singing a graduation song when that come on. What's in it for? But I hear that song all day and I sing it to myself all day. And including the light-skinned black people. I'm just saying. You said, what's in it for the light-skinned people?
And the pale faces.
Yeah, I can't. Welcome back. You tuned into the Book of Dawn on What's In It for the Black People Media. I am Dawn Millhouse. That's Lisa E. Yeah. And that is Flo, a.k.a. Peanut Butter, a.k.a. Jared, a.k.a. Ladies He's Single. And I'm going to do a show with him and Representative Marcus Evans. We're going to find them a wife.
Now, does Flo do the hustle?
Oh, hustle. He hustles. Right. Because he got a championship ring on from the Cubs. And, yeah.
He does?
Girl, yeah. Oh. Do you have it on today? Did you wear it today?
Okay, see, you just won some brownie points there, Flo.
He took the test yesterday. I'll tell you, he's from Chicago. Though. You are joined by that handsome fella you see. That is Kevin A. Williams, better known as Wack. Kevin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Good morning, brother. How are you?
Good morning, Don. Good morning, Lisa.
Hey, good morning.
Welcome to the Book of Dawn. We call this the Book of Dawn because you know me and you've known me a very long time, so you know there are a lot of chapters.
And I just found out, I didn't realize, because I've seen that artwork, and I never knew that was Kevin that did that.
Yep.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, because I've seen it several times. I love it. It's awesome.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Yes.
Beautifully framed and in my home still.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one picture that is never going anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mother Earth. Y'all Google it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Kevin, Chicago born.
Yes.
And CVS graduate. Cavalier, huh?
Yes. Yes.
Anybody you want to
The
shout
mighty
out?
beast.
Anybody you want to shout out from because that school is huge.
The entire class of 83.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right, I'm gonna let you slide with
And
Cavaliers.
Mr. Robert Johnson, my art teacher.
Okay. I'm glad you said that because I guess my first question would be, is that, I know you started at 15, but was that because of your art teacher?
No, that was just me trying to make some money. You know?
But
I went to McDonald's like most kids, you know, and tried to fill out a job application, but it was kind of too intimidating. So on my way back, I started stopping in the small black businesses on 87th Street, near where I grew up.
But so then, Kevin, tell me, are you self-taught or did you take art courses? How did the love of, no, not the love, how did the ability happen and then it turned into a passion?
Well, basically, I was discovered by another teacher at CVS, where I was taking heating and air conditioning repair. And I started drawing in that class. Yeah, got caught.
Wow. Got caught and it changed your life. Okay. And
changed my life.
The teacher, Lisa, CVS, most of the Chicago public schools were vocational schools. So they taught you trades so that you could learn everything, which is why that's a whole nother conversation, but I feel like they need to put the trades back in the schools so people learn how to use their hands.
Indeed.
Wow. Yeah, definitely.
Indeed.
And so the teacher catches you and you're drawing and then take me from there to when you decide McDonald's is not for you and you begin working in the 87th Street corridor.
Well, like I said, I went into a place called Iris Nail Salon, and I started doing some artwork for one of the hairstylists in there because they had a nail shop and a hair salon. So it was all black owned, all black nail techs, hair designers, and that's where I started working at. In my junior year, it was when I got discovered by that teacher who said the art department is across the hall. And if you want to draw, you need to go over there. And I was like, they don't make any money. Not interested.
Okay.
And so he ended up penalizing me and having me do a drawing for him for extra credit to make up for distracting the class. He showed that drawing to the art teacher. And then the art teacher requested to meet me. Ran me through some drills and then wanted to see my parents. And my father was a mathematician. He actually taught at Crane on the West Side.
Okay.
And he really wasn't with a creative career. I was actually studying to be an architect at CVS.
Sure, of course. That's how parents are. They don't understand the arts.
The rest is what they call history.
And so
Mr.
Go ahead, Kevin. I'm sorry.
Oh, so Mr. Johnson is who installed the fundamentals in me. But he did it in a unique way. He knew I wasn't really interested in art. Okay. So he let me draw and paint the things that interest me as far as subject matter.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he gave you some freedom, and that was probably from a teaching perspective so that you could begin to actually like it.
Yes.
So
yes,
now, go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't as good initially. He knew that I had something special, but there were other students in that class that were amazing, and that's what kind of fueled. I'm very competitive, so that really fueled that that insecurity, and then I really committed myself to it. I wanted to be the best.
Kevin, you have always been a grinder. I met you in the late 80s, 87-ish. And it was when you did the doors for Sparky's. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So
40, I think 41st, 43rd, somewhere around there.
Right on Cottage Grove. And from there, I just watched your grind never stopped. You did artwork for the nightclub scene, for a lot of the hair care salons, and then you were noticed by Soft Sheen. Can you share with us how Soft Sheen was pivotal in changing and leveling you up in the art game?
Well, yes. There was an artist, a phenomenal artist who passed recently, Craig Rex Perry. And he was an illustrator for Soft Sheen. And when I was in my senior year, Mr. Johnson arranged for me to go to Soft Sheen and meet him and show him my work. And that was my initial introduction to Soft Sheen. I didn't start working for them at that point. He just did a critique on my artwork. Later, at 19, I believe I was 19 years old, I started doing freelance work when they renovated and reopened the Regal Theater. And I was part of creating the poster to reintroduce the Regal Theater at that time. That was my first job coming in.
Okay, which is huge. And we know the history and what the Regal means to the city.
Right. And well, I have a question. When you started, so in high school, when you worked on any art, was there something that you did, like whether just a piece of work that you gave to somebody, like a family member or a friend, they still have it, and you were like, wow, this is, something that you look back on now, and that was one of your first pieces?
Yeah, quite a bit of my classmates commissioned me to do portraits. A lot of the young ladies, mostly the attractive young ladies, would have me do portraits of them. And they were probably $20 or something like that, and they would pay me $5, every couple of weeks, and I had them on payment plans, and a lot of them still have that work. My mother has quite a bit of my work throughout my life, so it's kind of, when I visit, to see something, 35, 40 years old, it's kind of deep,
Oh, that's awesome.
Kevin, so you let me ask you this first. Artbywack.com is your website, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just put that in the comment thread. And are some of your prints available for purchase on there, or is there somewhere else I should direct them to purchase prints?
Yeah, that's where you can purchase reproductions from open edition to collectible limited edition work is available there. Original works have to kind of be purchased differently through direct contact or through one of the galleries that represent my work.
Okay. When we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, I want to talk about the standing appointment, and then as you grew in your craft, how you began to be commissioned by people like Bernie Mac and ended up doing a piece for Oprah Winfrey and all the other people that you have worked with, and what inspires you to take what is in your head and put it on, make it come to life in such a meaningful way. Like I was sharing with Lisa, when I look at some of your work, some of it evokes tears, joy, like a range of emotions from what you're inspired to actually bring to life. So stay with us. This is Kevin Williams, AKA WAC, Chicago's own CVS Cavalier, class of '83. We'll be back with Whack in a minute. Ain't that a fact?
In the 90s, with the black girl, where you in the 90s, with the black girl,
That-
where you in the 90s.
And now joined by Dartisha Pitts, Esquire. I asked you to join us on the Book of Dawn because you are that girl. And I wish more of us did take the time to honor each other as women and successful women because our unity, I truly believe that. Dartisha Pitts serves as the General Counsel for the Office of the Illinois Lieutenant Governor. In 2017-18, she served as the President of the Cook County Bar Association.
Becoming an attorney was almost default. I think it was more so a personality thing. I always wanted to advocate for those who couldn't advocate for themselves. And growing up, I would get in trouble for that. Because my mom, be like, look, they're not even talking and you talking, you be quiet. I kind of almost felt the injustice for others, sometimes even more than I feel the injustice for myself. I would say in high school, I was the sophomore class president. So I've always taken leadership positions to push the voice of my colleagues. I'm also from the South Side. I've seen so many injustices that I always felt like our community, our families, where do you go? I've seen and been victim of from family where you've been victim of a slumlord. How do you address and get a remedy in that situation? I grew up in an environment where the police would be in the community and you would see the police harass those on the block for no reason. How do you get a remedy? Everybody talked about a lawyer, but nobody knew how to access one directly. And I think that was my drive to continue to be an advocate. I didn't know it was going to be a lawyer, though.
You apply and get accepted at Northern Illinois College of Law. Did you go directly after undergrad to law school?
No, I actually, right after undergrad, I moved to Washington, D.C., to work at a international law firm, Skadden Arps, Slate Marn Blom, in their corporate section. And I was a legal assistant for a year. When I got there and I realized how much I was making and how much those attorneys were making, who did go straight through, they weren't that much older than me, that influenced my law school trajectory. But I realized that although they did well, the type of work was not meaningful and purposeful enough for me. I wanted to be connected to the community. So I came back home and went to law school. I took 2 years out in between undergrad and law school.
And you not only complete, as many do, but you actually then take and pass the bar. Because that's the trick piece. Lots
on the first try.
There you go. A full anomaly right there. And I think it discourages some potential students or people from going into law because that bar exam is, first of all, not easy to pass on the third try, but for somebody to pass it on the first try is indeed confirmation that you were doing what you were supposed to do.
Yep.
The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media. Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday. Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media.
Pursuit of a higher place.
when an unfamiliar space.
You shine. You shine. I'm singing for Kaya this morning. Welcome back. You're tuned into the Book of Dawn. That's Kaya Holmes, y'all. Check her out. I just put her name in the thread. You know, we do a lot of Chicago music. So if you have original music, please feel free to send it to anybody that you know here, and we'll make certain that we get it to the people. We'll give it to the people to give to the people. We are joined this morning by Kevin A. Williams, more commonly known as WAC, WACart.com, WAKART.com is where you can find some of his inspirational work. Kevin, I saw a picture of a little girl in real time in 2020 life, and it says, "No justice, no peace." And the attention to detail on that picture is insanity. The mask on the ground in the back, her shoes, I'm a sneakerhead, so the shoes attracted me. The plaits in her hair, the representation of the monument in the background. Tell me what, other than the obvious, how did that come to life?
Well, it's a pretty personal piece. Basically, when COVID kind of started and we started the quarantine here, my daughter and I were out in front of the house, and I said, well, I'm going to take a picture, because she just looked really cute. So I was like, let me take this picture. So I was like, hold this sign. And it was just a piece of board. And I took the picture. At that time, I really didn't have a plan for a piece. But as COVID continued, and then the George Floyd and the riots and the protests and everything was going on, and I'm trying to find a way to explain this to my daughter. She's 8 years old. So that's actually her featured in the painting. And it was the first time that I painted her, but I wanted to try to not only explain, but put her in the middle of a storm, like in the eye of a storm, the chaos that the world and the country is in currently. The theft of her innocence. So it was kind of like a baptism by fire. So what I wanted to do was to show her herself calm and standing for something and being participating in protecting her people and her future. And God willing, her generation will be the last generation, or her children won't experience this at this level in the years to come. So the painting was the first piece that I actually created that didn't have any direction when I was working on it. As the news was unfolding, the elements were being put into the piece. It was being painted in real time. Wow. The election, the monuments, Confederate monuments being torn down, flags being removed, the agitators, all of that. So it's just chaos. And as a visual apology to her for not more being done before she arrived here on this earth. Wow. So
listen, I literally had no idea the answer of that question, but I am so glad that I was moved to ask, because it is in real time. The detail in this, you guys is this on your website? You have to look this up.
It's on the website, the artbywac.com, as well as my social media, where you can see details of the piece. And it's 48 by 72 inches. It's a really huge painting. It took about 3 months to actually paint it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
That makes sense, because you definitely have every element of the monuments, because all that happened, in succession, not all at once. It is a phenomenal piece, and
thank you.
Oh, okay.
Now, when you do your pieces, like, so for that one or some of the others, because some of yours are like, when we look at it, it's going to make you think of a certain story or feel a certain way or get emotional. When you look at your own artwork, when you're done or while you're even doing it, do you ever get emotional or think like about yourself, like, wow, I just did this, or you get emotional seeing the outcome of what it is when you're finished with it?
Some of them I do because, they come from a more emotional place. So I'm working in more of a spiritual capacity than a technical capacity.
Right.
So when I'm doing,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Like the eye, Dawn was showing me some of the artwork, the eye with the
teardrop and
the ships. Yeah. That one, just looking at it, even through a picture now, makes you just want to start crying. So because it's emotional.
Well, my goal is to basically enlighten humanity. The work is created to inspire people of color, but it's also created to awaken or educate other cultures of the strength and the beauty of Black culture. And as well showing various vantage points of historical situations.
Kevin, hold on one second. I think that is... got it. Herb just sent me some instruction. Thank you, little big brother. I appreciate that. Anyway, changed my thought. So, Kevin, so you at some point are so well known, and of course, Bernie Mac is a Chicago homeboy who grew up in the circuit with us. I think we've all been at the Cotton Club together at some point.
Right.
So Bernie commissions you, and you then work with him for over 10 years. Share with us how it was working for such a legend.
It probably was one of the greatest educational moments of my life as far as celebrities. Bernie was just a different kind of celebrity. And when we crossed paths at the Cotton Club. I was actually doing photo backdrops for the club photographer there. And they had the open mic on, I think it was Mondays. And I was at the club, like at most of the south side of Chicago at the club. And, Bernie did his bit. He comes off the stage and I just said, hey, you about to blow up. And he told me right then, he said, when I do, I'm about all your artwork. I
just realized that's where I met you, at the Cotton Club doing the I could not remember. I was like, for the life of me, I'm going to figure out because where we met. That's where we met at. That's where we met. It was Monday nights because Bernie that's like my big brother. Man, wow.
So he tells you he spoke a lot of his life into existence. He tells you he's gonna blow up. You tell him he's gonna blow up, and he says, I'm gonna buy all your artwork, and then he does.
Yeah, he calls me, he reaches out to me through a mutual friend. I had just left Chicago in '97, moved to Atlanta. And she says, Bernie wants to see you. So I'm like, okay, can I call him? And she said, nah, he wants to see you. So I fly back to Chicago, we meet, and he starts having me do pieces for his office. I think it was down on Wabash.
Okay.
And I was doing these 8-foot paintings. And so every year he would commission me. And I think I did maybe 26 or 27 painting relationship, all the way up to maybe 3 months before he transitioned, before he passed away. So we would meet every holiday. I would come to Chicago. I would bring whatever he commissioned, because seemed like the only time he took a break was around Christmas, Thanksgiving. And so we would sit down and we would talk for 5, 6, 7 hours straight. But we would have conversations about being a student of your craft and growing as an artist. And as he grew, he recognized that I was growing. And as prices increased, he just kept with it. He never said, okay, well, hey, I started you at $1,500. Now this piece is $75,000. Like how? He understood that there was growth taking place, and that I remember telling him, I'm as good as the stage that you provide, and I meant it. If you put me on a platform, if it's Oprah, I'm gonna kill it. If it's a nightclub, I'm gonna kill it. So for me, it was just like, if you provide the opportunity, I'm gonna do me. And so the opportunity came. He said, Oprah's turning 50. I want you to do a piece as a gift. And he came to me. This is the first time he came to me with an idea. And so he says, I want you to paint her favorite guest. And I'm like, I said, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. And he's just stone faced, right? And so I'm like, I said, I think you should do something more substance. I said, let me study her, let me profile her, and I'll come to you with something. And so I created a piece called Anointed Gift, which basically showed a chosen woman who had been blessed beyond measure, and her blessings were pouring down or overflowing as gold and uplifting humanity and erecting schools in Africa. So this is what I ended up painting. And I was in California doing a show when the piece was presented, and my mom calls me and she's like, your painting is on Oprah. And I'm like, what? And she's like, your painting is on Oprah. She said it's the most amazing gift she received. She got things from royalty and all kinds of celebrities, but that painting, she said, was the most amazing gift. And so I felt like a level of confirmation, because I had told him, I said, yeah, you're an incredibly funny guy, but wouldn't it be cool if somebody looked at you from a different lens? And so I wanted to not just do a portrait, but a portrait of her spirit from the inside as opposed from the outside. So that's how that happened.
Wow. Wait a minute. We're going to take a break and come back, because we're both like, I'm over here like, wow. Like a little kid in a candy store. We're going to come back. We got a couple more things to share with you about WAC, Kevin A. Williams, and some of his commission work right here in the city. But all of it speak to the resiliency of our people. And so I want you to hear this. Stay with us. This is the Book of Dawn. We'll be right back.
Check it out, put it in your ear. It's your girl Shauna. What on? It's your girl Tifa. And right now we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central, on What's in It for the Black People Media. And what we gonna be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back, changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with, all the illest creators in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah, talk about it. What's in it for the black people? Infamous. We playing it back, changing the game. Shauna, Tifa, and you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
Boys, step aside. The radio rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Sneaking with my wife, creeping with my wife, sneaking with my wife, creeping with my wife. I can't get enough of you, thinking of you, yeah. We have been married for years, but it feels like it's new. Yes, this is true. so good. Sneaking with my wife, creeping with my wife, sneaking with my wife, creeping with my wife. When we go out to our friends' house.
Welcome back. You're tuned into the Book of Dawn on What's in It for the Black People Media. I kind of like that song. You can creep with your wife. That's like saying that your wife can be your side chick. I kind of like that. You should creep with you and sneak and date and go with. Chicago speak. Go. You should go with
Right.
your wife. You feel me? Would you go with your wife, Tara?
Indeed.
Flo? Would you? You should go. You should go
When
with.
I get one, we'll make it happen.
Okay, I like that. Welcome back. You're tuned into the Book of Dawn. Kevin Williams has shared with us how Bernie Mac, how he made it to the big stage. Didn't know that the gift was going to be presented to the O on a live show, but how for Oprah to say that that's probably a woman like her, that is the best gift she'd ever received. That would be my tagline.
And now, do you have a picture of that for those that want to look it up?
I do.
I'm trying to
you know what?
pull it
I
up
just
here.
put the link to the gallery in there that has a photo of it. A couple links to the galleries. Kevin, you were also commissioned by the Professional Golf Association and the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. What work did you do for both of those organizations?
The piece that was created for the PGA was a painting of the first blacks that they were installing into the Hall of Fame that they denied membership to back in the day. There was a John Shippen, Teddy Rose, Bill Spiller, and actually Joe Louis, the boxer, who was very influential in integrating the sport of golf. And so I was commissioned and invited to the unveiling ceremony for that installation, which was probably the most tense environment that I had ever been in, because they had the descendants of these men there. And I think the families knew how much suffering they had dealt with being denied the ability to compete at the highest level. And so, it was serious. So that piece is in the PGA Museum, in Port St. Lucie, Florida. So that was a commission I got through a piece that I had on exhibit at Black Enterprise at a golf invitational that I had did on a historic golf country club called Shady Rest. There was an operation from, I think, 1923 to 1965, and it was the first African-American owned golf country club. And that painting earned me the commission from the PGA.
Gotcha. I just, I was looking up the picture because I wanted to see it. And I saw that you're on Pinterest. A lot of your work is on Pinterest. Do you like Pinterest?
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh, okay, it's on Pinterest. But so that, first of all, I didn't know the boxer had anything to do with golf. So you just gave me a lesson in history. And so thanks for that. And then more recently, or in the last couple of years, the AKA sorority commissioned you as well.
Yes. That was another incredible experience being from Chicago. That was a building that I walked past when I was carless and out on my grind. And to be invited and commissioned by them to create the centerpiece for the renovated new headquarters there. And there was a vision of one of the initial sisters that envisioned what the sorority would represent. And so the painting is a visual interpretation of her vision of like-minded women coming together and lifting each other as they climb. And so the piece is called The One. and the selection process was kind of strange. I got a call from a gallery that represents my original paintings out of Louisville, and they were doing the interior for the AKA's new headquarters. And so they called and said, would you be willing to submit some concepts for the centerpiece? And I said, nah, I'm not submitting anything. And they're like, well, what do you mean? And I'm like, yeah, I don't do competitions. I said, if they've seen what I've done, they've embraced my work over the years. I created a series for the fraternities and sororities in the like 98. And it had been basically adopted by the organizations, this imagery. So I said, no. I said, it's either me or not. And so the guy says, okay, can you submit 3 sketches? I said, okay, cool. So I sent him 1 sketch. And I said, this is it.
Right.
And so the guy goes into, he meets with them and he calls me. He says, hey, they're in here crying. He said, from the sketch. He said, I showed them the sketch and they just started tearing up. Oh, wow. And I said, okay, cool. So we started the piece that following spring.
Okay.
And it's a 16-foot painting.
I just looked it up. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, the piece was so intense that I ended up being hospitalized after I finished the piece because it was so the timeline had changed. And so what happens with big projects like that, there's a lot of moving parts, but then the deadline doesn't move, so I had to do this 16-foot painting in 9 days or something crazy. Mm-hmm. And so, out of exhaustion, I was just out of it. But there was an amazing experience. We ended up doing, they have a thing called the Ivy Box. And so they ended up doing a licensing deal with the piece where they created 30,000 prints of it and included it in the Ivy Box. So that was a big deal. It was a feature item in that. The item before that was Michelle Obama's book. So
yeah, that's a big deal.
Yes, that works. Art is a very amazing. It depends on how it's handled, field. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, so it worked out.
Well, I'm happy. So just to finish up, Kevin, I just want to tell you how Chicago proud we are of you. Your
thank you.
Resiliency and your commitment to your craft and to the expression of art for the culture, and your fortitude in saying, no, I'm not going to commercialize or pimp myself out. I'm going to do this from the inside of me for bigger things than me, as evidenced in the portrait of your daughter, will help give truth to the story of what we have gone through since the ships. And I want to just say, stay inspired. One day I'm actually going to follow through on my threat to commission you. In the meantime, I'm going to stick with the ones I got when I was still on public aid because I could afford the prints, but I love it all the same. Listen, if y'all don't know who Kevin is, for the culture, check out Kevin Williams. Kevin, give love to your wife, beautiful daughter, and son.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate you. And post-pandemic, you have to come in here and see some of the artwork from another brother in Chicago. We love you and we appreciate you.
Yeah, and I love your set. Your set is amazing.
Thank you. I think the guy that did its name is Crave, right? I think so. But Kevin, thank you so much. Next, 30 days. I have to call you back in 30 days. They make me wait 30 days to call the same person back. So I'm gonna call you back again before somebody else calls you.
Oh, okay.
Just tell them
All
no.
right,
No, just say I already commissioned Dawn.
Right.
Right. We can
Yeah,
Dawn
well,
and Lisa got you right.
You both have a great holiday and stay
Thank you
safe.
too.
And
Amen.
thank you for having
Thank
me.
you.
Thanks.
This is the Book of Dawn. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a couple minutes.
Minding our Black-owned business. I have a good friend with us this morning. I'm so excited. Jonathan Swain is here. KimBarkBeverage.com. We tend to talk about business a lot. We both are in family businesses. Was this the plan? Because you are second generation business owner.
Yeah. No, actually, I'll talk about it from my father's perspective, and I'll talk about it from my perspective. His perspective, he did not want me to be in this business. The liquor business has a sordid history. You know, they call it a sin business. I mean, it's less that now, but it had a very sordid history. He didn't want me to do this. He wanted me to go off to school. My father was the first person to fire me at 9 years old. I was supposed to be at work at 11 o'clock, and I showed up 5 minutes late, walked me outside, and fired me. And I'll never be late again. So I appreciate him for that. I walked home. My mother said, well, what happened? I said, Dad fired me. What happened? I was late. He said, well, you got fired. You're late. You can't be late. Told you to get up and leave. My side of it, in many ways, I have a very unique rearing experience in that I've never seen my father work a job. So when I was born, my dad was an entrepreneur. Growing up, it's, I'm going to own my own business. I'm going to be in business doing something, controlling my own destiny in some ways. In particular, my father's generation relative to us, there's not a lot of information transfer about how that works. And there's not a lot of context. It's kind of, I'm going to keep you away from the struggles I had so you don't have them. But in not seeing the struggles, you don't know how to get through the struggles. But as I've gotten older and we developed a relationship and talked about it, I began to understand a lot of the bumps and the bruises and the challenges and what makes entrepreneurship, business ownership, not for the weak and weary. All the success I've had in business has been a function of with my parents. As fortunate as I am and people look to my business story, there is no business story but for them and what they did. I mean, my dad was the first black business owner in Hyde Park in the 1970s. Hyde Park, though it's in welcoming and inclusive now, wasn't always that way.
Yeah.
There are a lot of stories that he would tell us about the challenges that he had being a black-owned business in Hyde Park back in the 1970s. And that success comes from their legacy ultimately.
So what see a bad mother.
Jackson. If you could make up a social media holiday, what would it be?
Randy said National Don't Let No One Put You Down Day.
No one. What you gonna do? So when they say something crazy, you slap them?
Be like me, said. Randy said a Juke-a-thon Day.
Man, we're about 60 years old. I be done had a heart.
You gotta get your heart rate up.
Okay, not that far.
All right, Mario said my favorite one. My friends and I do what we call National Call Off from Work Day.
As a business owner, I don't.
You don't like that, yeah?
I don't like that.
Because I'm the boss of this family.
We got Marcus Garvey Day from Remy too.
Oh, Marcus Garvey Day. All right, what will we do on Marcus Garvey Day?
Call off from work.
I'm going to need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. That would be great. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Every black holiday has something to do with calling off from work.
You're cool. I'm out.
About National Join a Positive Black Organization Day, because I don't want to be recruited. I don't want to be recruited and the brothers be like, thank you. Thank you. How about National Tell White People the Truth Day? Tell them how you really feel.
You can't handle the truth. Why don't we call that National Black People Get Locked Up Day?
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Hello.
The most dangerous show in the morning.
Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media.
I can honestly say that when I'm in search of a comedian, I'm looking for a comedian. I'm not looking for a comic. I'm in search of that comedian who has star potential. I want you to be able to be on that stage and really let me know who you are. If you have a point of view, I'm all in. If I see that you take that microphone off that stand, unless you use it as a prop, take it off the stand, walk the room, look at both sides, show me that you want it. What is it? I don't know, but when I see it, I'm all in. I mean, that's really what it's always been for me.
Welcome back. You're tuned into the Book of Dawn. The voice and the advice you just heard is from Bobby Sumner, co-creator and HBO Def Comedy Jam and creator of Laugh Mob. Bob Sumner, for over 25 years, has brought to life comedians that you know and love well. And I think that that is phenomenal advice because he actually is the man of magic. Bob Sumner, welcome to the Book of Dawn.
Hello.
And you know, that irritates me when I go to like any show and people just stand there. The only time I ever leave my mic is when we're on like a broadcast where you talk. But even when I host stuff, I cannot stand somebody just standing there talking the mic. Take the mic, work the crowd. Oh, that bugs me. So I love that. Yeah, I'm going to have to steal that.
And another life, Bobby, she was a comedian.
I love this production.
Thank you. I'm coming from you. I appreciate that.
I've done quite a few of these since the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
And this one here, this is tight. This is tight.
Yay. Thank you. I hope Maze hears that. He'll be happy to hear that. He definitely works nonstop to make certain that we give a professional perspective with a medium for us.
And look at his background. I love it too.
Can I share something with you real fast though?
Of course.
Like I love that previous interview that you just did, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we was just like, I looked at the clock and I was like 5 minutes away from you guys. My phone rings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's this comedian who started with Bernie, and he's down in DC right now. No, check this out. This is crazy. He's down in DC right now at National Harbor. Okay. And I had him perform there when National Harbor was just building up. We were doing something. And then I thought about it. My roommate from college lives in National Harbor. And this is the same roommate from college who was in California when I sent Bill Bellamy there for the first time, and he took Bill around. So this is the same guy who's in DC right now at National Harbor as y'all talking about Bernie. This is crazy. And Bernie and Bill were like best friends.
And Bill's supposed to be doing a show in Chicago because Bill's a friend of both of ours too. We are going to have Bill come in.
Sure.
They still do it in a couple weeks. That's so
I actually met Bill through Bob.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
so
several
crazy.
other people back in when I was in
Dawn. Hey, Dawn, you know what I thought about, though? Because we could go, you call me Bobby, okay? Okay, listen. Do you realize that I met you the same time that I met Dick Clark from American Bandstand? I met y'all on the same day. I couldn't even believe here's Dawn Hendricks and here's Dick Clark.
Man,
crazy.
we're going hopping.
Can't make that up.
Hopping today. Wow.
I love
you large,
that.
girl. You large.
I love that. And I love you, Bobby. Bobby is, listen, so much I didn't know about the story because we met in a social setting. But like I said, he introduced me to Bill and several other people in the industry, not just comedy, but in the industry, because we became instant family. And he vouched for me. You know how somebody vouches for you? And so then other people are like, oh, okay, she's good people. He vouched for me on that whole New York, New Jersey set. And they're like, oh, no, that's Bobby's girl.
And I'm trying, Bob, I don't think we had to have met because I've had almost every person that you're tied in with on all my shows, even when I was at WGCI forever. And we had to have met through somebody, through Russell, some of those people we had to have met at some point. I'm just you're gonna hit me at like 3 a.m, but
Al Lindsay. Was that his name? Who was the big promoter guy that used to work with all them guys back?
Not Al Kennedy from Chicago.
Al Kennedy.
Yeah,
Al Kennedy.
Al Kennedy.
Al Kennedy.
Yeah. It could have been.
Not Al Lindsay, Al Kennedy and Larry Magid and all them guys back in the day.
Yeah, because I used to have everybody. Every time that you got when Def Comedy Jam would do anything, I made sure we had everybody on my shows from when I was with Doug Banks. And
I thought Mr. Gardner's name was going to be mentioned when y'all was talking about the theater and the soft sheen and all that, right?
Yeah.
And Gladys's. And I got to shout out George Daniels. If I don't shout you out, you're going to get me. I know.
Yeah, yes, you will.
So,
big trouble. He is going to dance and cuss you out at the same time.
I'm gonna let you ask some questions, but I got a lot of love for Chicago, so we're gonna talk about it. As a matter of fact, right? A lot of love. I got this from 79th Street.
What is it? Let me see it.
This see this?
Wait.
My sweatshirt.
Oh, the shirt.
Yeah.
Nice.
I got that from Marlon Mitchell's.
Okay. Was that when you were here recently doing your thing at the promontory?
It might have been one of the times. I shot there twice. So yeah, I'm thinking it was around that time.
Oh, awesome.
Listen, Bobby, we talked about Bernie a little bit, and then we talked about Def Comedy Jam. So I just want to put in perspective, and we got a couple minutes before the first break, but I just want to put in perspective how all that happened for you, because you didn't just, there was a journey before that. You were actually DJing, and it was not, and you helped bridge that gap between music and comedy. So let's rewind to when you start this set with jazz and DJing, and how comedy became a part of that, so that we can get people to how you became the Bobby Sumner.
Wow. Okay, we're going to take it back to 1985. Can we do that?
Well, let's do that.
Let's do that. Well, during the early 80s, I was a DJ on the college radio, Seton Hall University. We had a very large frequency. We covered the entire tri-state area. And I was able to come in there and basically create my own lane. And it's because I have always had an affection for music with my uncle, who was in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He was in a lead singer for a singing group called the Platters. You may have heard of them. Mm-hmm. And then my mom, she worked at RCA Records, so music was my thing. So when I got to college and got on the radio, I was doing this, that, and the other. But then after graduation, it's like, what do you do now? And I read this book called What Color Is Your Parachute? And while I was working for corporate stuff, I knew that I needed to do what I really wanted. I needed to do this other thing. So I created a little production company, and we started promoting events. And in 1985, I decided to do this jazz and comedy and little after party thing. And I showcased one of my high school schoolmates who was fledging to be a stand-up comedian in New York. And what I saw was every time he would go to New York, he would have to go late and have to pick a number. And it was like a potluck type thing. And I said to myself, all of these comedians, like I used to go to the Apollo Theater as a kid, and I would see Moms Mabley, I would see Richard Pryor, I would see Slappy White, Nipsey Russell. I'm dating myself. I'm going back to the early 60s. Okay, I was a little kid in there with my parents and my older brothers and stuff. So this comedy thing was always in me. So when I started, when I decided that I was going to do this show to showcase his talents. But at the same time, I received another call where the music act that I had booked on that same showcase, I wanted him to come with me to check out this room in Newark, New Jersey, who this guy who used to listen to me on the radio told me that he had some friends who had this like restaurant spot who's looking to change it over and do something. So me and Rocky Bryant, who became the drummer for the Average White Band, and he's also once Broadway start back up, he's the drummer in the musical Tina. You know, we were on a mission. These are two classmates on a mission. All right, so we went in this room and we decided that we were going to do a jazz and comedy night. And the reason I wanted to do the comedy night was to not have these comedians, the Black comedians, okay, not to have them have to go to New York, get on a line. You know, here it was like open season for them, okay? So that's basically how the whole thing started. But maybe 2 years out, I got hired at Def Jam Records. My dream came true working in the music industry. But at the same time, Russell and Stan Lathan decided that they were going to partner and go into television. And, you know, they're trying to figure things out. And I'm sitting here as assistant to the president, where the president already knew what I was doing on the comedy tip, because she met Bill Bellamy with me probably in 1980, 88, 89. So it's like crazy how it all came about. All right. But before you ask me something else, this is where the Bernie Mac comes in.
Wait a minute.
All right?
Hold it. Let's give them a cliffhanger. Hold that. We're going to take a break, and now they have to stay with us. Yes. That was good. That was like in a movie cliffhanger. Stay with us. This is Bobby Sumner telling the story of how the comedians that you know and love actually came to life. This is the Book of Dawn. We'll be right back.
Check it out, put it in your ear. It's your girl Shauna. What on? It's your girl Tifa. And right now we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central on What's In It for the Black People Media. And what we gonna be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back, changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with, all the illest creators in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah, talk about it. What's in it for the black people? Infamous. We playing it back, changing the game. Shauna, Tifa, and you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
Where my steppers at? This is retired State Senator Ricky Hendricks. This is my new song, Be My Christmas. It's on my House Party CD, produced by house music icons King Farley. It's available on my website, HollywoodHendricks.com, various streaming platforms, and CDs. The album also has songs like We Getting Lit and Rona Money. Get the House Party CD in time for Christmas and New Year's Eve. This is our new song, We Getting Lit. Just in time for New Year's Eve. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Go to HollywoodHendricks.com and get my music. Let's bring in 2021. Ricky Hollywood Hendricks. Don't forget me, y'all. This is the king of house music, Farley Jack Master Funk, and I endorse Hollywood Ricky Hendricks. Let's go to work.
Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media.
Welcome back. You are tuned into the Book of Dawn. This girl is over here looking just like her mama. I am Dawn Millhouse. This is Lisa E. We got Flo in working, being all the smart guy over there, doing all the pushes and dots and stuff I'd never, ever even want to learn how to do. I love technology. More importantly, we are visiting with Bobby Sumner, who has probably the most intricate role in bringing comedy to life, literally, as you know it. If you have seen Bernie Mac or Bill Bellamy or Talent Harris or any of the others that you love, Kevin Hart, part of their process, part of their getting their chops together and being like certified were through HBO Def Comedy and Laugh Mob. And Bob left us on a cliff because he's about to tell us something about Chicago's own Bernie Mac.
Ready?
We are.
Ready.
Here we go. So as I'm starting this comedy room back in Jersey, I had left the original room that I was at, and I went to another room in East Orange called Club 88. And I took Bill Bellamy there with me as the host. He became my host. He had just graduated from Rutgers University, and I saw something in him. So I said, I'm going to create a space for him so he could get his chops, work his chops.
Mm-hmm.
And the room just exploded. Okay. At the same time, this is when we decide that we're going to start on this venture called Def Comedy Jam. Nobody knew what it was going to be. Okay. But I just knew what I do. Anything I touch, I'm going to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, it's like, we started putting these shows together, and I had already knew some people from, some comedians from Showtime at the Apollo, some of the comedians and stuff. But now we're getting ready to, roll up the sleeves, and I gotta do this. And one thing, if you notice with Def Comedy Jam, you saw comedians from everywhere. Mm-hmm. It wasn't just a New York thing, a LA thing. It was, based on the whole 9 yards. So I had a show one night, and a young lady who was referred by this comedy duo named Arsenal and Mitchell. They told this young lady out of Chicago by the name of Adele Givens that when she came to New York, she needed to connect with me. So Adele performed this particular night. And when I tell you she blew the roof off of the room, she blew the roof off of the room. So I said, you know what? Now that I have to start making these calls to look for comedians all over the country, I have to call Adele, because I know, I knew that Robin Harris was from Chicago. You know what I mean? And I knew that Robert Townsend, I knew Chicago had some comedians, right? And this was all about giving young comedians an opportunity, or I should say, comedians who might be a little experienced but haven't had an opportunity to be seen. Mm-hmm. So I asked Adele, is there anybody that is in Chicago that could put together a showcase for me so I could look at some comedians? She said, well, my man Bernie, he's a comedian, and he's really good, and he knows a lot of people, this, that, and the other. Mm-hmm. I'll here's Bernie's number. Give him a call, and we'll see, what we, how you can make something happen. So sure enough, I called Bernie, and Bernie was very gracious, very nice man. And I was telling him who I was and what I was looking to do, right? So Bernie said, listen, I would love to help you out, man, but I'm on my way to Atlanta right now to play the Comedy Act Theater. There was a Comedy Act Theater in Los Angeles, and there was also one in Chicago. Okay. So when he said he was going to be in Atlanta, I was like, whoa, I'm going to be in Atlanta this weekend, because Jack the Rapper was going to be there, and Jack the Rapper's old a music conference, right?
Oh yeah, I was there.
So year. I had some work to do for Def Jam, for for the record company, but then I was going to slide on down there to check Bernie out, right?
Okay.
Let me tell y'all something.
Okay.
As many funny comedians that I had at my room in Jersey, I called Bill from Atlanta. I said, Bill, I just saw the funniest mother I've ever seen. He was like, what? I said, hey, B. I said, he had me on the floor. And people know that I'm kind of not stone-faced, but I'm not showing a lot of emotion when I'm in a comedy room, right?
Right.
Bernie Mac, I had never seen anything like it. And, when people, about time people saw Bernie on the Kings of Comedy, I had been through Bernie for years. You know what I mean? I'm watching all this stuff that I used to see every night and all that. That's a whole nother story. Okay. But now I felt like, okay, I already knew I had Bill Bellamy. I already knew I had Ted Carpenter. I already knew I had Steve Harvey. Like I was lining it up. I had Adele Givens. Like I knew that my pilot was going to be dope, but I needed to figure out the rest. And I know that this guy's going to be one of the mainstays. All right. But now let's get to Chicago for this showcase. Okay. And it's really deep because I just listened to a interview with George Wilborn, and George is telling his story. And I never understood, and I owe George a phone call because I never understood why George didn't participate in this showcase this particular night. And he told it on this interview a couple of weeks ago. And I'm telling y'all right now, talking about a righteous brother, George Wilborn is righteous. All right. Now, let me go to why I say this.
Okay.
So now I come into this place called Spices. Okay. Bernie was doing the Cotton Club, but I think he had just kind of left or whatever. And what's the name of Miltroneers? Is that the name of the place? Yeah. So this was what was happening on a Sunday night. And here I am with a camcorder. All right. And with a wire and this, that, and the other. And Bernie got all these comedians like, nobody really knows who Bob Sumner is. They know Def Jam, but they really don't know. They hear that HBO was this, that, and the other. So George sees that I'm going to need help. If I'm going to look at these comedians, how am I going to hold this camcorder, this, that, and the other? So George decides that he's going to be the camcorder guy.
Oh,
okay.
Dope.
You know, and when George came back the next year to do the showcase, I was like, oh no, you mean to tell me, you know what I mean? But at this same time, this particular night, Bernie said that I'm going to have this young lady sit with you, right?
Okay.
And I looked to see who it was. It was Phyllis Hyman.
Wow. Wow.
Like wow.com.
I could tell y'all right now that I saw Phyllis at her highest of fun. You know, everybody talk about she was always down. Not when Bernie Mac was around. He had her cracking up. Okay. So to make a long story short, Bernie really tied into my first showcase ever for Def Comedy Jam happened in Chicago. And my first big show happened at the Chicago Theater. Chicago has every bit to do with the success of Def Comedy Jam than New York City.
Wow.
And I'm here to tell you that.
And he tells us just like a TI is.
Listen, and I think I on behalf of the city appreciate that, because this is information that is valuable to the young and up and coming comedians, the culture overall, and just the pride of our city. We don't get our roses. We get the news from what is not good, and that's huge.
Right, definitely.
And coming from you, like it's legit.
And it's a trip because I look at people always ask, you know, could there be another Def Comedy Jam, this, that, and the other? Yes, there is. Yes, there can be. Just like there, Michael Jordan, everybody talking about who was the best between Michael Jordan and LeBron James. Look at the age difference. It's the same thing with comedy. You know, I look back at like Kevin Hart and D. Ray Davis. These guys, when Def Comedy Jam wasn't on the air, we were still touring and having showcases for opening acts on the tour. And we had people like Kevin Hart as the winner in Philadelphia, D. Ray Davis as the winner in Chicago, Coca Brown as the winner in Virginia. Like, and this is why Def Comedy Jam wasn't on. So it tells me, and then we came back later, but I can do Def Comedy Jam again and showcase stars. You know what I mean? Future stars. It's a difference. All y'all out here trying to do these comedy shows to match what Def Comedy Jam did. It's a formula to that magic. I had Dolomite on there. I had that's Dolomite right there. See that little white hat behind me? That's him. That's his little bobblehead right there. I love Dolomite. That. Yeah, but Dolomite and Wild Man Steve, like I bridged the gap. Paul Mooney. It wasn't just about Chris Tucker, you know, and that's what Def Comedy Jam was really all about. So I'm really looking to bring something like that back to light, just like what I've done with, Laugh Mob and the, Dawn, you know what that is. So
and we're gonna hold on. We're gonna take a break and talk about Laugh Mob. Bob, when I said what can I put on the flyer, and I asked you if I could say magnet, and you said, wow, and I said, nah, that's what you truly are, and I can't. There's no other way to describe you other than a comedy magnet. Literally, I'll put the word in the thread. Y'all look it up, and then you'll know why I called him that. And then we're going to come back and learn about Laugh Mob. And then I have some questions for you about comedy overall and little controversy, but good controversy. Stick with us. This is the Book of Dawn. We'll be right back with Bobby Sumner in a few minutes.
In the 90s, with the black girl, where you in the 90s, with the black girl, where you find in the 90s.
And now joined by Dartisha Pitts, Esquire. I asked you to join us on the Book of Dawn because you are that girl. And I wish more of us did take the time to honor each other as women and successful women because our unity, I truly believe that. Dartisha Pitts serves as the General Counsel for the Office of the Illinois Lieutenant Governor. In 2017-18, she served as the President of the Cook County Bar Association.
Becoming an attorney was almost default. I think it was more so a personality thing. I always wanted to advocate for those who couldn't advocate for themselves. And growing up, I would get in trouble for that. Because my mom, be like, look, they're not even talking and you talking, you be quiet. I kind of almost felt the injustice for others, sometimes even more than I feel the injustice for myself. I would say in high school, I was the sophomore class president. So I've always taken leadership positions to push the voice of my colleagues. I'm also from the South Side. I've seen so many injustices that I always felt like our community, our families, where do you go? I've seen and been victim of from family where you've been victim of a slumlord. How do you address and get a remedy in that situation? I grew up in an environment where the police would be in the community and you would see the police harass those on the block for no reason. How do you get a remedy? Everybody talked about a lawyer, but nobody knew how to access one directly. And I think that was my drive to continue to be an advocate. I didn't know it was going to be a lawyer, though.
You apply and get accepted at Northern Illinois College of Law. Did you go directly after undergrad to law school?
No, I actually, right after undergrad, I moved to Washington, D.C., to work at a international law firm, Skadden Arps, Slate Marr & Flom, in their corporate section. And I was a legal assistant for a year. When I got there and I realized how much I was making and how much those attorneys were making, who did go straight through, they weren't that much older than me, that influenced my law school trajectory. But I realized that although they did well, the type of work was not meaningful and purposeful enough for me. I wanted to be connected to the community. So I came back home and went to law school. I took 2 years out in between undergrad and law school.
And you not only complete, as many do, but you actually then take and pass the bar. Because that's the trick piece. Lots
on the first try.
There you go. A full anomaly right there. And I think it discourages some potential students or people from going into law because that bar exam is, first of all, not easy to pass on the third try, but for somebody to pass it on the first try is indeed confirmation that you were doing what you were supposed to do.
Yep.
The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media. Boys, step aside. The radio rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media.
Steve Stanley.
Bring your body here to me. Always sexy as can be.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. That's Steve Stone Huff, y'all. Chicago's own Steve Stone Huff. Check him out. We are, if you're just joining, shame on you because you have to play this again and watch this whole interview. This is Bobby Sumner, co-creator of HBO Def Comedy Jam, creator of Laugh Mob, and the person who really has worked tirelessly to bridge the gap between music and comedy, but comedy in the truest sense. Bobby's resume is much longer than we can discuss, and I feel like I should have had him on for at least 2 hours because the story cannot fit in 45 minutes.
People love stories. You can't read stories on like Wikipedia and IMDb, and none of that. Stories are just, I love stories. I love these stories.
So,
Bobby, I've been ill. I've been ill this week, Dawn, and I really came here. I didn't want to cancel on you. So 45 minutes is probably about all I have in me right now, but I can come back for 2.
Okay, perfect. So we'll take this last 15 and try to give them enough tease to bring them back. I did share when we were on break with the boss, Maze Jackson. He heard you say that you liked the platform and our presentation, and he said, well, tell them to holler at us. We can bring some of them comedians through here and do something with comedy from here. So we'll work on that. Bob, tell me what Laugh Mob is, how it was born, and how it is functioning or not during the pandemic.
Well, Laugh Mob was born just like this.
Really?
Let me explain what that is.
Okay.
I'm the guy who still, if you ever watched, I had a show on Magic Johnson's network, which was all clean comedy.
Okay.
Called Laugh Mob's We Got Next, because I wanted to show that there are comedians that can work without profanity.
Okay.
And Brayley Evans, Red Grant, and my assistant Carlos Custis, it was like a reality setting before we went into the stand-up, and they would always laugh because I keep a notepad.
Okay.
And basically, I keep that notepad on my nightstand next to my bed.
Okay.
And, before I go to sleep, I'm always thinking about things. So something came to my mind. I started thinking about the success of all of the comedians that came through Def Comedy Jam. And there has to be an avenue for the next generation. So I need to create something that's mine. That's mine. It's all about brand ownership. So I decided to put together this thing called Laugh Mob. And, it's about laughing. It's about a mob is like a family. Y'all in Chicago, so you already know what that is. Mm-hmm. And then I said, well, let me make this real cool. The acronym of mob, the M stands for more, the O stands for of, and it's 2 B's, Bob's Best. More of Bob's best.
I love that.
And it's as simple as that. And whoever want to jump on this train, jump on it. If you want to get off, get off. But I'm riding. And as you see, I have been riding and will continue to ride through this pandemic. I'm in the lab right now putting together some things. And, my deal with True TV is done through this pandemic. A lot of things have happened, a lot of, the ownership of the company and this, that, and the other. So now I'm in the process of trying to find a landing space for more episodes. And I want to shout out Carlos Custis and Jamal Dado. They came with the whole idea of Laugh Mob's laugh tracks based off some other work that I've had. So it's like, trying to figure out what I'm going to do with that. But in the meantime, we just got picked up on HBO Max. So anybody who haven't seen the first 2 seasons of Laugh Mob's laugh tracks can now go to HBO Max and see it all whenever they feel like it, because over at True, we were stuck in between this show called Impractical Jokers. We were on for a half hour and they were on for 23 and a half hours. Kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's a whole nother story.
I love that. I'm excited about that. I'm actually going to go on there and rewatch. I didn't know. I have HBO.
Yeah, just December 1st. December 1st, it launched.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I just tried, I just put that in the thread. Okay, so tell me this. We've got about 6 minutes left, and I definitely want to allow you to get the rest. First of all, thank you for pushing through for me today. I appreciate that because
so welcome.
It means a lot. Your commitment to our friendship, but also your commitment to the culture. For you to push through and come on even not feeling well. But I just wanted, if you could give some sound advice for those people that are looking to be in comedy, what would you tell them to work on or do, and can they get in touch with you?
Be hitting me on the DM all the time. It's crazy. And I'm Bob.Sumner on Instagram. Okay. And I also have another page where I give comedians an opportunity to promote their stuff. And not just comedians, but all people in the comedy world. They could come to Bob Sumner's Comedy Spot, Everything Comedy on Facebook. Okay, those are the two things. But I think that, know what you want to do with comedy. It's not just about having to be a stand-up comedian, but if you want to be a stand-up comedian, develop a voice, a point of view. You know what I mean? Know what you're doing. I heard that clip that you had prior to me coming on. It's pretty much what it is. But then you can also be a writer. A writer is a very lucrative position. Ali Leroy, okay? Mm-hmm. Okay, Ali Leroy out of Chicago. He became a prolific writer. It's a great stand-up, but, he hooked up with Chris Rock and they made magic. You know what I mean? So, just stick with it. If you're going to be a stand-up comedian, don't be a part-time stand-up. You know what I mean? Stay in it. I see some people, I'd be like, damn, what happened to you? I took off for a little while. Nah, we don't want to hear that.
Right. No days off.
No days off.
No days off.
24/7.
So with that said, I guess we definitely have a couple minutes. I just want to ask you, do you think that it's good, some of the TV shows that are on, Ridiculousness, Wildin' Out, which I love Wildin' Out. I like Ridiculousness too, but it's not so comedy to me. It's kind of slapsticky.
Yeah.
Or the influence of like In Living Color. Where does that TV sit with you on the influence of comedy?
It's entertainment. It's entertainment. I mean, it's entertainment in terms of what it's doing, but in terms of stand-up comedy that can actually present a sitcom like the Bernie Mac show, like Everybody Loves Chris. You know what I mean? It's like it's a different world, and that's why I like comedians who are on stage where I understand who they are.
Gotcha.
Not just shucking and jiving.
Gotcha. Do you have a favorite right now that is, who is your favorite currently? Favorite comedian?
My favorite comedian right now who no one knows about is a guy out of Hartford, Connecticut named Marshall Brandon. Okay. Marshall has everything that Robin and Bernie had in terms of for me in this generation. I don't talk about a whole lot of comedians, but I'm definitely rooting for this guy to make it because I believe he will. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of others.
Right, not to be confused with Brandon Marshall that used to play for the Bears.
Yeah,
Marshall.
No, not number 15. Not number 15.
Actually, the Bears are pretty much comedians this year too. So yeah, so you watch a couple of our games, you'll be laughing or crying. So.
Well, have you seen the Jets?
Hey, but the kid plays for the Jets that used to be an Alabama quarterback, Jalen Hurts. So wait, that's the Eagles. That's the Eagles. That's the Eagles. Yeah. No, I haven't seen.
I'm talking about the Jets that let the my beloved Raiders beat them. With.
Wait a minute.
What, 13 seconds to go.
Wait a minute, but the game-winning catch was by one of my bonus babies, Henry Ruggs the third. Roll.
That's right. That's right. Roll Tide. That's right.
So
that was lovely. How you gonna let a guy who runs a 4.2 run right past you like that? He runs a 4.2. Come on. That was crazy.
You're very East Coast, but you do give love to Chicago. So we have to ask, whose pizza is better, New York or Chicago?
It's according to what you're looking for.
That's
answer.
good and good.
That was like Bob
answer.
Sumner.
If you want the nice one with the fork and the knife, you got to do the Chicago because that thing is deep. You can't. But in New York, we take it and we fold it and let the grease drop.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. It's like
different.
a big piece of notebook paper. You just fold it like.
You can go to this
up.
joint in New York and get a piece. This dog.
It's like 12
It's
inches.
two different worlds.
Yeah,
Two different worlds. They both cover theirs. You know, that's how I answer it.
Facts.
Good answer.
So, Bobby, we're gonna let you go and take care of yourself. I will circle back to you offline. I promise that we'll bring you back when you. Because I really want to dig deeper into, and maybe when we do that, we can bring people on that want to shoot their shot live on the Book of Dawn and have you yay or nay 'em.
Let's have some fun with it.
Let's do it. Thank you. This is Bobby Sumner. Y'all check him out on IG, bob.sumner, not Summer, Sumner, Sumner. My friend. More
Happy holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays. Stay safe, Bobby. We love you.
See ya.
Okay, bye-bye. We're going to take a break and come back. Cool? All right, cool.
Hey, check it out. Put it in your ear. It's your girl, Shauna. What on? It's your girl, Tifa. And right now, we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central on What's In It for the Black People Media. And what we going to be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back, changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with, all the illest creators in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah. Talk about it. What's in it for the black people? Infamous. We playing it back, changing the game. Shauna, Tifa, and you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
What's up, good people? This is Herb Howard, one half of I Said What I Said. Make sure you tune in every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. right here on What's In It for the Black People Media. It is intellectual thuggery at its finest. The blackest conversation, Herb Howard, Tucson Warner, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday right here on What's In It for the Black People Media, 1 to 3 p.m.
This is retired State Senator Ricky Hendon. This is my new song, Be My Christmas. It's on my House Party CD, produced by house music icon King Farley. It's available on my website, HollywoodHendon.com. And this is our new song, We Getting Lit. The album also has songs like Rona Money. Get the House Party CD in time for Christmas and New Year's Eve.
This is the king of house music, Farley Jack Master Funk, and I endorse Hollywood Ricky Hendon. Let's go to work.
Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media.
Yo, who said devotion had to be sad? Yo, check this out. The Lord is my shepherd, and I want. He's making me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restored my soul. God's gonna turn it around.
Come all the way with me. Don't leave me now. Come all the way with me. Oh, please. Please. Please don't leave me now. Please don't leave me
My
now.
house music all night long. Rock your body. That body. It's too early to be jacking. Here, like, just make you want to do my story. Remember the guy, the hard, heavy foot dude I told y'all about in Atlanta in the club? Bam, Mister. I'm like, oh, it's a whole tribe of horses. I have to tell you that story. 2 or 3 Thanksgivings ago, me and my friend are at the hold on. Hey, honey.
That's got to be one of her daughters, right? It's my husband. Oh, your husband. Okay, so right.
Sorry, y'all. That's the boss. No matter where I'm at when he called, I got the answer. So that's Mr. Millhouse. For the record. Let the record reflect. Anyway, I got to tell you the story super quick. We partying. We're on our way to the Iron Bowl, Alabama-Auburn rivalry. Always the Saturday after Thanksgiving. Me and Candace are down in Atlanta. We have Thanksgiving dinner. We find out that Wayne Williams is DJing. I call Wayne, where you at? I'm whoop, boop bop, Chicago talk, whoop the bam, all that, right? We go to the club, and house music parties are all about people that drink water, beer, and dance and sweat. So ain't nothing in the club but water, beer, and towels. Okay. Yeah. The ground or the floor is like concrete-y, like project floor. Like you could hit a clap on it, right? And so we're dancing and we, jacking, we nice, we had a couple drinks, and I hear this. I wish I could recreate the sound. I wish I had a sound machine. It was like plap, plap, plap. It was the strongest shlap ever. It was like, no, but just pretend the horse was like
Mr. Ed
99 million pounds, and it was so, I hurt my wrist. It was so. And this man, and he was big, yo. Bruh was like 6'4", and this complexion, this chair, and he was shirtless, and he had like a chain on, and he had on like these super tight, too tight jeans, right? And his move was he was just bopping his foot on the ground, and I was like, and you keep trying to dance with me and Candace. I'm like, this is weird. Like this is. Dude, so you know how you dance with somebody for a second, right? You like don't want to be that girl, and then just kind of house your way out. I'm like, but bruh, I promise you, I'm gonna have to see if I have a picture.
Stage anyway. Do it again. How'd you house your way out? You can do it. House your.
You gotta right on that. That's when you do all the ducking. Whoa, cause you sweat. Right. Don't. I don't, sometimes I wear my clothes twice before I wash them. Anyway, TMI. This is the Book of Dawn. Let me tell you two things. Take your power back. Unchain yourself. Forgive them. Forgiveness is for you, not for other people. It benefits other people, but forgiveness is for you. Take your power back. Unchain yourself. Forgive them. Let it go. The other thing I want to tell you today is be the reason someone believes in the goodness of people. Mm-hmm. Just be the reason. It's little things, the small things.
That's
just be the reason.
Frankish of you, yeah.
Yes, very Frankish. Yes. And my third thing is weapons will form, but they will not prosper. That's in the good book, baby. And if it's in the book, it's real. This is the Book of Dawn. Thanks for tuning in. Turn the page with us tomorrow. Yeah. We're going to talk to MC Brains or whatever his new name is.
Yeah, it's still Brains. Yeah, Brains with a Z now.
Grown man-ish. Uchi Coochie La La La.
That's some Hall of Fame stuff, yeah.
And let's see, what else is going on? I don't know. It's Freestyle Friday. Who knows? Are you here tomorrow, Flo? Then you got to watch because Freestyle Friday gets...
So we got to stop the flow with Flo? Okay. Stop the show with Flo.
Take the time, make an impact on somebody's life with your words and your actions today. Tune in tomorrow for the next page of the Book of Dawn. Peace. And
Ty Stroger here at What's in It for the Black People Media. We would like to wish you and your family a very happy, safe holiday season.
Minding our black owned business. I have a good friend with us this morning. I'm so excited. Jonathan Swain is here. KimBarkBeverage.com. We tend to talk about business a lot. We both are in family businesses. Was this the plan? Because you are second generation business owner.
Yeah. No, actually, I'll talk about it from my father's perspective, and I'll talk about it from my perspective. His perspective, he did not want me to be in this business. The liquor business has a sordid history. They call it a sin business. I mean, it's less that now, but but it had a very sordid history. He didn't want me to do this. He wanted me to go off to school. My father was the first person to fire me at 9 years old. I was supposed to be at work at 11 o'clock, and I showed up 5 minutes late, walked me outside, and fired me. And I'll never be late again. So I appreciate him for that. I walked home. My mother said, well, what happened? I said, Dad fired me. What happened? I was late. He said, well, you got fired. You're late. You can't be late. Told you to get up and leave. My side of it, in many ways, I have a very unique rearing experience in that I've never seen my father work a job. So when I was born, my dad was an entrepreneur. Growing up, I'm going to own my own business. I'm going to be in business doing something, controlling my own destiny in some ways. In particular, my father's generation relative to us, there's not a lot of information transfer about how that works. And there's not a lot of context. It's kind of, I'm going to keep you away from the struggles I had so you don't have them. But in not seeing the struggles, you don't know how to get through the struggles. But as I've gotten older and we developed a relationship and talked about it, I began to understand a lot of the bumps and the bruises and the challenges and what makes entrepreneurship and business ownership not for the weak and weary. All the success I've had in business has been a function of with my parents. As fortunate as I am and people look to my business story, there is no business story but for them and what they did. I mean, my dad was the first black business owner in Hyde Park in the 1970s. Hyde Park, though it's welcoming and inclusive now, wasn't always that way.
Yeah.
There are a lot of stories that he would tell us about the challenges that he had being a black-owned business in Hyde Park back in the 1970s. And that success comes from their legacy ultimately.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
The Chicago Legal Network is the collaboration of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of the law most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. The CLN lawyers all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation. So if you were injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information or call 773-912-3545. 773-912-3545.
Hey family, this is Dawn Millhouse from the Book of Dawn. Christmas and holiday time means giving to me. Make certain that you give of yourself to somebody else. This is Dawn. Happy holidays from the Book of Dawn.
WIFTBPM.
Welcome. What's up?
It's lunchtime, y'all. What's happening?
It's definitely lunchtime.
It's lunchtime. Welcome to the collective conversation, the green side of things.
Yes.
I'm Brother Sadiq.
I'm Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
Happy Thursday.
Yeah, happy Thursday. Our Friday on the station. It's Thursday, but it's our Friday.
Okay. Right, because it's our last day. Got it. I was not getting it. I was like, what is he talking about?
That's my girl, though. I'm helping her out. So listen, grab your, midday coffee?
Yeah, midday coffee. Those are for coffee addicts.
Well, okay, so we got some coffee addicts out there. So don't be ashamed. Grab your coffee.
Grab your lunch.
Grab your lunch.
Grab your lunch, maybe your shake, a protein shake if you're, doing your fitness challenge like I am.
Okay.
You
Protein
know,
shake, fitness
count your
challenge.
calories. It is the green side of things, so we staying real healthy with it if we can. If not, if you want to splurge, whatever, it's on you.
Yeah. It's on you.
Be holistic for yourself. Know your body, but listen to it, okay? Because
No
it
doubt.
tells the truth every time.
No doubt. So we were before we came on. So listen, what's in it for the Black People Media?
Yes.
The collective conversation, the green side of things. Welcome. Come on in the room. We've got a great show for you today. I can't wait to get into what's happening. But so were you reduced lunch kid or what type of lunch?
No, I
No?
wasn't. I was the kid that definitely had a lunch every single day.
My man's reduced lunch. Yeah, so
I had a really good lunch in grammar school that my grandfather made for me. He packed it really nice in a really cute bag, and it always had a cinnamon roll and some cookies. I had like full, like it'd be like fried chicken and rice and stuff. I'd have a juice box, probably another apple as well. And if I went to the bathroom, then I would come back and all the kids be on raid in my lunch bag.
So you were the person to sit next to.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I'm like she was the kid. You know what I'm talking about? The kid that you always sat next to because you know she.
You gotta
had
give
something.
her a compliment. You gotta say something. Oh, nice shoes.
Can I have some of your chicken? Nice shoes. You gonna eat that wing?
But I was real shy, and I had my little set of my 4 friends that I talked to because I was really, really shy. So if somebody knew was coming to sit with me, I knew they was on some bull.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, you knew. If you weren't part of the crew.
Especially when I had crumb cakes. The little coffee cake or crumb cakes.
Yeah.
Gee, I would go crazy if you took my crumb cake. It was going down.
Okay, so
Don't take
grab
that.
your crumb cake, your coffee, if you're a coffee addict, juice, water, whatever you have, and come chill with us during this collective conversation on the green side of things.
Please do. Share your lunch too. I got cobs, all right?
Yeah. So what's been happening, Cassie?
Oh man, we
What's up with
waking
the
up
Black
every
Mall?
day. Oh man, the Black Mall, we got some good stuff cooking, y'all. We're doing some things, with an association with in one of the neighborhoods. I'm not gonna put it out there until we seal the deal. But if this partnership blows up, then it's something that the Black Mall, Black Coin, and Bean Soup Times and Black Chicago Eats is putting together. So if that gets pinned, it's going to be really something great. Of course, always pushing and promoting our Black-owned businesses.
I love it.
And then some of the little treats and goodies, inside of it. So I'm super excited. I can't wait. I hope that we get everything get sealed today. So
I love it. Now, before we get to more treats and goodies, we need everybody to do what? We need you all.
We need y'all to go ahead, comment.
We need to see the
Let
comments.
us know that you're
Let 'em
coming
roll.
in. Let us know that you're here.
We see you coming in.
Yes.
But we need to,
and share that thing.
please share.
Please go ahead and share. We had an amazing show on Tuesday, so we want to keep that going and rolling. We got such great information. You don't want to miss it. This is the prime time. You all know that you're taking a break from either work or school.
If you were working.
Or you're quarantined at home with all the kids. Go in your room or go in the bathroom and just woosah with us right now.
Right, absolutely. Pull the laptop out, your phone, your watch. Some people are watching on watches. That's crazy.
Oh, wow. The Apple Watch is like that now?
Yeah, it's like that now.
Neither one of us have on watches. We're just looking at our wrists.
No watch.
It's okay.
Not else. So please, we want you to comment, and
share
the broadcast.
Yeah.
And big shout out to the What's in It for the Black People Media platform.
Yes.
We were just sitting before this. We had the privilege of sitting with the boss man himself, Brother Jackson, and he was just sharing some of the programming, and it's some great stuff.
It's
we had to sign a
some great
non-disclosure
stuff.
agreement. We can't talk about it.
Yeah, but I'm shaking my head because if y'all know him, he a whole clown too.
Yeah, well, he the man.
Yes.
He the man.
Yes,
the man.
he always got jokes
and
playing games.
Yeah.
So we be cracking up in the back.
Okay,
But,
so
also
definitely
making sure that things are running tight. It's a tight ship around here as well. So
yeah, because he was like, get in there and get on the air.
right now.
Right now. Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
light skinned, he dark skinned, so it's like reverse slavery.
Uh oh. They'll be talking about that tomorrow on the morning show. So listen, we definitely need you all to like, comment, and share the broadcast.
Yes, please do that. Please do that. So we got some really good guests coming up there today, right?
Absolutely. We have a brother that's a writer, a blogger. He's got a lot of material out there, but it's not the average material coming from a brother. And this brother's Chi-Town made. He's from the Chi, but he's spent time on the East Coast. He's in Atlanta now, but I'm looking forward to Hot Atlanta. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the conversation. You know what
That's
I mean?
something my grandma would say.
Hot Atlanta. Really?
I think that's
saying that?
I think that's an old term.
Is that the oldest? Hot Atlanta's older?
It is. It's an old term. Yeah, I remember
What is it now? What is it? Is it just Atlanta?
It's the A.
The A?
Yeah.
That's so simple.
Peace up. A-town down. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
It's just the A.
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay.
Boom, 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 boom.
Just the A-town.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's cool. And back to Chicago.
Right? Chi-Town.
Back to Chicago.
Right.
Back to Chi-Town. So listen, I just want to talk a little bit about the plant-based African, because we've got
just a little bit.
Just a little bit. First of the year, we're doing our January jump off.
Okay, now.
And we want you all to come on with us. We're going to do 30 days starting in January. We're going to do 30 days.
We're going to do
January jump off, 30 days plant-based.
So I'm going to tell y'all something, right?
Your health journey.
Your health journey. And
right.
I'm going to tell you why you need to get on this January jump off, right?
Right.
Because if anybody knows, we were blessed to have a beautiful baby girl.
Love it.
She's a year and a half.
Wow, time flies.
208 pounds.
Yes,
but okay, because of help from the plant-based African, I just got to show it off a little bit. Bam, bam,
yeah, that's right. That's right. We did a personal nutritional plan for you.
Yes, absolutely. That really helped. A plant-based nutritional plan that helps me to be able to figure out. I'm counting calories but knowing like what type of nutrients I need to get into my system, how much protein I need, how much carbohydrates I need, how many good fats that I need to put into my body.
And what those are.
And what they are and what foods carry them. And then also my other goals are I want to tone, right? So I want extra protein so that I can kind of put this lean muscle on. And so you were able to put together a beautifully compromised or composed
Whitney Young.
Compromise, that was another pearl moment. Don't worry about it.
Whitney Young.
Yeah, he don't do that.
No, it's all good. I love the Dolphins.
Don't do that. Yeah,
love the Dolphins.
Should have been one. It's okay.
It's cool.
It's okay. But anyway, he was able to compose an amazing program for me. And send it to me that went over all my goals, what my weight, my current weight, what my goal weight is, and then all the different food groups and like what they would do for me and like when to make them. It was awesome. It's really, really awesome.
Well, I'm glad you appreciate it. And so, the January jump off, we want to, because everybody, you had a little bit at Thanksgiving, Christmas is coming up. We know what's going to happen, so we're not going to interrupt anybody's. But we can talk before then. But definitely the January jump off with the plant-based African, 30 days inside of this healthy eating, and just help you kick the year off in the right way.
Yeah,
it's gonna be real nice.
It is. It is.
So
absolutely.
we're looking forward to it. And you know what? The people don't know. I am a certified nutritionist.
Come on now.
Went to school for it. So 20 years in the plant-based lifestyle personally, but went to school so that I could understand the ins and outs of nutrition and not just talk from what I think or what I did. So, went to that. As a matter of fact, to the top plant-based nutrition program and also in conjunction with Cornell University.
Come on.
So,
listen, now, we love to see people be certified now.
Absolutely. Everybody wants to say,
so you say
did you go to school?
You certified. Now, they ain't certified in nothing. The person that's asking you all the questions hey, certified in one thing. But they want to make sure that you certified.
And that's okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's okay. Because you just want to know who you're working with. Yeah, we just talking stuff. So
yeah.
January jump off, and we'll be featuring that on the Black Mom.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. You'll be able to, get you'll be able to start
all of that. I don't know. You okay? Somebody get Cassie some coffee. Somebody, hey guys, if you're out there, if somebody can send Uber Eats for coffee.
You'll be able to sign up
Starbucks.
on theblackmall.com and get your January jump off going and started and join the program and be able to be on a really great journey.
Yeah,
improving your health holistically,
Right.
not just fads and diets and stuff that are just gonna,
and we talk about maintaining it too, because that's a big part. You know what
Absolutely.
I mean? People, they go in and out, but we want to be able to maintain and want to be able to do it properly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. So, and then we got, after that, we got Black History Month. It's a lot of stuff coming up.
It is
coming up.
MLK Day.
Right.
Then of course, also in Black History Month is that good old Valentine's Day. And then you can't forget, if you don't already know, Black Love Day is in Black History Month. And that is not just dedicated towards romantic love. It's also about family love and community love for self. So it's a dedicated day to love.
Now, when is Black Love Day?
It's the day before Valentine's Day, which I think is the 13th?
The 13th, yes. Yeah, because the 14th is Valentine's Day.
I'll always forget.
Do you really?
Yeah, for a long time, when I was extra militant, all holidays damn near went away. If it wasn't, extra pro-black, I wasn't doing it. So for years, I didn't really remember. I didn't participate in Valentine's Day.
Well, hold on to that. We got to go to the break.
Got back into a relationship and was like, yeah, I want that back.
Okay. We're going to talk a little extra militant, no Valentine's Day, Cassie, when we come back. But join us here on What's in It for the Black People Media, the collective conversation, the green side of things. We'll see you after the break.
Check it out, put it in your ear. It's your girl Shauna. What on? It's your girl Tifa. And right now we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central on What's in It for the Black People Media. And what we gonna be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back, changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with, all the illest creators in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah, talk about it. What's in it for the black people? Infamous. We playing it back, changing the game. Shauna, Tifa, and you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
Are you curious to explore the intellectual currents that channel our thoughts and frame our reality? Have you ever meditated for relaxation and accidentally discovered the universe in the process? These matters and many more you may never have even thought of will be yours to explore as you come with me into Muwak Hill's world. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
WIFTBPM.
welcome back, everybody, to the green side of things. You're inside the collective conversation with Sadiq
and Cassiopeia.
Yeah. Happy Thursday. What's happening? So, off the top, we need you guys to go in. We need you to like. We need you to comment and share. We want you to share this conversation with us. So we've got a couple minutes before we bring our guest in.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted to do a shout out. Who's
oh yeah, we got a shout out to Elamont, aka Ronald King of
Brother Kang.
Yeah, I saw vegan.
Yeah, what's happening, Brother
Great
Kang?
sponsor for our show.
Yeah, no doubt. What did he text you or something? Is he cooking? Is he watching something? What's he doing?
Matter of fact, as you say that, I thought we were supposed to have some soul.
Yeah,
vegan
Brother Kane, where are you?
Show.
Yeah, what's going on?
We here till 3, so you have time to definitely drop off the food.
Definitely,
because it's the lunchtime.
Lunchtime.
It's lunchtime. We in our cafeteria right now. Yeah. I'm unfortunately I didn't bring my lunch today. My grandfather he passed away, so he ain't packing my lunches no more.
Oh, okay. Bless his soul.
Yes.
Bless his soul.
Yes.
But we understand he has an indelible place in your heart.
Oh, absolutely.
For packing those lunches.
Yes.
And more, I'm
yes,
sure.
So much more. I was his youngest grandchild.
Oh.
I was little baby cassowary, is what he would say.
Okay. Little baby what?
Just shut me up. Little baby cassowary.
Little baby cassowary. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that right there. We're not even going to go on that. So guess what? I did my homework. I did some homework.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
the brother came on Tuesday and was talking about this
soil,
government.
right?
He was talking about the soil. So I went and actually looked at the United States document. Hold on, let me bring it up. I got it right here. I did some homework.
Oh,
You'd
nice.
be proud of me.
Nice.
United States Senate document number 264, the full version, Washington, D.C., June of 1936. June of 1936. And they state implicitly, like you guys should read this, is crazy because they state implicitly that it is bad news to learn from our leading authorities that 99% of the American people are deficient in minerals.
That's crazy.
And they knew this because of the erosion of the soil. So to the point the brother was making Tuesday on the broadcast was, if the soil is deficient in minerals, even if you grow the tomato in the soil,
it's going to also be
the
deficient.
tomato is now deficient. And then when you eat the tomato,
you're not getting nothing.
You're not getting the minerals that you need. And they knew from the point of this document that the American people would start to suffer from more disease, more sickness, and more, it wouldn't be a holistic situation because the soil was depleted, and this was 1936.
And is there anywhere in that document that states, hey, this is what we're going to do to help make the soil sufficient?
No. No. They talk about the way to do it. They talk about the research that led to the conclusions. But part of the farming industry and the fertilizers and the chemicals and the soil erosion based on the industrial farm complex was part of the issue. So the solutions to this that they wrote about in 1936 never made it.
And I wonder if there are any sanctions, violations to farmers who utilize these products because of this issue.
No, absolutely. This is just a statement. There's no laws that you're violating. This is literally, literally a document presented to the United States Congress, to the United States.
That's why America is like
Senate.
the sickest like country in the world.
Yeah, no doubt. Exactly. That's the whole point. That's like literally the entire point.
But now the great thing is when you have a show like ours,
right,
we're able to inform the people
and let them know.
Then now you can do what you need to do to make sure that you're getting the most nutritious. That word I have a real issue with.
Saying it? Nutritious?
Yeah. Okay, so everybody sounds funny then to me.
Nutrition?
Nutrition, but nutritious.
It's nutritious. Try shus.
Nutritious.
There you go.
Nutritious.
No.
I don't like that.
Shus.
Nutritious.
That's it. You did it. You did it. Try it one more time. There you go.
Nutritious.
There you go.
Yes.
Yes. Cassie can say nutritious. This brother we have coming on, Eric Payne. So Eric is, and I'm reading from his bio.
Mm-hmm.
You know you're important when you have a bio.
Oh,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
I love it. So Eric is Chicago-born, New York bred, and currently residing in Atlanta. We talked about that. He's a marketing and advertising guy for most of his career.
Mm-hmm.
He's been writing, as he puts it, since the 2nd grade.
Oh, wow.
He's published books of poetry, a parenting book, and the groundbreaking fatherhood and marriage blog, makesmewannaholler.com. So, I mean, we're talking about a guy that's out there. He has no problem laughing at himself and sharing the lessons of his failures and what they have taught him.
Mm-hmm.
You can see this. This is on full display on his Breakout Award-nominated podcast, The Dating After Divorce Survival Guide. That's right. Divorce Survival Guide.
I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, when I hear about people who have, you know, gone through a divorce and then try to get back out there, it's tough.
It is. And what I like about this is, before we get ready to bring Eric in, is the fact that it's a brother talking about these issues. Like, literally, you know, we hear a lot of times, you know, the sisters will talk about, or, you know, they're just, I would say, stigmas, period, in the community, facing issues, being upfront with yourself, not to mention if you need counseling of any sort, right?
Everybody needs counseling.
Okay, well, we're gonna talk about that, but there's a huge avoidance to that piece.
Yeah.
So we literally have Brother Payne. Brother Payne is with us. Can you hear us?
Yeah, man, I got kicked out for a second, but I'm back.
It's okay. All right.
Got you back.
We got you back.
Thank you.
So everybody, please welcome Mr. Eric Payne to the broadcast. Yes, from Makes Me Wanna Holler and Dating After Divorce Survival Guide. So Mr. Payne, we did a formal introduction, but tell the people a little bit about yourself.
Where should I start?
I don't know.
Let's
start in Chicago.
Okay, so your host, or at least the one with the beard, he and I went to high school, and
you went to Whitney Young?
Oh, you was real funny. You are something else tonight, sir. But boom, ting. Get off the stage.
I'm not playing in that space with you, brother. You in there all by yourself. All by yourself.
I got you. Go ahead. It's me and Cassie. What's up?
Yeah. Anyway, so whatever. Born and raised in Chicago. Born in the 70s, grew up in the 80s. Stayed in Chicago, moved out to New York, went to Cornell for undergrad in the 90s, and then stayed in New York. I went to grad school in New York, and then stayed in New York, got a house or got a condo, whatever, started living my life, fell in love, blah, 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 lived for a little while as a family up there, right? And then came down to Atlanta, which is where I'm at now, in 2009. And then that situation changed a little bit. But along the way, I mean, I've always been a creative spirit. I've been writing since the 2nd grade. When I first started having, when I got married with kids, started a blog back when blogging wasn't a thing. And, I was just playing around on my computer, and kind of became one of the, influencers today are a whole different breed. But I guess we were like the first batch of influencers, because I wound up having deals with, tourism boards, Disney World, Harley Davidson, all of those kind of people. So, blueprint type stuff. But I went through a divorce, and I dipped out off the scene for a while and kind of joined the regular population. I was a marketing and advertising guy, kind of like Dre on Blackish. I didn't have that much clout, but I was in similar spaces at similar type of tables. Okay. And only recently so just to give,
Eric, let's do this. Let's do this. We're up against the break. Yeah. I want to stick a pin in it, before we go into recently. So listen, you're inside the collective conversation, the green side of things.
All right.
We've got the brother Eric Payne with us. We're going to begin this discussion on the other side of the break from Chicago, New York to Atlanta. We need you to like, share, and comment. Come on back with us.
Combat, yep.
If you could make up a social media holiday, what would it be?
Randy said National Don't Let No One Put You Down Day.
No one. What you gonna do? So when they say something crazy, you slap them.
Be like me said. Randy said a Jukathon Day.
Man, we're about 60 years old. I be done had a heart
You gotta get your heart rate up.
Okay, that not that far.
All right, Mario said my favorite one. My friends and I do what we call National Call Off from Work Day.
As a business owner, I don't. You don't like that? Yeah. I don't like that.
Because I'm the boss of this family.
We got Marcus Garvey Day from Remy too.
Oh, Marcus Garvey Day. All right, what will we do on Marcus Garvey Day?
Call off from work.
I'm going to need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. That would be great. Okay?
Yeah, right. Every black holiday has something to do with calling off from work.
You're cool. I'm out.
About National Join a Positive Black Organization Day, because I don't want to be recruited. I don't want to be recruited and the brothers be like, thank you. Thank you. How about National Tell White People the Truth Day? Tell them how you really feel.
You can't handle the truth.
Why don't we call that National Black People Get Locked Up Day?
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Hello.
The most dangerous show in the morning.
WIFTBPN.
Welcome back to the collective conversation. You are on the green side of things, and we are talking with the brother Eric Payne, who is an author, writer, director, creative, marketing guru, and he's known for makesmewanttoholler.com and the Dating After Divorce Survival Guide. So he was just telling us about his travels, growing up in Chicago, moving to New York, ending up in Atlanta, married, family, love, and just giving us a little background. So, Brother Payne, why don't you go ahead and continue, and you all come on in the room and join this conversation with us.
Yes.
Let me see. So you kind of hit everything, right? But essentially, once I got down here to Atlanta, my family dynamic changed. It split apart. I mean, it was one of those classic situations where my ex was turning 40, and I think it happens a lot for a lot of them, right? Where they turn 40 and realize. I mean, we think about, you were talking about genders, right? So I think a lot of people assign a lot of stuff to midlife crises to men, but it happens across both genders. So I wouldn't call it a crisis, but one of the statistics is typically that when a woman is in her late 30s turning to 40, that's like the transition point for her. Like, this is when she decides, like, is this the way I want to continue the rest of my life? Am I happy? Am I this, that kind of thing? So I got kind of caught up in that and got disenfranchised from the situation as a result of that, as a result of the conclusions that she came to. We have 2 kids. One is 25 and one is 14, going on 15. And kind of been chilling ever since. I will, part of my journey, it was not easy initially. I was not happy. I did not want to be divorced. I'm team family, team marriage. It was not something that I wanted to do. And I felt like, it was something that could be worked out. But, depending on where we are in this conversation, one of the things that I eventually learned is that you cannot make anyone do anything that they don't want to do, no matter how reasonable it might be for you.
Nope.
Wow. And that's interesting. Yeah. You can't make anybody do.
No, absolutely not. But tell me, what it was the first thing that you did, afterwards to start you on your journey towards, becoming better or getting you prepared for what's next in your life?
Yeah, so in some of your material, you have this phrase that you talk about where you say, we are not okay. So what is all of that? Unpack that a little bit for us.
Well, the first thing I think I did was I cried a lot.
That's what's up.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, it, like for real, I took it hard. I took it on the chin. I mean, and I moved, this is me, like there's a lot of dynamics, right? So I was someone who had owned the roof over my head, even in New York City for many years. I went from that to having to move into an apartment. So, there was a, and I was in a 4-bedroom townhome. So there was this paradigm shift that I really, really, really struggled with. You know what I'm saying? And, the whole we are not okay. So the reality is this: I wasn't okay, but I wasn't addressing the fact that I wasn't okay. What I was trying to address was just trying to get back into the situation. So I'm divorced. She got a whole boyfriend, the whole nine, and I'm still trying to like repair our situation. You know what I'm saying? Because I had read like a dozen relationship books, and there's a hot window, 6 months to a year. You got to get back in, otherwise it's a loss. Or you wait 5-10 years later, and maybe you bump into each other at Starbucks, and you fall in love all over again. Yeah. I didn't want to do all that because then my kids would be grown. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, I ain't doing that. So I wanted things my way, and I was trying to force outcomes, and the reality is that it wasn't happening. So the first thing I did was I spent a lot of time in denial. That's the first thing I did. You know what I'm saying? So when I got my place, so, I talk about this in my podcast, and we can get into that in a minute. But when I got my place, I moved into a 1-bedroom apartment. Sure. Could I have moved into, based on the money I was making, I could have bought a house, but I didn't. I moved into a 1-bedroom apartment. Did I furnish it? No, not really. I put up a bookshelf, and I surrounded myself with the boxes of all the packed things from my place. Why? Because I just knew I was moving back into that space. So why make where I'm at nice when this is only temporary? So ultimately what I did was I suffered in that space.
Yeah.
Emotionally couldn't really look in the mirror because the reality is that I was rejected. I was the divorcee, right? Yes. So it made me feel, and I'm a few years older than her. So the whole transitioning and, feeling myself or whatever, it kind of happened for me, sort of, kind of. So because 4 years earlier or whatever. So I just kind of was going through it like, what's wrong with me? Why doesn't anybody like me? Why did she reject me? Wow. Now I'm half a father because I never wanted, like, I grew up in a 2-parent household. My parents still married to this day. Don't know if they really get along, but they're still married to this day. You know what I'm saying? And here I am, right? Like, now I'm seeing my child, like, at least the youngest. I'm seeing the youngest like every other day. The oldest was in college at the time, but I'm seeing the youngest every couple of days, every other weekend. Yeah. I'm dealing with the embarrassment of basically being the provider to having to pick her up and bring her into a place that fit inside the first floor of my old house.
Right. Wow. So Eric, let me ask you this. I want to stop right there because you brought up some very interesting things, right? So you talked about being raised in a 2-parent household. You talked about getting this 1-bedroom place. You talked about crying. You talked about being embarrassed. I'm wondering, for the larger conversation, if societal machoisms, gender roles, what you saw from your parents was part of your not willing to address the fact that you weren't okay. The fact that we generally, like, you're a man, like, why should you have been crying, or why didn't just accept this? What were the tough spots? Was any of that related to how society indoctrinates us on how we should act? You know what I mean? If you're a boy and you scrape your knee, there's no crying allowed. Like, you just get up and, go on to the next play. Same thing with relationships. Was any of that a part of it?
Well, you kind of said it, like, in the middle of all of that, acceptance. And I don't think acceptance is anything that anybody really even uses in a sentence, right? So things happen, and things happen that are not to your liking, and then you want to pray or fight it away, right? This is happening. That's actually something that she would say to me sometimes when I was talking crazy, right? She would say, look, this is happening, right? And if you can't embrace or accept change or accept what's happening, then you are going to be setting yourself on a basically a path to be derailed.
You're gonna suffer. You're
gonna suffer.
You're putting suffering upon yourself.
Right.
You're actually stopping the process.
Yeah, you're headed for a brick wall. You're not putting you're not ripping the bandage off. You're not letting the air get to you and heal. You're not going through the pain that you're supposed to go through. You're doing this like, I guess you're putting like, I don't know, Bengay on something that's not healing, right? So you're actually soothing yourself. You become soothed by this little thing that you're doing, but you're never really, you're staying stagnant in that space. You're staying stagnant in that space of like false hope and denial. Where does that come from? So, for me, right? Again, I, like 2-parent household, typical Black folk, old school Chicago, whatever. My folks, Christians, Bible thumping, my mom Bible thumping Christian, oh Lord Jesus, Lord, take this pain away, make this not happen. Well, look, it's happening, right? It's happening. So I think my shift came, and I'm leapfrogging over a lot. My shift came when finally, so I would say maybe like about a year later, I recognized a couple of things. I was in denial. I initiated that. I started with that. But what I had to recognize was the fact that I was afraid to move forward. And I was afraid to move forward for two reasons. I was afraid to move forward because I was moving into unknown space, right? So I was afraid of the unknown. And we always say we prefer the devil that we do know to the devil that we don't know, right? So I was afraid to move in unknown space because I wasn't sure what I could do by myself.
So tell me this, was there any point that maybe you dabbled with seeing other people, or were you kind of like very, like focused on just trying to get this relationship back?
So in the beginning, I was trying to like, walk the straight and narrow, but people were seeing me out there like that, right? And I call it the shark smelling blood in the water, right? It's a natural effect, right? You see somebody trying to do their thing, and then you're like, man, if he was mine. I mean, that's like Tasha and Lawrence on Insecure, right? Tasha was at the bank like, man, if he was my man, I'm like, don't do it, Lawrence, don't do it. Don't do it, don't do it. She's speaking from a place of no knowledge of you, brother. Don't do it. So you always like, oh yeah, if he was mine, So a couple times, I mean, like I got caught up in some situations. One situation, person was just like, one person was like, whatever, right? Whatever you need, I got you. Another person was, because she knew who I was when I was married, she wanted to basically move into that space, and I was too broken for all of that.
Right.
So. And that space was specific, not Pacific, specific to my ex. You know what I'm saying? And that family, and so there's nobody that could occupy that space. Not saying like, oh, it's coveted and holy. What I'm saying is that she was just trying to slide right in. Like, let me just pick up, since she ain't doing right by you, let me just do right by you. Gotcha. And the problem was that I wasn't right, so it didn't work. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
But I love it. But my fear, right? My fear was two-part. One, afraid to do it by myself. And then two, what did that mean? If I was able to do it by myself, then that meant that maybe I wasn't thinking, maybe I had overinflated the situation that I was in. And that was the greatest fear. The greatest fear wasn't that I couldn't do it by myself. The greatest fear was that I could.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what did you start doing? I heard you were going to start kind of telling us what was it that, moved you to, out of that phase of denial and not accepting that this is happening. What did you do to start accepting that?
So before we do that,
Okay.
Eric, before we go in, let's we're coming up against the break. we want to come back. We want to talk about this healing process. So for the ladies that are out there, and you talk about, you never hear a man talking about the healing process, addressing being by himself, all of those kind of things. We have Eric Payne on today inside the collective conversation, the green side of things. Like, share, comment, and come back with us after this break.
Check it out, put it in your ear. It's your girl Shauna. What on? It's your girl Tifa. And right now, we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central on What's In It for the Black People Media. And what we gonna be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back, changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with, all the illest creatives in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah, talk about it. What's in it for the black people? Infamous. We playing it back, changing the game. Shauna, Tifa, and you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
Hey family, this is Lisa E from the Book of Dawn, and I want to wish everybody a very happy holiday season and be safe. We love you.
WIFTBPM.
Welcome back inside the collective conversation on What's In It for the Black People Media. You are inside the green side of things. Absolutely. And we've got brother Eric Payne on, and we are discussing really life, healing, trauma. We've talked about the fact that, recognizing the fact that we're not okay.
So life after divorce.
Right. We're not okay. And now we want to talk about, what some of the steps were inside of this healing. So Cassie had asked that question before we went to the break. So Eric, talk about, what some of the wake up points were when you started to get to the other side of this thing.
So what happened for me was basically this. So basically what I had to accept was it wasn't happening. You had asked, well, what was my breaking point? Well, what was my breaking point was nothing I was trying was working. You know what I'm saying? Like everything I tried, and I'm not like, well, I'm much better now, but even back in the day, I was not hopeless. I was not hopeless, right? I had some game, I had some skills, I had some ability to convince and so on and so forth, but there was nothing I did, nothing I tried, no amount of money that I spent, and I spent a lot that could convince her to like change her point of view. So I had this come to Jesus moment where I was saying to myself, well, I feel like I'm coming up against the universe, right? The universe does not want me to have this. This is why it's not working. It's not working because it's not working. It's not meant for me to have this. It's like talking to a wall. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't about her. It wasn't about her. She was definitely a device in this, but it wasn't about her. It was about, this is not supposed to be happening for you, brother. So let it go. So I had to do this thing that I kind of don't do. I had to, like, I wouldn't call it quit. I would call it walking away. I walked away. It's not, when you quit, it's like, oh, I can't do this anymore. I'm not built for this, blah, blah. I decided that it was time to let it go. and stop looking over my shoulder at what was comfortable and look forward and move forward towards the unknown. And, you know, and honestly, what happened was I got quickened like immediately. It wasn't easy, but you know, for example, 2 weeks after I made that decision, I found a house and closed on it. You know what I'm saying? And I had already signed a lease on my apartment because I had accepted that I was going to be at the apartment. I decided I was going to stay at the apartment. But then at the last minute, I was like, I saw this house. I was like, I want this house. Got the house and bought the house. So that happened. And then I just started getting more and more energy, better vibes, better positivity, you know, working out, not, you know, to get even or to, you know, make some sort of boss move, I just started trying to live a whole life. And then what I decided for me was I am going to try to be the best human being that I can be. And I'm going to try and create as much space for myself as I possibly can be. I want to be a whole individual. So the failure, quote unquote, of the marriage started to become a teacher. So I don't really see failure as failure, and I don't really have bad days. You know what I'm saying? It's all a lesson for me. So I just started trying to become better. I said, I'm going to be the best possible Eric Payne that there ever could be. And slowly but surely that happened. And then, you know, as far as, I guess, functioning as a single man, like when I was in that denial phase, it was miserable. It was awful. Everywhere I went, it just reminded me that I was by myself and I couldn't do nothing with nobody. Like all of that, right? Well, when I was on my own, what I started to do was I'd be like, hey, you know, whether it was going to the gym or going to an art exhibit or going to a restaurant, talking to the fellas. You want to go hang out, Nah, I gotta go do whatever with the wife. Nah, I ain't doing that. That ain't my thing. All right then. And I started going by myself. So when I went by myself, I was an oddity, and I started striking up conversations with random people, you know, men, women, otherwise, because I was by myself. Well, why are you by yourself? And what are you doing? And so on and so forth. So I started. A couple of my friends down here say that I'm what did they say? I'm a man who knows no strangers, because people just talk to me about anything and everything. And there's people here. Atlanta is 2 up, 2 down, A-town, by the way.
2 up, 2 down, A-town.
Yeah. And I'm not Atlanta. I'm just telling you, like, I'm just correcting you for any Atlantans that might be watching. So,
okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So, like, you know, 2 up, 2 down, A-town. Anyway, yeah. So, I mean, I just started kind of like being out on the scene, seeing people, being around, and I started to get comfortable being in my own skin. And then the adventure began, the adventure of getting to know me. Now, I wasn't doing this without guidance, without counseling, without, you know, reading books here and there, but there was something to be said. My entire life, most of our lives, right? We live on autopilot. Like, we do what our parents tell us to do. We do what TV tells us to do. We do, you know, we just live because, you know, we see other people living, but we don't necessarily make particular choices for ourselves. We don't tailor a life for ourselves. And I was like, I'm gonna just do this. Like, I'm gonna figure out who I am. And I started to discover stuff that I liked. I started to discover stuff that I didn't like. But because I started to love me, even if it was something I didn't like, I didn't hate it. Before, I hated stuff about me. Now it's like, if I stumble across something that I don't particularly like, I was like, ooh, that didn't go well. Or, oh well, all right. Well, I'm gonna either go work on it, or I'm not. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Let's go into you talked about, you know, you didn't do any of this without counsel. So I know, like, as women, right, when we're going through, especially relationship issues, women, we are going to talk to each other. I am going to bounce off, you know, what's going on with, you know, with my girls, see what they think. And I'm fortunate that I have, you know, a set of mature women, so they're not catty. It's not an automatic, girl, screw that guy, you know, type of relationship. It's let's look at it from all.
Bless those sisters.
Yes, like, hey, what did you do? What did he do? Is there a contributing factor? So, with all that being said, did you, like, do guys talk to each other? Were you able to, like, talk with you know, the men in your life to help?
Well, let's do this before you go into that, Eric, because I think that's one of the things. Like, is there this group, this tribe, like this support system? You're talking about that. We've coming up against the break for the hour, want you guys.
Every time I got a question, it's always a break.
Right. Every time it gets good.
I think Sadiq's hating.
You coming up on the break.
Sadiq just trying to, I'm trying to stay. I got the producer looking at me. He not even looking at Cassie like I'm in the studio. So listen, we're at the break. We're coming up against the hour. We're gonna take this break, but let's do this fully. We need you to like, comment, share. Call the girlfriends, the guys, tell them that we're going to talk about support systems on the other side of this. Join us, the green side of things. What's in it for the Black People Media, the collective conversation.
And now joined by Dartisha Pitts, Esquire. I asked you to join us on the Book of Dawn because you are that girl. And I wish more of us did take the time to honor each other as women and successful women because our unity, I truly believe that. Dartisha Pitts serves as the General Counsel for the Office of the Illinois Lieutenant Governor. In 2017-18, she served as the President of the Cook County Bar Association.
Becoming an attorney was almost default. I think it was more so a personality thing. I always wanted to advocate for those who couldn't advocate for themselves. And growing up, I would get in trouble for that. Because my mom, be like, look, they not even talking and you talking. You be quiet. I kind of almost felt the injustice for others, sometimes even more than I feel the injustice for myself. I would say in high school, I was the sophomore class president. So I've always taken leadership positions to push the voice of my colleagues. I'm also from the South Side. I've seen so many injustices that I always felt like our community, our families, where do you go? I've seen and been victim of from family where you've been victim of a slumlord. How do you address and get a remedy in that situation? I grew up in an environment where the police would be in the community and you would see the police harass those on the block for no reason. How do you get a remedy? Everybody talked about a lawyer, but nobody knew how to access one directly. And I think that was my drive to continue to be an advocate. I didn't know it was going to be a lawyer, though.
You apply and get accepted at Northern Illinois College of Law. Did you go directly after undergrad to law school?
No, I actually, right after undergrad, I moved to Washington, D.C., to work at a international law firm, Skadden Arps, Slate Marn Blom, in their corporate section. And I was a legal assistant for a year. When I got there and I realized how much I was making and how much those attorneys were making, who did go straight through. They weren't that much older than me. That influenced my law school trajectory. But I realized that although they did well, the type of work was not meaningful and purposeful enough for me. I wanted to be connected to the community. So I came back home and went to law school. I took 2 years out in between undergrad and law school.
And you not only complete, as many do, but you actually then take and pass the bar. Because that's the trick piece. Lots
on the first try.
There you go. A full anomaly right there. And I think it discourages some potential students or people from going into law because that bar exam is, first of all, not easy to pass on the third try, but for somebody to pass it on the first try is indeed confirmation that you were doing what you were supposed to do.
Yep.
The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media.
Greetings, family. I am Salim Muwakil, and I welcome you to Muwakil's World. I'm going to chop it up with Dr. Lance Williams, professor at Jacob Carruthers Center for Inner City Studies, and one of the most knowledgeable scholars of Chicago's street organizations.
During the doo-wop era, you wasn't doing no doo-wop about what you was doing in the street. That was improper. What made rap so unique was that for the first time, this is how we actually are living, especially at the bottom. So what happens is it becomes so popular because it's so raw. And ultimately, rappers realize that this is what sells, and this is what the industry wants. So even guys who don't authentically have those experiences, and young women, are rapping about it and having success.
My God.
And after years of now this happening, it becomes known that, hey, this dude ain't really no real gangster. You know, this is a studio gangster. And what it did was music lost credibility because people thought they were listening to real gangsters rap. The sales of the music, which basically was being consumed by white suburban youth. This was their way of, it was a voyeuristic way of experiencing the hood, which they've always been fascinated without actually putting your life in danger. So you can listen to it. But once they found out, oh, these dudes ain't real, then even they stopped buying it. What's going on in the streets today? Because what the industry did was they realized, hey, the studio gangster thing ain't gonna work. So guess what? Let's go get some real gangsters that got the real credibility. But you know, when Chief Keef and these guys, so what we have expressed in the music scene today, when you deal with either, you know, trap down stuff, but particularly drill music is the hot music.
That's right.
Nationally,
and internationally.
And internationally, right? Which started right here on 63rd. O-Block. So it's a shooting culture. So that's what they're rapping about. And that's what is hot, right? And so we saw the tragedy.
Fratricide is hot.
Yeah. That's what the tragedy of King Von, right? Of him, you know, he's a real dude. Now what happens is, because that's the model of success, everybody is following that. So everybody wants to be a shooter now. And what it's doing is it's driving a lot of the violence. In any culture, your music and your entertainment is a part of your cultural expression. So whenever you can have an extended period of time of a particular type of music that's having influence, it becomes a part of your culture. That's what Kwabena is saying in terms of these activists are saying. Basically, these radio stations are helping to produce a culture that's leading to the death and destruction of the black community so that they could sell, commodify, you know, their merch, right? But, you know, we losing a lot of little brothers and sisters in the streets because of this, the way they think about things, how they see themselves, which they get from the music. Now, people are like, well, that's crazy that they're being influenced by music. They should be influenced by the values of their families. Ideally, yes. But the reality of the society that we live in is who has the biggest voice. And we know the media is the biggest voice in terms of ideals in the society that we live in.
If that fratricidal motif is being absorbed primarily by white listeners, who's the primary audience, why aren't they exhibiting this kind of behavior?
Because, first of all, it's not their identity.
WIIFTBPM.
I also want to eat lunch. Because I didn't want to, be on a show with food in my teeth. Yeah, or something.
Welcome back inside the collective conversation on What's in It for the Black People Media. I'm Sadiq.
And I'm Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and you're inside the green side of things.
Yes, and we are here talking today about relationships and specifically how to come back from divorce.
Yeah, absolutely. How to deal with yourself. And we're having it from the male perspective, you know, which is really interesting to me because a lot of times the stereotypical conversation is that men, we don't confront these things, right, and deal with them. So we're talking to an author.
And it's y'all the problem.
That we the problem. We don't talk about it. We don't address it. All of that good stuff. Thank you, Cassie.
Yes. Get your
Appreciate
life right.
That. Get yourself together, right? And so we're talking to brother Eric Payne, who is an author, a writer, a marketing guru and specialist. And I took some notes here, said he actually had some game. And wasn't afraid to be by himself.
All right, now. Okay.
He's an awesome guy. So we want to go back into it. Your question before the break?
Yeah, now I forgot it.
Yeah. You
I asked about the brothers.
The brothers, yes.
Yeah, so I was asking.
We got you.
I said that, you know, us women, we talk about it, you know, when we're going through, especially, you know, women love to talk about relationships, right? So especially when things are getting tough, we're going to call our girls up.
Wait, time out. Can we tag the sisters? Because I always hear from Atlanta, born and raised in Chicago, New York, Atlanta. He's talking about relationships. And the sisters, can we tag the sisters so that I don't have to hear that in the conversation. Like the brothers don't talk about this. We got the brother on.
Yes.
And he's talking about it.
Yes.
Okay, fine. All right.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Golly.
Yeah. I mean, can we do that?
Yeah.
Go ahead with the question.
Yes. I'm not a hater. I love making sure that we have balance, amongst the brothers and the sisters.
We got to have it. And the brothers. And I tag some of the brothers too.
Yes,
so,
absolutely. Yeah. So, yes, I've been tagging up my good sisters and everything all day. You. Like, comment, share. Let us know what you're thinking too. So, give your input. Tell us about, your what you've gone through and if divorce has been a part and how you've been able to bounce back. But what I was asking was, again, that, that we talk to each other. We're going to talk about, relationship things and bounce, the scenarios off. Am I making the right decision? Is it something that I did? Reflect on, the perspective that I'm telling you on what he did, So do you all do that? Do men talk to each other, when it comes to relationships? Like really not just go over there and play 2K and then, all right, cool, I'm cool, I can go back to the house now. But like actually like dig in and help each other.
Yeah, Eric?
Yeah, Eric. Eric. So yeah, no. I would say you have to be intentional about it. Naturally, no. I think the natural thing is to collapse in on yourself and to figure it out. You're gonna naturally assume that ain't nobody got time for that. Nobody's interested about all of that. Blah blah blah. And even sometimes your boys may unknowingly say, "Yo, suck it up." Like that's something that from the 90s or whatever, that's something that we used to always say, "Yo, suck it up, suck it up." And sometimes it's well intentioned. However, when your whole life is falling apart, you don't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to hear that. So what I did, honestly, fortunately, I actually went to I was at church one day, and I go to a local church down here, and they were talking about being intentional with the circle of people that you have around you. And they were talking about this tribe. So I actually kind of assembled a tribe almost along the same lines of, Solomon's Council of Elders. Like I knew that I didn't know. I knew that I was, and I had the foresight, the discernment, the wisdom to know that I didn't know. So I was like, let me assemble some people around me that know more than me. So I had a couple of older cats. Well, it was about 4 or 5 of them. And I literally approached them and said, hey, look, you know what I've been through. You've seen me all over the place being messy. But now officially, I am asking you to serve this role in my life. Can you check me if it looks like I'm getting out of bounds? Can you speak on my life if, to tell me if I'm making the right decision or not making the right decision? And what I'm going to do to, make sure that this thing works is I'm going to be truthful, about me versus like kind of leaving some of like that key detail out so that they give you, that's what I used to do, right? That's what I used to do.
So that you get the upper hand in the story.
Right. I used to do is I would go get advice because you want to hear what you want to hear. Yeah. I'd be like, yeah, she da 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 this da 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 da, and then I'm leaving out like my parts, right? Nah, F that. Nah, you got to, and then I would go act on that advice, and it would blow up in my face. And the reality was that I wasn't really telling the truth to get the right advice to begin with. You know what I'm saying? So I had like being honest with myself and being and really wanting to change, and then also like I just didn't want that. I didn't want the pain that I was in, I didn't want anymore. But more importantly, I didn't want it for anybody that comes after me. So I decided that I was going to be the stopgap. Like this ends with me. This ends with me. Like my parents been married and together forever. But traditional Black families, everybody has their secrets and people don't want to talk about stuff. And you find out about stuff at funerals and all the rest of that. And then somebody you a whole grown person and somebody's like, you don't talk to your mama like that. And you're like, nah, man, like this doesn't work. And I don't want to be a part of this no more. Yeah. So I'm going to extract myself from that and chart a new path. And I mean, you invite trouble on yourself when you do that, but it's necessary.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, for the growth. You mentioned, I think you said a Solomon's Council. So is in that council, are any of them elders? Are any of them, men that are married and made it through and do talk it through. Like, yeah.
What was the criteria for your assembling of a tribe? Like, how did you?
Yeah.
What did you? Because I missed my call, but go ahead. So I didn't get the tribe invite, so I just want to know what the criteria was.
So first and foremost, I have to say there are no peers in it. Like I couldn't have peer. I could not. That directly addresses what you said.
Oh, okay. There you go, Sadiq. Get out your own ego.
I feel better now.
Yeah.
I couldn't have any peer. I couldn't have any peer influence. No one. I couldn't be in the same. No one who is just as far as me could be in the space. People had to be further along. So one gentleman had been married for 30 years. He was only in his 50s, but he had been married for 30 years. He'd been married since 19. Another guy was divorced and, has been in all the wars and all the rest of that kind of stuff. One cat, almost got divorced and didn't. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And then over time, actually, what I wound up doing what I did, like once I'm skipping ahead, like maybe year 2 of having the little council, I opened it up to women, right? Because the reality was this.
Oh, wow.
Dudes, as much as dudes know, like, and I'm gonna blow your mind with something in a second, but as much as guys that you empower to speak on your life know, we don't know nothing about the way women think and what is really going on. We go based on like their actions, but we don't know what they think.
Wait, hold on a minute. Hold on, because you're preaching, because we got a church response.
I see it. So
wow.
So what happened?
Thank you, Eric.
And how this happened was I was at work. I used to work for Millhouse School of Medicine, HBCU, and I was in an office. I was talking to this sister. She's actually, I put this on my IG Live and she's actually watching right now. So I was talking to her about my ex. And as I'm talking, I watch her face go slack. And then she folds her arms. And I was like, am I saying something wrong? And she was like, yo, you're getting played out right now. And I said, nah. This isn't because like speaking from what I know, right? And she was like, so listen, this is what I want you to do. And she gave me 1, 2, 3 things to do. I promise you, watch what happens. Came back a couple days later or like the next day, and I was like, man, you were right. I know I was right, because I mean that's what women do. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, wow, okay, I need to open up membership.
Right.
Wow. So that's a very interesting concept. Like, and then we want to give a shout out to, I think that's Catrice.
It looks like maybe Catrice Henny.
Catrice, yeah. But shout out, she says, this is a great thing. We do this in our careers. Why not in our personal lives?
Right.
So, we just want to thank you all that are in the conversation with us and letting this come out, what Brother Payne is talking about. But you started this kind of this counsel or being intentional are the words you used about the people around you to discuss this with. But then you opened it up. It wasn't just for men. You got feedback or counsel from women as well. And I think, these are all kind of non-mainstream, or these are not things tactics, that everybody, tactics that everybody uses. So, so say a little bit. So the sister was right, which they usually are, because you got Cassie over. She about to jump out of her seat. Like, thank you.
See my emoji?
Right.
Right. Yeah, you got a tip. You got a tip. So anyway.
Yeah. And so before we do this, because I know Cassie's going to have another question, but we got like a minute and 30 seconds before the break. My man, see, I'm in the house, me and you, right? Because she's going to say, so I want to let her know the break is coming. I want to let Eric know the break is coming.
Thank you.
I want everybody to know, but do this for us, please. Like, comment, share. We're going to, on the other side, we're going to begin to wrap this conversation up, but we want to hear a few more pieces from Mr. Payne, but we want to get into his career and some of his works, his books, and his conversations about dating after divorce,
Oh yeah, you know we gotta know that.
Yeah, we want to know what that's like.
We'll do that
for
after.
real. Yeah,
Let's
we want to
do that
get to that. But we've got the break coming up. Soul Vegan hit us and said they're bringing you some food. You got to tell them what to bring, though, exclusively, because they got their holiday menu that's coming out. We're gonna break that out towards the end of the show.
And I want the stuff. It's like kind of creamy and it has like some herbs in it.
The kale greens, the live kale. No,
kale is good too, but no, it's creamy.
I don't. Okay. Oh, the carrot salad. No, the mock chicken salad.
Maybe that.
Okay. Yeah. So she needs some mock chicken salad. She needs the
mac and
cheese and some kale.
And if you want to do the vegan, the barbecue,
bring her the little barbecue and all of that. So listen, we've got Eric Payne with us. He is, I'm gonna call him a relationship expert.
Come on.
And he's my man, and he's a writer, he's an author, he's a blogger, he's all of that. You're inside the collective conversation. What's in it for the Black People Media? The green side of things. Join us on the other side of the break.
Put it in your ear. It's your girl, Shauna. What on? It's your girl, Tifa. And right now, we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central on What's in It for the Black People Media. And what we going to be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back, changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with, all the illest creatives in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah. Talk about it. What's in it for the Black people? Infamous. We playing it back, changing the game. Shauna, Tifa, and you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
The Chicago Legal Network is the collaboration of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of the law most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. The CLN lawyers all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation. So if you were injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information or call 773-912-3545. 773-912-3545.
WIIFTBPM.
Doc said that ain't paranoia, that's anxiety. Either way, I can feel when people watching me. I don't know if it's the women or if it's the clothes. When I walk inside the room, these haters get exposed. I hit my dance on a hater, they don't like that. I've been grinding for a minute, fell into a bag. Had to sacrifice a lot to pop a couple tags. I done sacrificed a lot to pop a couple tags. Yeah.
Alright, man. Talk to you later.
For the bread, I become addict. I jump in the trap like a rabbit. Pardon the cliche, but dummies ain't getting it these days. I'm leaving them all with the face. Like, what did he really just tell me? Every other month I want $100,000. Said he's spending like
yeah. Welcome back to the collective conversation. The green side of things. Green side? No. You're on What's in It for the Black People Media. We are talking to the brother Eric Payne, and he is, and we're getting some great comments. We want to acknowledge those of you that are out there with us. We know it's your lunch break. We want you to pull up a chair. We want you to set your iPad, whatever you got, your watch, your laptop, and join this conversation. Like, share, comment. We've got sister. Who is that? Shaka Strong?
Yes, that's a brother.
That's a brother. My brother.
Tell us what you're eating. So right now, Shaka is eating zucchini soup and vegan black beans and onion tamales.
Wow, that's what's up. And he says he's listening. He's got his ear while he's eating. So we appreciate you, my brother. We love it in this room. So Eric,
onion tamales.
I love it.
Okay, I'm gonna have to try that.
So vegan, hurry up. So vegan, hurry up.
That you tagged it, but I'm gonna have to find it out myself.
But we'll see. We'll see.
Okay,
we'll check it out. Maybe he can drop the recipe in there.
Yeah, and then you can eat it. You can make it.
I can make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we do at the plant-based app. We do cooking classes too.
Yes.
So, Brother Shaka, we need that we need that recipe. And we got Sister Hampton out there.
Yes.
Yeah. She says great conversation. I love it. Please like, share, comment. Let's drive this relationship awareness.
Yes.
Conversation. Let's drive it home. So where did we leave off, Cassie?
Man, so now we're I think gonna start talking about is like kind of afterwards. You know, he talked about the men's tribe that he put together to help him get through acceptance, and then now it's kind of like life afterwards. You know, of course I want to hear about like him dating and what that
dating
looks like
after
now.
divorce,
Yes.
right? That's
What
his
is that
that's
like?
his thing. What's
You got a new boo?
So here's the thing.
Is she on the stream?
No, not at the moment. I don't have nobody.
Oh, hey, new boo. Oh, he said no. Okay.
I don't have. All right. Okay. So anyways, so basically what happened, like along the way, like once I kind of, so here's the thing, right? I talked about rejection initially. So I went in the opposite direction, right? Once I started, and I'm not gonna say I started feeling myself. I'm saying like I started giving off good juju, right? So I'm 49 this year, right? But this was 44, whatever. And I guess 44, 45. And I don't play, like, I don't look like I'm my age, right? I don't act like I'm my age. I don't get down like I'm my age. And there's nothing wrong with my age, but I don't look that way, right? So
yes, you seem so self-aware.
Look, man, I'm trying to be on your show. If you want to talk the way we talk,
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Be on the show. Be on the show.
Yes, we do.
Be on the show.
Don't let
Cassie amp you.
This is what's in it. Listen, this is what's in it for the Black people media. I told Sadiq, I said, if you want me on this show, bruh, I'm going to be myself. We're not gonna be here all stuffy.
We actually signed paperwork. There are 5 things she cannot do.
This is not CNN.
And she signed that. But no, go ahead with your.
I have on no suit.
I just time out. I don't want to interrupt the interview. But the brother said with a straight face, I don't look my age. Talk to him, Eric.
Every time I say that, it typically, when I say that, rather, especially in mixed company, right, it usually will garner that response. But like genuinely, I eat clean, or I try to eat clean. I work out 30, 40 minutes a day, every day. You know what I'm saying? So like, there's an inevitability that comes with that. I drink my water and I try to be happy. I try to be a kid at heart, man.
I love it.
So like, to turn it serious real quick, my mom is a stage 4 breast cancer survivor. My father has dementia as a result of having vascular dementia. So that's as a result of having multiple strokes. And that was from mini strokes, rather. And that came predominantly, as Sadiq knows, from his diet. So my thing is, I'm an only child, and I'm not going and I am my parents' caretaker, and they're in Chicago. I can't do anything right now with travel, whatever. What I am not going to do, I was talking about standing and stopping things where I am. I'm not going to turn around and continue to pass that on. I can't tell you how many doctor's visits. I'm going to be on this real brief. I can't tell you how many doctor's visits I had where our folks are like, well, they took care of you. Now it's time for you to take care of them. I mean, sure, but why? Why? You know what I'm saying? Like, the way God willing, my kids are going to be like, well, where's Pops? Where's Dad? I don't know. I heard he was doing like some 80-year-old pull-up competition, like nobody's gonna know where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna be a quote unquote burden. I am responsible for my health and well-being. And as a result of that, I'm comfortable saying that I don't look my age. And
all right.
So anyway, but it's mostly because I'm young at heart. But so what happened was, what happened was this. I started dating. You know what I mean? I started online dating. I was lazy in the beginning. I was like, I don't feel like talking to nobody. I don't want to meet nobody. I don't know nothing about that. Even though I was hanging out and getting out there more, I was like, everybody's in the same barn. They all in there for the same thing. However,
which app were you on? Which app were you on?
All of them except
You were on like the real ones and the booty ones, the booty call ones too.
No. I was on Bumble.
Wait, time out. There's a booty call.
All those swipe rights and stuff. I think Bumble is one of them.
All right.
I ain't on none of them, but I heard about them. I'm not.
Watch Culture Clash. Go ahead.
So anyway, I was on everything, and what was happening was that I was starting to have these really bizarre, crazy experiences, and by bizarre, crazy meaning like, again, grew up a certain kind of way. So when you take somebody out for dinner or whatever, and you're like, all right, have a good night, and they're like, oh, so what you about to do? And you're like,
go home.
Really? this is what we doing? And so like that continued to happen over and over and over again. But then, what I'll say about online dating for anybody that's listening about online dating. Here's my rub about online dating. There's this chat function inside the online apps, right? So you chat. Once you swipe or agree or whatever, you chat. So after you chat, my belief is that the chatting creates a false sense of familiarity, right? So after you chat for a little bit, you go on that one date and you thinking like, yeah, we gonna progress. And they like, yeah, I've been chatting with you for like 2 weeks. Let's do this. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, let me say this though too.
Wow.
Women, between their 30s and 40s, that y'all hit y'all sexual prime early, young.
That's not true. We're gonna address that next week.
Oh Lord, today.
That's not true.
I know I've had a switch.
That's not true.
I had a switch between 30 and 40.
Time out. Let's stick a pin in that. We coming up on the break, but that's not true, fellas. And I'm gonna tell you why that's not true.
Can I come back next week for that?
Yeah. You can sit in the gallery for that one. You got it, because that is not true. We do not hit our sexual prime in our 20s. That's not true. But let's leave, let's go. Let's keep going.
Y'all trying to hunt rabbits during that time.
That's different, but that's not sexual prime.
Whatever. Listen, women ain't on it like that. We're doing it for y'all when we younger, but in our 30s and 40s, we want it for ourselves. So yes, when you was chatting it up with her, she like, shit, I'm ready.
Yeah, no doubt. Like, so
can somebody get the agreement I had Cassie sign? I need to see what thing number 3 was. I think we just crossed it. Well, hold on, check it out. We can't recover from this, Eric. You still here with us. Listen, we getting ready to go into this break. You are inside the collective conversation on what's in it for the Black people media, the green side of things. Come on back after this break with us.
Be with me, ladies. I know y'all with me.
Check it out, put it in your ear. It's your girl Shauna. What on? It's your girl Tifa. And right now, we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central on What's in It for the Black People Media. And what we gonna be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back, changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with, all the illest creatives in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah, talk about it. What's in it for the Black people? Infamous. We playing it back, changing the game. Shauna, Tifa, and you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
Minding our Black-owned business. I have a good friend with us this morning. I'm so excited. Jonathan Swain is here. KimBarkBeverage.com. We tend to talk about business a lot. We both are in family businesses. Was this the plan? Because you are second generation business owner.
Yeah. No, actually, I'll talk about it from my father's perspective, and I'll talk about it from my perspective. His perspective, he did not want me to be in this business. The liquor business has a sordid history. They call it a sin business. I mean, it's less that now, but it had a very sordid history. He didn't want me to do this. He wanted me to go off to school. My father was the first person to fire me at 9 years old. I was supposed to be at work at 11 o'clock, and I showed up 5 minutes late, walked me outside, and fired me. And I'll never be late again. So I appreciate him for that. I walked home. My mother said, well, what happened? I said, Dad fired me. What happened? I was late. He said, well, you got fired. You're late. You can't be late. Told you to get up and leave. My side of it, in many ways, I have a very unique rearing experience in that that I've never seen my father work a job. So when I was born, my dad was an entrepreneur. Growing up, I'm going to own my own business. I'm going to be in business doing something, controlling my own destiny in some ways. In particular, my father's generation relative to us, there's not a lot of information transfer about how that works. And there's not a lot of context. It's kind of, I'm going to keep you away from the struggles I had so you don't have them. But in not seeing the struggles, you don't know how to get through the struggles. But as I've gotten older and we developed a relationship and talked about it, I began to understand a lot of the bumps and the bruises and the challenges and what makes entrepreneurship and business ownership not for the weak and weary. All the success I've had in business has been a function of with my parents. As fortunate as I am and people look to my business story, there is no business story but for them and what they did. I mean, my dad was the first black business owner in Hyde Park in the 1970s. Hyde Park, though it's welcoming and inclusive now, wasn't always that way.
Yeah.
There are a lot of stories that he would tell us about the challenges that he had being a black-owned business in Hyde Park back in the 1970s. That success comes from their legacy, ultimately.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
WIIFTBPM.
Okay, we back in the room on What's in It for the Black People. What you doing? Come meet me in my steeple. What you doing in the church? Bring it down.
Welcome back to the collective conversation on What's in It for the Black People Media, the green side of things. Green side.
Okay. You got a little bit of support on this green side thing.
See, got you to say it. Got you to say it, G. Got you to say it. Say it again, Cassie.
No.
Say it again, Cassie.
No.
Green side.
Happen.
Yeah, Eric, don't make that face. I can see it. Don't do that.
So no matter how.
Don't do that.
So what ends up happening there is
now what's gonna happen is
no matter how fresh your face look because you plant based and black don't crack. As soon as you say green side, everybody's like
But guess what?
Now I know
I'm gonna be in Whole Foods. Watch this. I'm going to be in Whole Foods, and somebody is going to see me, and they're going to be like, green side?
Lord today. Shout out to my soror, Camille Garrett.
That's going to be me. That's what's up. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly.
You know, coming into the feed. Love y'all for checking in with us.
We got people in here. Look, we appreciate you all for hanging in with us. We are talking to Brother Eric Payne, and we're having a real conversation.
Yes.
We're talking about literally addressing pain in situations. We're talking about dealing with the self, and we're talking about moving beyond the pain. Beyond the pain.
It's like you don't want to say it. Of divorce. That is the topic.
Of divorce. Okay. All right. Of divorce.
That's specific. I think,
okay. But now the brother talking about dating and he got people in the cars.
But that's the portion afterwards, though.
Right.
I think that part is important so that people understand that you can get past this and that there's life afterwards and then moving forward. And actually, your best self can come from it as well.
I love it. And we got Sister Webb out there that's listening with us. And she said, as someone recently divorced, it's very helpful to take personal accountability. So, Eric, the people are paying attention.
Yes.
It's a great conversation. So let's go ahead with it now. We left off. You had picked up about, 16, 17 women, and they all were like, what's happening after this?
Oh.
And,
because he got game, right?
He got game. That's what he said. I wrote it down. My man said that's what he said. He said he has some game. So the game is working. You want all the dating apps, including which ones, Cassie? What they call?
Bumble. He on Match. He on Hello Cupid.
Everything. Swipe left, swipe right, swipe up. So talk to us about dating after divorce.
Okay. So, picking up where Cassie was. I mean, she's absolutely right. Like when people are like grown, right? When they're grown, they're just like, look, I'm grown, so whatever. Like, so let's just do this. And but the problem is that I think so. You're talking about dating, right? So if you're talking about sleeping around and having a good time, that's one thing. But I wouldn't categorize that as dating, right? That's not dating. Dating is the way I define dating is creating shared memories consistently with a single person, or even a couple of people, but it's still creating consistency across a couple of different people.
Wait, I want you to. I'm famous for doing this. I want you to slow down. You said create. No. I want to hear that one more time. Creating consistent memories with one person, and then you said maybe a couple of people. Right?
Because it's dating.
Because it's dating.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not exclusive.
Okay. Creating consistent. Okay. Go ahead.
Creating consistency in relation in memory making with a specific set of people. One person, couple people. I mean, I don't know what you can handle, but I mean, if you can handle 4 or 5 people, whatever, and everybody knows what's up, then fine. I mean, you like honestly, it can happen. So
go ahead, brother.
So anyway, I mean, I think that you were saying something about getting through the pain. So the pain doesn't necessarily go away, and I think that was one of the things that was like hamstringing a lot of my dating experiences. Right? Is that there was pain and there was anger, and I think that before you can date. And I think it's healthy to date. It's great to meet people. It's great to get to know people and meet people from different walks and have different experiences. But as far as bringing someone into your life, into that circle, into your space, if you're not addressing, I'm not saying heal, because healed is a process, but if you're not even addressing where you're at. So I'll give you a perfect example. There were certain stages of forgiveness that I needed to go through. I needed to forgive the situation that happened. I needed to forgive my ex, and I needed to forgive myself. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't get closure. And I was telling somebody the other day that closure, people have this like mystified view of what closure is. Closure is, we talk and everything makes sense, and now we can walk away. I ain't get no closure. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't get to decide what your closure is going to look like. What you do get to choose is, are you going to close the chapter?
Yeah.
And based on the circumstances that you're given. So I didn't experience, so I was dating, but I was trying to just basically plug holes. Like there was this pain, there was this anger, there was this pain, there was this anger. I realized that it was all gone from my life when I finally got through those different phases of forgiveness. And for the first time I got divorced in 2015. So the first time since that time period, and this was maybe a year or so ago, I experienced extreme loneliness. Now, the reason why I experienced extreme loneliness is because my anger was my bedfellow. My anger was keeping me company. My anger was what I was making love to. You know what I'm saying? And there was no space for anybody to even be in that space with me anyway, because I was ready to cut people off at a second's notice. And I mean, I still think that there's some benefit to that, but I'm just saying, like, there's energy that I had that was not productive. You know what I'm saying? And I think so I'd like to talk about my podcast for a second, but I'm just going to skip ahead to right now. You asked if I had a bae, a boo. I do not. Am I talking to, trying to talk to a couple people? Sure. Or a person, whatever. I'm just saying that for the sake of it.
You know, you from Chicago when you saying talking to, but go ahead.
Right. Right. Like I'm all over the place. I got a little bit of Chicago, a little bit of New York, and just a smidge of Atlanta. But so my change came actually during this pandemic. I think that what people do, right? This is the thing about relationships. You decide what you want, and then you look for somebody to check off those boxes. And then what happened, I'm saying you general, you then impose your expectations on that person. And when you hear people complaining about relationships and so on and so forth, here's the thing. A person is demonstrating that they can't be the thing that you want them to be. A person is demonstrating that they may not have the capacity. And you then begin to argue with them to be something that they're showing you they cannot be.
Wow.
Even if you were like, well, he chose to do that. Well, if he chose to do that, then he doesn't have the capacity to choose right. So what you get mad for? You just got your blessing because you have the chance to walk away. But the people don't want to walk away because they'd rather be comfortable with the devil they do know versus the devil they don't know, which is spending time alone. And I've spent a lot of time alone getting to know me, a lot of time, dealing with the uglies, the ugly stuff and the bad stuff and all the rest of it. Not to get rid of it, but just to understand it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I got to point out real quick, we got a comment from Kang Mufasa Red. When you were talking about dating and the definition of dating, he says booty calls can be consistent too with one person. I just want to put that out there.
That's true.
She play all day. It's okay.
That's true, but it's gonna be. It might be a little weird when you try to have dinner with that person. If you try to advance it.
It doesn't sound like they try to have dinner with these people.
Yeah.
You can definitely have booty call consistency.
Absolutely. You know what it is. It is that side piece. It is your guaranteed, the one in the bag that you have. As a matter of fact, we talked about this before in regards to when the side piece finds out that you're getting married. That's a whole other conversation. Let's keep going.
Yes, let's move on, shall we? Brother Page.
Yeah. Well, to that point, right, I have a do not call list, right? There's people that are always there that you can call. And yeah, it's a do not call list. So if I'm at the crib and I'm feeling some kind of way, I get people that I don't call, because if I call them, then I'm gonna open up that Pandora's box that I closed before. So I wrote the names down. I don't visit because I wrote it down. I don't need to go back to it. But there's people that exist. That, I mean, everybody has. I mean, hopefully not everyone, but most people that are single have folks that they can always reach out to.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that'll always be there. And you have to decide if that works for you, if it doesn't work for you, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think for me, the space that I'm currently in, just since I'm the guest or whatever, like I had this epiphany a little bit ago that it's not like I'm ready to be that person in someone's life. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about that person checking off the boxes or da-da-da-da. It's about I'm now ready to show up in somebody's life to be the things that, someone would need. So that little tweak of perspective has just made me that much more intentional, because it's not about checking off boxes anymore. It's not about whatever. It's about energy. Now, because I'm in that space where I have this level of energy, if and when I cross paths with someone who then aligns with this space that I'm in, then it's Gucci. Now that's
how did you find out you were ready? When did you know that you were ready?
Right.
I mean, I literally just woke up one day. I'm telling you, I literally woke up one day. I sat up in bed and I was like, I'm ready. Like it just downloaded into me like first thing in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Now, this was about 2 weeks after a straight up catastrophe of an experience that I had, because I was like, yeah, man, here's the other thing about accountability. Things go bad and they consistently go bad, or they go sideways or a certain way. Right. Yeah, you can say it's because of them, but there's a person that's making the decision to be with that person.
Come on.
And I'm like, look, there's something
going on.
That's
real talk.
There's something going on with my decision making. So let me just fall back, because I think when you date or whatever, right, you go through cycles where you're hot and then you're not. Hot meaning like you out in the streets, you ready to do your thing, blah, 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 blah. And then there's other times where you could just chill at the crib. You know what I'm saying? But what I started to recognize is that when things were just not working, Eric, something's not right. You need to, like, I don't know, get your chakras right, or, you know, get your mind right, and just get out of this. You know, it's almost like when you're driving, right? And one person after another person is cutting you off, or you about to drive into barriers and all the rest of that. And you say, let me get home and get off this street before something terrible happens.
Yeah.
It's the same type of thing.
Well, Eric, listen, I want to, because we're up against the break again. We want to bring you back on the other side, wrap up the conversation. We want to go from, you know, the anecdotes to what you're doing now. We want you to talk about your current works when we come back. We want to hear what Eric Payne is up to moving forward. And we want everybody to like, share, comment. You're in the collective conversation on What's in It for the Black People Media on the green side of things. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
All right.
Hey, check it out. Put it in your ear. It's your girl, Shauna. What on? It's your girl, Tifa. And right now, we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central on What's in It for the Black People Media. And what we going to be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back. Changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with. All the illest creatives in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah. Talk about it. What's in it for the black people? Infamous. We playing it back, changing the game. Shauna, Tifa, and you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
This is retired State Senator Ricky Hendon. This is my new song, Be My Christmas. It's on my House Party CD, produced by house music icon King Farley. It's available on my website, HollywoodHendon.com. And this is our new song, We Getting Lit. The album also has songs like Rona Money. Get the House Party CD in time for Christmas and New Year's Eve. This is the king of house music, Farley Jack Master Funk. And I endorse Hollywood Ricky Hendon. Let's go to work.
WIIFTBPM.
Those don't look good at all. Hold on.
Yeah. Grab your headphones, Cassie. Grab your headphones. Yeah. Grab your headphones. Yeah.
Are we back on?
We're back. Welcome back to the collective conversation on What's in It for the Black People Media. You're on the green side of things. Green side?
He does be leaving me out there.
I didn't. I said grab your head.
It too.
He does. He has a good time with just having me look down. I'm like,
we are now wrapping up our conversation with our brother Eric Payne, and Eric, you know, it's really been a pleasure, and just want to say that having somebody that is willing to address, what's happening. I mean, he some key things. You know, Payne was my bedfellow. You know, he was just plugging holes. He was talking about, you know, choosing closure. Like we have this romanticized view of closure. Like everybody sits down, signs an agreement, and like, now we're closed.
Yeah, no.
But you have to be open to actually closing that chapter.
And closure is for yourself.
And closure, right, is something that you have to do, and it's not, the other person can't give you closure.
Absolutely.
And so I think all of those things were brought out. So now, brother, talk to us about what you're doing, how we can find you, and these conversations you're having with people dating after divorce, and your other blogs and your website.
Sure. So you can find me on the gram at Eric L. Payne. So the L is for Leon, like Leon's Barbecue, bringing it back to Chicago. So it's Eric L. Payne. You remember those nights when we would go get those brick fries? Anyway.
Yeah, I absolutely do.
All right now. The plant-based African and Leon.
He's talking about 35 years ago.
Wah.
Right,
Go ahead,
right.
Eric.
Green sage.
Somebody check the agreement, please.
Right.
Yes. Go ahead, Eric.
I have a podcast. It's the Dating After Divorce Survival Guide. It kind of came about in two different ways. Someone that I was hanging out with, I wouldn't say dating, but hanging out with, but we were talking casually, and she was just saying like dating is hard. She
Consistently?
Consistently until she like what do you call it?
Imploded.
Yeah, self-destructed. Yeah, she just
okay.
Anyway, whatever. So she was just saying like it's hard, like as a single, right? Just being out here. And she was saying that, and particularly when you run across divorced men, they're like, bull in a china shop, scorched earth. They're just leaving a path of dead bodies behind them. And that stuck with me. And then I have a friend of mine who's a communication consultant, and I was just talking to her about various stuff in my life and how I could, convert those into stories. And she said, well, why don't you create a guide, like a letter to your former self, a guide? And I was like, yeah, I don't want to write nothing. And then I started to think about the conversation that I have with my friends and the way that I talk. And I said, well, maybe what if I have like kind of an anecdotal experience, right? Where I'm talking about the experiences that I've been through. Because when I first got divorced, based on the way I was going through things and based on the way I was interpreting things, some of the people that were close to me were like, you have a testimony, brother. You have a testimony. And I was like, F all that. I ain't got no testimony. I'm going through this because I'm going through this. So, you can kiss my butt and so can everyone else. But, growth, maturity, time, whatever. And I decided that, let me see if I can do something to help Black men specifically. That was my goal. So I had a whole bunch of guests lined up. The guests fell through. So I decided to just narrate the experience. So instead of it being like a guest-based show, it became a serial podcast where I started from when I first got kicked out the crib, right? Well, I didn't get kicked out, but when I first left the crib to, present day. It's in 2 seasons. And, it's very, I call it a fully immersive 2-dimensional experience because it's got music, it's got sound effects. I'm literally narrating it, kind of like the old school radio reruns, changing, like there's different characters and so on and so forth. I mean, all the names are changed or not used at all to protect the innocent, but it's just, the travels from pain to healthy and understanding the messiness that happens along the way and being okay with that. And, it's currently being listened to in 66 countries.
Nice.
Wow.
I haven't put too much advertising behind it, but as of today, I think it's at 28.5 thousand downloads. People reach out to me all the time. And interestingly enough, I get people from other countries, particularly Australia, which is weird, but Australia and a lot of white men have tracked me down and say, hey, listening to this has like made getting through the holidays better, or, understand, this is the first time without the kids and I can deal now or whatever. Brothers are listening, but they're lurking. I can see that, like based off my board.
Wow.
And they refer. It's a year old. They refer, but but they're not as vocal. And then of course sisters are vocal. And sisters, you were talking earlier before I got on. I had one woman who even said to me, talking about paradigms, stereotypes, and just outlooks. She said, listening to this, and I know you, and I know how much you love your daughter. My daughter lives with me, and she's 14, whatever. That's my heart. The sun rises and sets with her. But she was like, I was listening to it, and it just really blows my mind how hard you fought for your family, how much you loved your children. And I was like, yeah. You know what I mean? But that her hearing me speak about that surprised her. You know what I'm saying? And it shouldn't.
Right.
I'm not mad at her for that, but it shouldn't.
Well, there's a narrative. Yeah. There's a narrative out there that goes with that, and we'll have to get into that when we bring you back. But
but anyway, the website is datingafterdivorce.guide. So it's .guide, not .com. It's datingafterdivorce.guide.
Nice.
Got it. So,
and I'm on Facebook. You know, if you go there, datingafterdivorce.guide, all of my links to everywhere. I like, rather than say all my links, which nobody's going to remember, just go to datingafterdivorce.guide and all my links are there.
And it seems as though whether you've been divorced or not, if you are dating, if you are in a relationship, it seems like this would be a great book to just have, period, in regards to just becoming
and that's
whole.
the other thing. Like even married folks, you know what I'm saying? Like people, the strangest thing was like a lot of married people be asking me stuff, and I'm like, why are you talking to me? I didn't even succeed at this. But you know, the thing is that it's all about the perspective. Me being transparent about the experiences gives me the perspective, right? So yeah, it married, single, divorced, young, not too much old, because you know the old folks are like, oh, that's really nice. You know,
right.
I already made it through, baby.
Right. I've been married for 7,200 years.
Right.
I haven't, and I'm not trying to be.
Right, exactly. So listen, we're coming up to the end of the hour. We've got to take this break, everybody. We have Eric L. Payne with us. We want to thank him for his time. Eric, if you could type in the comment section where they can find you.
Where do I do that?
Please do that. We want
in the comments, Eric.
In the comments, and we want to thank everybody for hanging out with us. We're going to get up against this break. We're going to go to the other side. Come on back with us. You're inside the collective conversation. What's in it for the Black People Media? The green side of things. See you soon.
Yo, can you hear me? Okay.
Chicago great, Simeon legend, University of Illini legend. ILL, baby! Man, flying Illini, man, that's a big Vital. I don't think he could have stated it any better. NBA great. It's always great to have a Chicago basketball icon, hoop legend, the one and only Nick Anderson in the building. Nick, how you feeling, brother?
What's going on, fellas? From that day I got drafted till we are sitting here in front of each other today, I'm thankful and I'm grateful that my mom has never worked another day in her life. People don't know. I can remember the conversations that me and Benji used to have all the time, that we were going to buy our mom a big house and a pretty car. It was so unfortunate that he wasn't here to live out that dream, but I lived out the dream for me and him. As you know, Benji wore number 25. I wore number 25 my entire college career and my entire NBA career because of Benji. You think about all the guys that came out of Simeon and went down to the U of I that wore number 25 after me at the University of Illinois. And then you have to give love to Newt, Juwan Howard. He wore number 25 at Michigan. We carry that name on. That legacy is still being carried today.
It is. It absolutely
is. You see D Rose wearing 25 now. It's special. That means something to me. And that's something I will always carry with me.
The guys at Simeon that wear 25, all of the guys at Illinois, Deion Thomas, Brian Notary, all of those guys up until now, and like you said, in the league, we see Kendrick Nunn. Jabari had number 25 stitched in his shoes when he played for the Bulls.
Yes, sir.
It's a Chicago thing, man. I feel like we wear Benji, you know, however we can represent Ben Wilson, we do it. I remember Common, one of his famous albums, I think it was One Day It'll All Make Sense or something, and he had a whole 4 bars about Ben Wilson, and it kind of just took me back. It's like anytime you hear a new Ben Wilson story, anytime you hear the name Ben Wilson, it just resonates like none other. So I'm glad that you were able to, you know, start that whole, and I don't even want to call it a trend, because it's definitely more than a trend, you know?
Exactly. It just carry on one of the greats, one of the special ones. He will always be talked about. He will always be brought up in conversations somehow, some way. Because he was special. He was just a special guy, not only basketball-wise, but a human being. He was just a special dude. I still remember what I was doing and where I was at that day all that went down. I remember it like it happened yesterday. I just can't forget it.
You know, being outside, like across the street at the candy store or something when all that went down.
Yeah, man, I remember it just like it was yesterday. And, boy, the way how dark it got in a few seconds. It was, just to think about it, man, it just brings a dark cloud over your head.
What's up, good people? If you didn't tune in to the last I Said What I Said, here's what you missed. This legendary journalist, man, his list of accomplishments goes on and on. He's an author, a brother. He is someone that, for me, I've looked up to literally since I was about 11 or 12 years old. And this was really before I knew his name. I mean, I knew what Slam Magazine was. That's kind of what you did as a shorty. But I didn't even know that he wrote for it, right? And I had read plenty of his articles, but I didn't know that the dude who I saw every morning on my way to school was Scoop Jackson. Eastside crazy, man. So, and growing up over there where I grew up, there wasn't a whole lot of positive male representation. I would walk down the block past his house every morning. I would see him coming out of his driveway, right? He had this coldest truck, black Pathfinder, if I recall. I would see him, and he would always just take a couple minutes to chop it up, and it would just be me or, you know, a couple of my guys just walking to school. And again, over there wasn't a whole lot of representation of positive black males. I don't know that you were aware of the difference that you were making on us at the time.
I don't want to say I don't believe in the concept of giving back. I feel if you give back, that means that you left. So my whole purpose in never leaving the same neighborhood I came up in is that I never gave back. You just give. I would hope that I would have impact on what your everyday lives were. I could be the one dude in the neighborhood that stopped and spoke to you, which I think is really important.
Yeah.
You know, because young individuals in black neighborhoods, especially young men, get ignored very quickly.
All the time.
They get dismissed. Right. They get minimized. And one thing, I still do it to this day. You know, say what's up to everybody, especially young brothers, because we have a tendency not to acknowledge one another. And I've never lived that life. My hope was that, you know, us having the small time and me just being there and you all, you know, just developing a relationship with me and me developing a relationship with you would have at least a small impact on you. It would give you like, all right, you know, there's some decent people around me. There's something I can look forward to maybe. If I don't have anybody else in this neighborhood that I can talk to that can identify with me,
right,
I can ring Scoop's doorbell. You got a good memory. It was a black Pathfinder too. You good.
Coldest truck I had seen. I was like, yo, that's raw. Cuz balling. I said what I said. Urban 2, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Ty Stroger here at What's in It for the Black People Media. We would like to wish you and your family a very happy, safe holiday season.
WIFTV PM.
I don't know what the fuck be making niggas think they can fuck with me. Stay with a small circle to ensure I stay sucker free. Peace to the niggas rockin' those that truly got love for me. To the women that be lusting me, they dreaming of fucking me. Lick your fingertips and rub your clit to this and let my voice bring you the climax. My raps is more real than any 3D or IMAX. Listen and digest this flash shit like Venus flytraps. Side-eyed niggas that speak on my city, you Chirac. Niggas love glorifying stupid shit, the useless shit in front of cameras, goofy capping act as if you used to shit. With Max producing shit, how could I fall short? I hit the booth and get the kicking shit of all sorts. Listen, I'm just a product of the inner city. I remember plenty nights, there wasn't any lights and with no dinner in me. I was in tune with the harsh realities of life at an early age. Was used to struggle at an early stage. That made me appreciate the small shit. So now I kick that off the wall shit that leave these rapping niggas all sick.
Yeah, welcome back to the collective conversation. What's in it for the Black People Media? You're on the green side of things with Sadiq
and Cassiopeia.
Yeah, welcome back. So again, at the top of the hour, we want you to go in, we want you to like, we want you to comment, we want you to share, and we want to thank our guest, Mr. Eric L. Payne, because that awesome. It was great.
Oh yeah. You know, it's always good to kind of hear, especially from the male perspective, about being responsible, accountable for self, most importantly, and knowing that in any relationship, you have a choice to stay in it or stay out of it, or to get out of it. You know, everything can't just be the person for what's going wrong or what's even going right with the relationship. You gotta self-reflect. So
right, yeah,
really
it's definitely a self piece. You know, I mean, he really brought out, you know, he really brought some things out. You know, that whole piece about closure, because I think that was key. I mean, he kind of said it and we went past it, but the fact that, you know, closure is a self-engaging exercise.
It is.
You
People
know,
always, you know, try to say, you know, it'll be a year after you've broken up with someone, and then your friends ask you, like, are you over it? Like, no, I still need some closure.
Yeah.
And
yeah. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, what does it mean? You're looking for, what are you looking for that other person to say or to do? Are you just actually trying to see if there's another little opportunity in this relationship? That's not closure at all. It's with yourself. The closure comes from yourself, whether they agreed to talk to you again, whether, you know, they've actually stated to you, yes, I've moved on, I don't want you anymore. You don't need anybody to say that.
Right. And that was key. And he talked about the fact that you have to forgive yourself.
Yeah.
Right. And inside of this healing, inside of this recognizing that he was dealing with anger. You know, he said anger was his bedfellow. I mean, you know, these are things that we usually don't talk about.
Yeah. And I want to dig a little deeper with the anger. Usually, anger is usually the easy answer to really what's going on is sadness. Because, you know, in a divorce, you're losing something.
Right.
And sadness is directly related to loss.
Right.
And I think we're more comfortable, especially as Black people, being angry than we are being sad, because there's something embarrassing about being sad. There's something, you know, shameful about being sad, or we're not strong anymore when we're sad.
Right.
But we could show up angry though, because and anger is actually connected to violations.
Right. Okay.
You know, so we get those things a little confused, and sometimes we can never really heal because we don't want to actually address the sadness.
You know what?
And cry.
That's actually key, addressing the sadness. But I think just addressing, even if it's anger or sadness, I believe that there's a narrative out there that separates you from your healing. And I think the narrative is, and he talked about it, like push past it. You know, we tell our boys, you know, man up. You know, all of these stereotypical mainstream ideas that deal with manhood or womanhood, relationships, all of those types of things, which keep us from actually addressing the issues at hand eventually, which all boils down to growth, self-love, and the ability to recognize that you're in control, right? You're not at the mercy of the divorce, the broken relationship, the lost job, these happenings. You are the center, and you do have control in that. You know, and the ability to heal. You know, I think the term now is breaking generational curses, like the stuff that we never addressed.
Yeah, oh yeah, you know, Black folks and all the taboos and the secrets have been,
oh man,
you know, traumatic,
secret heavy,
man, and right, you can't. You're harboring things not only through, you know, just through family, but through the DNA, and it ends up passing through to your children, and then none of us know how to figure out how to actually really heal. We just harbor all of this pain and this trauma and this anger. So yeah, I'm glad that we're having these type of conversations, and we're, you know, being able to put it out there so people can hopefully feel more comfortable talking about them and, you know, hopefully helping.
Yeah, absolutely, because that's what we want to do, and that's really what we want to do on the green side of things. We want to talk about the natural, the sustainable, the healing, the cultural, and we wanted to be fun too. But there's a serious side to it.
Yes, there is.
Yeah,
yes, there is.
No doubt.
Yes,
so again, shout out to my man Eric L. Payne.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was not that deep in high school.
You such a hater.
I know.
I want him to be. He was talking about some Sadiq. I can get real with you right now. I can talk the way that we normally.
That's why
talk.
I was like, well, let's go on the other side of the break.
Yeah.
Let's go on the other side of the break.
Everybody, if you out there want to really hear
he's in
how
the chat.
Sadiq really talks, I need y'all to go ahead and give me a thumbs up in the chat and say that.
Everybody out there that knows me knows that I am this coaching and relaxed and.
You can't even get it out. The lie is so deep.
No, we appreciate you. We got Miranda's out there. She says healing is a choice.
Yes.
We got Ashika says peace and love. We've got Jasmika's in the thread.
Yes.
She says anger is most often a protective salve for grief and fear.
That's what I'm saying.
She's certified though.
I know you ain't want to hear it from me. I told you want to keep.
I wanted somebody.
That's that macho stuff. That was that macho man stuff. And I'm telling you, it's sadness. Even all that mic, because it's cool. Even if y'all talk as boys, it's cool to be like, man, screw that. You know what I'm saying? F her and all of that type of stuff.
Well, Eric addressed it. He's in the thread. He says the anger graduated from the sadness.
Eric said,
which has to do with the wish you could do things different. What did he say?
Eric also said that he's lying.
Eric L. Payne. No, that's my man. We want to thank you all for tuning in. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, comment, share. We got one more hour. We're coming up on. We've got the green business segment, powered by the Black Mall.
Powered by the Black
So tell us
Mall.
give us a little, who's coming on? What are we going to talk
Oh,
about?
we got Dr. Michelle Banks that's coming on from Healthy Place Botanicals. I don't know if you all can see my little bitty vial here, and it's the triple strength 100%
Spray it. Let me see. Spray it.
Spray it. Bam.
Bam.
COVID free now. Okay.
All right.
All right. Healthiness begins with clean hands.
Oh.
But pretty much Healthy Place Botanicals has a whole arsenal.
A myriad.
A myriad. I like it. A myriad filled with amazing products that are immune boosting and sanitizing, but they're using all 100% organic materials and ingredients to be able to make up these products. And so she's going to come in and tell us all about them. I love them. My mask is from Healthy Place Botanicals.
I love that.
I have they got all kind of stuff. So she's going to definitely come and talk to us about that.
We got Dr. Michelle Banks coming. I love it. Healthy Place Botanicals.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's up. Looking forward to it. You know what? A pot. I'm not even going to share that thought. I'm not even going to share the thought I had because it was relative to the soil, immune systems, and COVID. But I'll leave it alone.
Okay.
For another show.
All right.
I'll leave it alone for another show.
Are we supposed to be doing what's the word?
Yes. What's the word with Cassiopeia? Is our next segment. Cassiopeia. What's the word?
Well, I don't know if y'all know, I'm a TV person.
Uh-huh.
Are you a TV person?
Not really.
I love TV. I am not ashamed of it. I read books, too.
Do you really?
I'm reading the 12-week year. Right? Actually, I'm listening to it on
Okay,
Audible.
I was going to say.
I do read. I of course, I read, but, now super busy.
Cassie playing, y'all. She is super intellectual. She will cut you behind the scenes. She doing this whole laughing and going on. But when we in the car, like when we have meetings, she's like, that's not correct, Sadiq. Like,
I definitely have Google fingers.
Yes, go ahead.
To make sure that something is valid. What are you saying and talking about? I don't think that's correct.
Okay, so what's the word? So now let's go to this TV thing.
I am how many of you all I love TV. I grew up, I'm a Cosby kid, Different World, Martin, New York Undercover, Family Matters. I loved all those shows, growing up. But now, and of course, and with being the blackmall.com, co-founder, I love everything black. So I scour through Netflix and Hulu and even Disney Plus.
What you find? What's up now? What's happening now?
Really addicted to the Nigerian TV shows.
The Nigerian TV, but they're Nigerian type soap operas, right?
Yeah.
Like Real Talk, where they come in and they be like, the crops failed this year, right? No, it's not that.
They is talking about love and lust and divorce and having big businesses and living, the big city life. I love.
So it's like Nigerian Dallas.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, there's some of them that are like dramatic as well, that, kind of deal with action and suspense and, and being spies and all that kind of good thing. Like there is like
So is it a channel or is it just a...
No, so on Netflix, once you kind of open, how Netflix goes, it's an algorithm. As soon as you start like watching one type of thing, they just start feeding you all of the different, versions or different shows that are similar to that.
So when you open your Netflix, the Nigerian soap operas come
They
up.
actually now, I have a whole row that says like Nollywood film, TV and film. That shows
So put in the comments, because I see some of you all out there. Don't leave Cassie out there. If you are a TV person and recently have been addicted to Nigerian soap operas or Asian soap operas or Indian soap operas, right? If you are a Bollywood person,
I watched Bollywood Housewives
put it in the comments. If you are a what is it called? Crazy Rich Asians Bollywood Nigerian soap opera person, put it in the comments. We're getting ready to go to break. The collective conversation, the green side of things on what's in it for the Black People Media. We'll see you on the other side.
Yes, we'll see you.
Check it out, put it in your ear. It's your girl Shauna. What on? It's your girl Tifa. And right now we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central on What's in It for the Black People Media. And what we gonna be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back, changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with, all the illest creatives in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah. Talk about it. What's in it for the Black people? Infamous. We playing it back, changing the game. Shauna, Tifa, and you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
Hey family, this is Dawn Millhouse from the Book of Dawn. Christmas and holiday time means giving to me. Make certain that you give of yourself to somebody else. This is Dawn. Happy holidays from the Book of Dawn.
WIIFTBP Media's just for you and me. WIIFTBP Media's just for you and me.
WIIFTBPM.
This is a Black Diamond production.
Welcome back to the collective conversation. Yeah.
Come on
the
back.
Green side of things. With Brother Sadiq. Green side. And Cassie.
You rubbing off on them, man.
I know. See, I got it. She just said it like 4 times.
Only in jest.
What's going on? Who else we got in the booth? What?
Right here, we got a couple amazing interns.
Oh, who we got? Look, we got interns in the booth.
What's your name?
Yeah, talk to us. Say something.
Mikey Clutch.
Mikey Clutch.
What's up, Mikey
the
Clutch?
Oh, I'm not even gonna try. I'm gonna mess that up. But
you said Seraph. What'd you say?
I'm from Ghana. It's a Ghanaian name.
Oh, okay.
Can you say it for us again, sis?
I just left Ghana. Which region of Ghana?
Oh, Serafina.
Which region of Ghana? I just left Ghana. Which region of Ghana? Sogakope. I was there a few months ago. Up by the Volta.
Yeah, I was there last November till this January.
Oh, really? That's what's up. What's your tribe?
My dad is Ashanti. My mom is Fanti.
Ashanti and Fanti. I'm Ashanti. Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know why that sounds so sexy, Ashanti.
Ashanti and Fanti.
Yeah, that's what's up. So welcome back to the collective conversation. We are now inside of Green Business, powered by the Black Mall.
Absolutely. Yes, this is when we bring on an amazing Black-owned business that's not only just Black-owned, but it's also green.
Let's have her turn her camera.
Yes. So,
Doc,
Michelle.
can you turn your camera to the side?
Dr. Michelle, go ahead and turn your camera.
Flip yourself right on around.
I think what's happened is that turn it back portrait for us. Because what's happening is her screen is locked.
Oh.
So when she turns it, she's just going to look upside down. So, Dr. Michelle, go ahead and turn your camera back portrait for us. Just turn it back this way. Or unlock your screen if you know how to do that. Okay. We're just going to keep you right there. We're going to keep it right there.
Way to go.
All right.
Yeah. So welcome to the show, Doc. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Dot. There you go.
Yes, Queen.
Yes. We just got to get you. We're going to get you straight. Okay. Here we go. Keep it right there. Keep it right there. Keep it right there. Keep it right there.
There we go, Doc.
Yes, I'm not sure if you are in present company with anybody, but if you don't have anybody around, we would love to see your beautiful face and keep the mask down for us. Yes.
As you know,
well, welcome to the Green Business segment by theblackmall.com. So right here, we want to hear everything about Healthy Place Botanicals. I was letting them know about the triple strength. Oh, he wants me to spray it again.
Spray me again.
Boom, boom. We're staying COVID-free over here.
COVID-free.
So
yes.
Tell us about Healthy Place Botanicals in general.
Yes, I'm in love, and I know it's crazy, but I'm in love with this company. And we had a quick, engagement. So now we're full-fledged,
nice.
And I am pregnant. Okay, and I'm pregnant, and I want to give birth to millions of babies that are going to learn how to be healthy, how to be wealthy, and how to teach others to do the same.
You better say that. Y'all out here impregnating the world with this health.
She got a quick engagement. She got pregnant, and now she finna have 1 million babies. That's a way to put it.
I love it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So tell us about these babies.
Yes. Well, let me tell you about the papa first. Okay, my baby's daddy, Jerome Hughes, is the founder of our company, and he's the visionary. Jerome Hughes founded it about 4 years ago, and he's from the Atlanta area. And what he wanted to do,
another
ATL.
piece up, A-Town down.
Yes. Coming from the ATL, he wanted to have his own direction instead of being under the direction of people who didn't look like him, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
Now, Jerome himself, he's very brown complected. He blends in Africa like he's one of Africa's own, and he is. at least adopted in spirit. So the bottom line is he wanted to take all of what he learned over the 20, 30 years of being out there, being in network marketing and being in business, and he wanted to bring it home to our people so that we can take control. See, there's a difference when someone else is pulling your strings and you're limited in what you can do and how much money you can make. Well, that's what happened. They said, I don't want that anymore. I want to create a vehicle so that I can teach others how to be free mentally, spiritually, and of course, on a wellness level, holistically. You have to be careful how I say be healthy, because then you start thinking about the traditional medical system. And I'm sorry, that doesn't keep you healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. So then tell us then about some of like your main products that are, helping to keep us healthy right now.
Okay, one thing I'm going to do, since I really forgot to do this before being on the show, we have an awesome mouthwash, and it's called Oral Botanical Cleanse, a mouthwash version. It's only 1 ounce. But this 1 ounce is about 3/4 full. And I've had this in my pocketbook. And as you know, Cassie, anybody who gets near me a few feet, I squirt them, don't I?
Yeah.
So here's what you do. Instead of taking what you might have been used to taking inside your medicine cabinet, that yellow liquid or that blue liquid, you do this. Uh-oh, I made a mistake. 2 squirts. Oh, boy, I'm on fire. Okay, but it's a good fire. It's a good fire. Isn't it, Cassie? It hurts so good.
Oh, yeah.
This Oral Botanical, it's in a spray form. It kills all the germs, all the viruses, all the bacteria. It goes deep, deep, deep into the root of your teeth, into the deep recesses of your gums, where even flossing can't reach.
Wow.
And even your other competitive mouthwashes, they can't do what this does. Why? Because these are all natural botanicals. When you have those other competitive products, you mostly have alcohol and you have a cadre of other additives that are very harmful to you, to your mouth, and to your entire body. Because guess what? Just because your mouth and you're rinsing your mouth out with those products, it is going into every pore throughout your body. Because your mouth is the gateway. And people don't realize that. And if you look at the label, even at on your toothpaste, it says, warning, poison control. If you swallow this, call poison control immediately.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And go to the hospital. Read your labels. The only thing this says is be careful with it, of course, and keep it out of the reach of children, because it's very, very strong, and it'll be surprising to them how strong it is. But there's nothing harmful in it. We're talking about cloves. We're talking about lemon oil. We're talking about tea tree oil. We're talking about cinnamon. Now, tell me, what are the side effects of what I just named?
Nothing.
Absolutely none. Nothing.
It's all good stuff.
like real good stuff.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So instead of having side effects, we have side impacts. So with this spraying, I literally increased my immune system. Literally.
So I love that. I love that side impact.
Yes.
Like, I love that.
And just hold on to that for us, Dr. Michelle, because we're going to come up on a break and we don't want anybody to miss anything. So hold on to that. Okay. We're going to come right back to that.
The collective conversation. What's in it for the Black People Media? See you on the other side.
What's up, good people?
Y'all go accept my request on the page so I can do the survey.
Why would we do that?
I'm trying to do the survey.
Why would we let you in? Why would we let you on the... You talking about the Iswiz Book Club page? No, why would
we're going to let you in, Ron. You need to read. I'm with that. I'm definitely put you on.
Somebody please let Ron in the Iswiz. Is it? I thought it was a public page.
I don't know. I don't run it.
I don't know who runs it. You got to talk to Shannon and Robin and...
You say what? Y'all group private like it's something special or something.
First of all, it is something special.
Ass. Okay? There's something special. Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
Then you gonna talk it again. Don't get no punishment again now.
Right. They already came in and like, look at her being nice to Ron today. It wasn't gonna last.
You always mess.
I think Asia came in like, for now, like just for a little while.
Just for a little while.
Just for a little while. Just for a little while. Somebody let that man in the page. Somebody let that man in the page, Robin. Please let him in. I said what I said. Herb 2, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
WIIFT PM.
Collective conversation on What's in It for the Black People Media. Gotta switch the view. Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yes, you getting it.
Yes, you are on the green side of things.
Yeah.
Inside of our green business segment powered by theblackmall.com. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we have Dr. Michelle Banks, and she is from Healthy Place Botanicals, and we were talking about, she just said that there were no side effects, just side impacts. And we were talking about boosting this immune system. So Doc, go ahead. Go back into what you were talking about. We really appreciate your conversation.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the bottom line is, it doesn't take a whole lot to really impact your immune system, to impact it in a bad way or a good way. So what I had just done, spraying this, I have literally increased the size and the strength of my white blood cells.
Wow.
And at the same time, I have killed every pathogen that is harmful to my body.
So and you said this was all just with one spray?
That is correct.
Or two sprays?
Because the mouth is portal. And see, underneath the tongue, we call it taking something sublingually. When you take a dropper and put it underneath your tongue with lightning speed, that has already reached my feet. Okay? That's the way we're built. Especially when...
Hold on, Dr. Michelle. So you're saying that you put the drop underneath your tongue and it's already reached your feet?
That's correct. That's how quickly the oxygen and the nutrients are delivered all over our body.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
Like,
that's
I
wild.
don't even understand that. But I also I'm familiar with the fact that, heat I know enters through our head and our feet, and then also toxins can come, I think, via our head and our feet as well.
Right.
Can you speak a little bit more to that?
Absolutely correct. However, what I would like to bring to attention is our hands and our feet. the meridians, they look like little highways streaming through our body. And that's a communication portal and a portal to actually transport nutrients and oxygen. Now, when those get clogged, then you start having side effects. Effects are what? Being swollen, being in pain. Okay, your joints are all crooked and everything. You've seen hands looking like this, right? Okay, so that means that those highways have been impeded instead of them being straight. So in your hands and in your feet, that's where all of this meets. So every single organ and tissue that you have in your body is connected to your feet. So when you rub some of our better potions here, like I have the Women's Total Balance, and we have a few others, if you put it on the soles of your feet, it will be transported to the rest of your body. Now, I'm going to tell you a little trick also. None of you are old enough probably to remember, they used to really put thermometers in the anus to take the temperature.
Oh, yeah, I'm too young.
Oh, yeah.
I'm too young.
No, I've still kind of been told, I think even when I had my son, to use a thermometer through his bunghole.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but I'm too young.
Okay. So here's the deal. Our tissues in our anus are very, very thin. And that's why we have a lot of problems, because we haven't been cleansing properly, and then we didn't build up our system. But when you put, like we have a nano silver, boy, I'm looking for it. Am I ill prepared? In a little bottle like this called nano silver. If you put that anywhere in your anus, anywhere in your mouth, nose, vagina, it literally travels very quickly throughout your body and kills germs and pathogens without any, again, side effects, and only giving you side impact. So, women, we know that we have vaginal issues from time to time because we've been using the wrong solutions or we didn't cleanse properly. And just toilet paper is an irritant. You can use our product to help soothe. So the nano silver is something that you really want to have. And also, talking about the mask a few minutes ago, I'm in our office building, and it's required for us to wear the mask because I'm in a public setting now.
Got it.
What we do is we spray our mask with the silver inside and out, and it's killing all of the germs in our mask, and it's helping to kill what's coming to the mask. And by the way, this is a silk mask, and there's special antimicrobial properties to the silk mask in itself and to the texture, so it's not irritating your skin. So everything we have, every portal that you decide to put it in, okay, because we do have products that we even spray up our nose. Why? Because a lot of people are very, very congested, and they need to remove that old mucus that's been there forever.
So, Dr. Michelle, are you saying then that these products could help right now? You know, we're in COVID, we're in this pandemic or plandemic, however you want to look at it. Either way, people have been getting sick and dying. How can these products help us with, with staying healthy and fortifying our immune systems? Uh-oh. Did we lose you, Dr. Michelle?
Doc?
Is she still?
Yeah, I can see her. I'm just trying to hear her.
Did it freeze up? Did she freeze up, though? She looked like she froze up to me.
Oh, she froze.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, I just want to let everybody know, because we are going to have to go ahead and move forward. I really appreciate Dr. Michelle coming on here. She's really amazing. And we, on theblackmall.com, when you click on our shop, you can get Healthy Place Botanicals products. They got immune boosters. They got shampoos and other skincare products. It's amazing. Everything is
Everything is organic, 100% organic. It's botanicals. Please definitely go to theblackmall.com and shop with Healthy Place Botanicals on there and keep your immune system boosted. I keep this spray with me everywhere. Sadiq knows that I sprayed the whole place.
Yes, absolutely. Before we walked in.
Yes.
Yeah, she sprayed everything.
But let me just say this though too. It's really great because not only is it sanitizing, it's soothing because they're utilizing these natural essential oils and what's the one that is I can't remember, oregano. It's almost, it kind of gives me like that soothing feeling of like lavender.
Gotcha.
But with a little bit of wake up like peppermint too.
Yeah, no. And then I think during this time, especially with the COVID experience and people are using a lot of cleansers, right?
Yes.
So for instance, you are constantly sanitizing your hands.
Yeah.
You are constantly, people are spraying Lysol, you're spraying these things that are cleansers. But I think
they also kill the healthy bacteria.
They kill the healthy bacteria, and so there are products out there that can also cleanse but enhance.
Yes.
And I think that, there's a balance there. We definitely want you to sanitize your hands. We definitely want you to wash your hands.
Yeah.
But there are some products that you can go get, you can acquire that can help you add to your immune system.
Yes.
That can help build healthy bacteria because bacteria aren't all bad.
Right.
Right. And so we learned that when we had the lesson on the soil.
We
right?
did.
Because it's bacteria that breaks down the iron and actually places it in the plant that you go ahead and eat. So, without getting too far into the science, we need that balance because we're stripping everything away with the
with those hand sanitizers,
with
those
hand
alcohol
sanitizers,
hand
right.
sanitizers,
alcohol, the
and all the
cleansers.
other chemicals that end up being really harmful, and making you like extra ashy and your skin crack, So it's just not good for you. This thing, of course, like you said, it does what it helps to sanitize, immune boost, and add some extra ingredients to enhance and beautify.
I love that. I love
might
that.
make some ugly people pretty.
So we want to say say thank you to the doc. We want to say thank you to the doc. You want to say thank
Yes,
you?
absolutely.
You just left
yes.
me out there while
No,
I went to the board?
I thought you were doing it. I thought it felt like it was
just
coming, but and then I got a little confused on what was
working,
happening. So absolutely, thank you to Dr. Michelle Banks of Healthy Place Botanicals. We're definitely going to bring you back again.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. So we're getting ready we're coming toward the end. This is so awesome. You guys have participated with us, paid attention to the conversation. We've talked about dating, not just dating after divorce, but healing through divorce, relationships, being a father, what it means to, just all of that. We want to thank mentorship. Yeah, we want to thank Brother Payne, and then and then now we've had Dr. Banks.
Yeah,
really cool. I appreciate that.
And then I want to tell you guys, of course, this is the Plant-Based African Show, on What's in It for the Black People Media. So y'all got to make sure that you are showcasing your plant-based love by going to theblackmall.com and getting yourself either a Plant-Based African t-shirt or hoodie.
People are liking the hoodies.
Yes.
I'm getting text messages and comments like, man, I got to have that hoodie. Yo.
Yeah.
So I'm really enjoying that. So if you guys can, please go inside the Plant-Based African. Also go to the Black Mall. We've got the ads up, and you'd be surprised, just how well people respond. And it's your version of plant-based too, because I've got some people that are like, I want a hoodie. I'm not full vegan. Can I sport it? You know what I mean? Absolutely. Yeah. Because being plant-based is a journey. So you are in your journey, because Cassie goes in and out.
I'm veganish.
Yes. Yeah. I love it.
I'm veganish. But it's good. I try to stay as balanced as possible, reduce the amount of meat that I intake, and, really increase all of the great vegetables, nutrient-dense vegetables.
Nutrient-dense. I love
that. Yes.
No doubt.
And legumes. And other, nutritious foods.
Yeah, I got
I
it.
said
Did you
it.
see, right?
I said
we
it.
had a little in the beginning of the show. She was working on it and bring it full circle.
Nutritious.
She went all the way. Now I'm not gonna say it because she got me saying it wrong, and now she's saying it right. Yeah, me saying it wrong. So please, theblackmall.com, Plant-Based African On Facebook, you can find us at The Plant-Based African, and Instagram, Plant-Based African, with a K. So please look us up. So Cassie, tell me about Kwanzaa. What's happening with Kwanzaa?
Man, as you all know, of course, it's Kwanzaa time, and it's coming up. Kwanzaa starts
Baby
the 26th.
can't have no Christmas?
The baby can have Christmas.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Christmas is the 25th. Kwanzaa starts on the 26th. What's awesome is that you get Christmas, and you get a whole 7 days of celebration and family love and gifts that are either made. Okay. All right. So let me tell y'all real quick, when it comes to Kwanzaa, if you're giving out Kwanzaa gifts, you can't buy them from Walmart.
Or you have to make the gifts.
You're either making the gifts, or they should be from a black-owned business.
I got it.
Now, unless you're going to get a black product from, Walmart, and they do have their black sections, which I'm happy about. We need that, especially if you're in our communities. Go on here. We need some more black-owned products, and we're going to be advocates for that and pushing for it. But Walmart, reach out to the Black Mall. Okay.
Right. We need to do that.
Yeah, the Kwanzaa really is going to be, when it comes to the gifts, it's really about, it's about the creation and it coming from the heart, and you're utilizing your kuumba, which is your creativity, to make the gift so it become really special.
So before we do this, when does Kwanzaa start?
Kwanzaa starts December 26th.
And it goes until?
January 1st.
December 26th to January 1st.
Yes.
Because some people don't know that.
Absolutely.
Right?
There are 7 days of Kwanzaa. Each day is focused on a certain principle. So Moja is unity, Kujichagulia is self-determination, all the way to Imani on the last day, which is January 1st, which means faith.
Faith, right. Imani is faith.
Yeah. So this year, because of COVID, we're going to be doing all of our Kwanzaa celebrations virtually.
Okay.
But we definitely look out for the Black Mall to, be your center for all things Kwanzaa. So whether we're hosting an event or if there's going to be another organization hosting the event, definitely please check with us, because we do our list every year of all of the different people who are putting on Kwanzaa events and how to get involved. And we really want to get people to, make sure that they're setting up their own Kwanzaa, setups with the kanara and the makeke and all of the different the cups and the books and fruit.
Now where can they find out information? Say I'm new to it.
Yes.
I don't really know much about Kwanzaa.
Yes.
So where can I?
You're going to be able to find it all on theblackmall.com.
Got you.
We'll have all that information up for you all on Monday.
Now can I get my candles? Can I get all of that? So if I want to go to the Black Mall, find out what Kwanzaa is, got my candles and everything, I can do that. So listen, we're going to go to the break. And then we're going to come back on the other side, wrap up the show. You're in the collective conversation, the green side of things, on what's in it for the Black People Media.
Check it out, put it in your ear. It's your girl Shauna. What on? It's your girl Tifa. And right now, we need y'all to check us out tonight, 6 p.m. Central, on What's in It for the Black People Media. And what we gonna be doing, Tifa? What? We playing it back, changing the game. We talking about the album. We talking about the inspiration. We talking to people that we collaborated with, all the illest creators in the city of Chi and beyond. Man, I don't know what you doing at 6, but you better be right here. Yeah. Talk about it. What's in it for the Black people? Infamous. We playing it back, changing the game. Shauna, Tifa, and you know what we about to do? We about to make Chicago rap again, baby. You feel me? Let's get it.
This is retired State Senator Ricky Hendricks. This is my new song, Be My Christmas. It's on my House Party CD, produced by house music icon King Farley. It's available on my website, HollywoodHendon.com. And this is our new song, We Getting Lit. The album also has songs like Throwing the Money. Get the House Party CD in time for Christmas and New Year's Eve.
This is the king of house music, Farley Jack Master Funk. And I endorse Hollywood Ricky Hendon. Let's go to work.
WIIFTBPM.
Yes, welcome back. Welcome back. You are here. Welcome back. The collective conversation.
Yes.
The green side of things.
Yes, it is. Just want to make sure that you all can also make sure you're following the Plant-Based African. I just threw it up into the
say
comments.
green side.
Oh, the green? No.
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 She not going to say it. What I'm supposed
Should I say it?
Yes. Tell her yes.
Green side?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The green side. They love it in there. They like jumping. You seen the scene from the Blues Brothers where they jump on the ceiling and I went back, didn't I?
Age on that one, honey.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, so anyway, you were talking about Kwanzaa?
I was.
Y'all, they like, what?
Right. Yes, but Kwanzaa is coming up. Follow the Black Mall. Go to our website and you'll be updated on everything Kwanzaa that we got going on for sure.
Hey, that's up, Will Williams. Hey, great show, fam. Appreciate that. Listen, Will, I got to reach out to you. We had a little thing today, but I'll explain it to you later. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Will is out there. You got to look him up. Plant-Based for Life. That's my man. He has some real life challenges and overcame them through a plant-based diet. So Will is out there. He on a mission, like the Blues Brothers. He on a mission. So it's been wonderful today.
It has.
The conversation has been enlightening, and we want you all to do this. You gotta like, comment, and share, but share beyond the broadcast. Like, it's something in there, like Eric was talking about, how he's downloaded in other countries, and people talking about how this helped me. Because sometimes it takes somebody's story to help you through what's happening
with your life.
With your life.
Absolutely.
Because we're all going through something.
Yeah, and we just need a little bit of inspiration just to see, like, okay, somebody else made it through. I can do this too. Somebody that might I feel more a relationship to, or like they're relatable to me. And it's like, okay, this person is similar to me. They made it through. I can do it too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's kind of that whole, it's kind of like a loose tribal piece, right? Because you're looking at other people, but collectively, we help each other make it through.
Absolutely. One hand washes the other. Or as Baba Kwesi would always say, when spider webs unite, we can tie up a lion.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
That's one of my favorites.
Baba Kwesi, he's one of my favorites.
Yes, man. He is dancing with the ancestors right now.
Dancing with the ancestors. I can see that smile.
Yeah. What's up, Brother Sadiq?
Brother Sadiq, yeah. And I had the pleasure of making food for him. So, I used to love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
brother.
Yeah, one of the ancestors now, and definitely one of the mentors, one of those people that were a part of collective for a lot of people.
Yeah.
For a lot of people.
Yes, Baba Kwesi, man, that funeral was a huge celebration in the Convocation Center at the Chicago State University. Like, he filled it all the way up.
Got it. And we got to talk about Chicago State at some point.
Absolutely. The Chicago State University.
Yeah, absolutely. So, got a couple of minutes, Cassie. What's going on this weekend? Anything?
What's happening this weekend? I mean, you know what? In the family world, it's hard to tell. Say during COVID, not a lot of stuff happening.
Right.
We got the holidays people are preparing for, so and what we're going to be doing virtually. But this particular weekend, at least on the family side, our second youngest, she wants to do. There's a book called No Cell Phone Day.
No Cell Phone Day.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And so she wants us to do that, this weekend, and no cell phones, and we're just gonna be playing games and go outside. She wants to play hide and go seek.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so we're gonna play it outdoors and all that great stuff. So it should be really fun.
Oh, I love it.
Super excited about that.
I love it. I'm working this weekend, so I've got a couple of cooking classes and some consultation sessions.
Nice.
Yeah, so I've got some people that want to learn a little bit more. I actually had somebody call me last week and was like, "Is this plant-based thing for real?" You know what I mean? So, and of course we talked about it, and her call was actually the inspiration for the January jump off, because personally, as the plant-based African, we have been able to help people reduce diabetes medication, lower their blood pressure, change their glaucoma diagnosis, lower cholesterol, increase energy, most of the things you can think about, including improved kidney functioning. These are things that I have personally experienced while working with people between 30, 60 to 90 days. So it's so important because we believe in just presenting the fact that you do have a choice.
Yeah.
And we're not trying to tell you how to eat or what to do. We just want you to understand that pharmaceuticals are not the only ways to be healthy, to heal, and they're options.
Alternatives,
Yeah, absolutely. So, and that'll next week we'll have that up for you to join the January jump off with the Plant-Based African. Do 30 days with us. Kick 2021 off the right way because everybody's waiting. We waiting. 2020 is spent.
Yeah, people, you know, people so mean in 2020. 2020 ain't do it.
No, 2020 didn't do it, but
we did it.
We did it. Absolutely.
We did it. The earth was like, oh, you gonna keep acting?
I'm tired.
Don't worry about it.
I'm tired. Don't worry about it.
We gonna do something to get y'all all in order.
And that's a whole nother piece in itself, right?
It
Absolutely.
really is.
So what we got? What we got? A minute? Am I?
Oh, wrap it up.
Wrap it up. They throwing this out,
Jared
you guys.
Wrap it up.
Listen, we want to give a shout out to What's in It for the Black People Media for the platform, for the opportunity. You have been inside the collective conversation on the green side of things with Brother Sadiq and Sister Cassiopeia from theblackmall.com. We will see you Tuesday. We'll be back from noon to 3. Thank you so much and peace.
Greetings, family. I am Salim Muwakil, and I welcome you to Muwakil's World. I'm going to chop it up with Dr. Lance Williams, professor at Jacob Carruthers Center for Inner City Studies, and one of the most knowledgeable scholars of Chicago's street organizations.
During the doo-wop era, you wouldn't be doing no doo-wop about what you was doing in the street. That was improper. What made rap so unique was that for the first time, this is how we actually are living, especially at the bottom. So what happens is it becomes so popular because it's so raw. And ultimately, rappers realize that this is what sells and this is what the industry wants. So even guys who don't authentically have those experiences and young women are rapping about it and having success. And after years of now this happening, it becomes known that, hey, this dude ain't really no real gangster. You know, this is a studio gangster. And what it did was music lost credibility because people thought they were listening to real gangsters rap. The sales of the music, which basically was being consumed by white suburban youth, this was their way it was a voyeuristic way of experiencing the hood, which they've always been fascinated with, without actually putting your life in danger. So you can listen to it, but once they found out, oh, these dudes ain't real, then even they stopped buying it. What's going on in the streets today? Because what the industry did was they realized, hey, the studio gangster thing ain't gonna work. So guess what? Let's go get some real gangsters that got the real credibility. But you know, when Chief Keef and these guys, so what we have expressed in the music scene today when you deal with either, you know, trap down stuff, but particularly drill music is the hot music.
That's right.
Nationally. Right?
And internationally.
And internationally, right? Which started right here on 63rd. O-Block. Okay, O-Block. So it's a shooting culture. So that's what they're rapping about. And that's what is hot, right? And so we saw the tragedy.
Fratricide is hot.
Yeah. That's the tragedy of King Von, right? Of him, you know, he's a real dude. Now what happens is, because that's the model of success, everybody is following that. So everybody wants to be a shooter now. And what it's doing is it's driving a lot of the violence. In any culture, your music and your entertainment is a part of your cultural expression. So whenever you can have an extended period of time of a particular type of music